here to tell me how am I to climb this mountain? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Ain't nobody here to teach me. How am I to reach up high? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me fly, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Run down 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 while I run. Ain't no secrets here to tell me. How am I to reach the stars now? Oh, are you still beside me? Just watch me, watch me. Just watch me. Watch me. Just watch me
just hear me out. I don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out, and that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our hands. And I still know all of our memes, those reps that existed without any seams. They're all our best laid plans. They're all our best laid plans. I did it to myself, I have no explanation. Twisted games and tricks, all tangled up and wasted. Double down in the bus, sucked into faking patience. Haunted dreams awake, still I love to be so hated. I did it to myself. 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 Bolt it up and lose the key. I've got no motivation, got no will to breathe. Growing more and more complacent. Train wreck at my feet. This monster I've created, running out of steam, but I can't fight the craving. So on and on, I train alone. The pain had slipped away. I did it to myself. 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 I did it to myself.
I came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerated, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. I came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, down to the river.
And good day and hello, welcome back, of course. Well, it is another day, another dollar. It is going to be another day of beautiful CS. And of course, before we go into any more details, Danny, I'm so happy to be here with you again. I'm actually legit happy that I'm here with you, man. How are you doing?
I mean, you can probably see my face. I'm also pretty damn excited to finally cast some Counter-Strike. It's been ages. It's a very long time, and it's good to be back in the saddle.
It has been, hasn't it? Together, we haven't actually been since 2019, my dude, almost. I think like 2020 starts somewhere. But let's forgo that. We'll talk about that more later. Of course, you've come here to watch Blast Rising 2021. And we are, of course, moving into... Oh, excuse me. Into, of course, the first series of the day. It is Group A. It is Elimination of Group A. And, of course, that is UMX versus Sangal.
Yeah, so that is going to be the matchup here of the day. And we can also actually have a brief look at Group A, obviously what has occurred yesterday. So for those who are tuning into the broadcast, or perhaps you may have missed it, let me give you a brief rundown. So yesterday, we witnessed the first opening matchup. That was LDLC versus UMX. And LDLC had a pretty easy affair against the UMX squad. And they managed to come out on top in that matchup. Then we had Sangal versus eClub Brugge. And in that matchup, I mean, Sangal, they got whooped. There's no denying it. They got absolutely destroyed by the Belgian squad. And of course, at the very end of the day, it was LDLC versus eClub Brugge, and it was LDLC to come out on top. And for today, well, it is Elimination and the decider matchups.
Yes, as you said it, today we're going to have UMX versus Sangal. It is the first elimination of Group A, and of course, it is not the last one. UMX, the UK-based team, or the United Kingdoms-based team, of course, with players from Ireland and the UK as well, obviously struggling to find their any footing at all against LDLC, and now today facing off Sangal, the Turkish monster lineup that used to be. Now, of course, it's a little bit less stronger without Imor, though nonetheless, I would expect them to still be the better team in this case. And of course, with that being said, as you said, eClub Brugge, it's actually, your pronunciation was actually on point. I'm kind of,
Give me that Slavic twist to it.
Exactly, that little bit of a niche to it. But of course, the winner of Sangal versus UMX will be facing off eClub Brugge, and they will be, of course, playing in the decider series, best of 3 of Group A. So winner right here has yet to go to the next stage. They have to fight one more team. But in this case, let's be straight up, Danny. I mean, it's UMX versus Sangal. It's Sangal. It's the Turks. They have such good aim. It's beyond belief how well they can play when they really get their rocks going, right?
But the problem is heading into this matchup for a squad like Sangal. I mean, yesterday what was very surprising to witness is how they got destroyed. Like, there's no denying it. When they head into their second map of Nuke, it was 16-0. Their opponent just managed to decimate them like it was nothing. So even though we might look into this matchup, but we could say that Sangal are definitely the squad that seems to look just a tad bit better, I do have my doubts about them. But if there's one thing we can clear up, it is the current situation with the veto. So we do have Sangal, who have decided to ban Overpass. We got, of course, the ban coming in from the UMX on the side of Dust too. And well, as far as picks are concerned, UMX has gone for Nuke. Now that's not surprising, I'd say. That is not surprising at all.
Not at all, because they have to choose a map that they can potentially win because of the map itself. If they choose anything besides Nuke in this, in my opinion, or maybe besides Train, even since they left it for the third and final one, they can find themselves to be in a very precarious spot, because Sangal aim, that kind of goes hand in hand on a map like Mirage, on a map like Dust, on a map like perhaps even we could say Vertigo, but then Sangal removed that because again it demands a certain set of knowledge, and not necessarily knowledge, but definitely team play and utility uses and such and such. But yeah, Nuke is going to be our first. No surprise there, I guess, for neither of us, right, Danny? And then we have Decider Train, which, again, I'm not really that surprised. Train is kind of standard map, although it was removed yesterday. So we'll leave that be where it is right now. We'll talk about it more later. But moving on forward, Inferno is going to be our second map, chosen by Sangal. Again, no surprise there, right? Because Sangal, they love Inferno. They've always played it. And I think it was just a question of when, not if.
Yeah, we have the situation right now is that UMX have gone for the pick of Nuke. That is a map that just simply hasn't been looking that good for Sangal. They have, I think, a 6 or so map losing streak on it. When we take a look onto Inferno as well, that's the situation in which UMX, they themselves have been struggling on the map the past 3 or so months. They also have, I believe, a 4 or so map losing streak on it. So here we have two teams that are going to try to play on their strengths, that they believe they can potentially overwhelm their opponents. But we still have to point out is that a squad like UMX heading into this matchup are in a bit of a disadvantageous position. The problems being is that they are playing with stand-ins. So currently we have Volt standing in, and we also have a Bulgarian in the form of Exprian who's also standing in for the roster. So that's already going to be a pretty big detriment for this squad heading into these some more tactical maps, especially for that map like Train.
Yeah, I have to agree. And before we jump into the map itself, give me your thoughts. Give me your overall, what do you think about this current matchup between the two teams, and what do you expect?
Sangal 2-0.
Sangal 2-0. Well, I will sign
Sangal
under that, because I agree with that. Should be 2-0 for Sangal. I believe the only chance of upset here is Nuke, as we already said, right? It's the one map that Sangal are. It's basically kryptonite for Sangal, if we can put it like that. And it's the one map where I believe UMX could make a difference, but as you already mentioned, with Volt and Expedient, help me out here, with the Bulgarian player of UMX being the replacement, Exprained, yes, thank you. Basically, with the two replacements being there, without Maza, for example, playing for UMX, I have a distinct feeling this is gonna be exactly as I said, 2-0, and I think we can both agree to that fact that Sangal are the better team, no matter how we wanna, spin the vinyl here.
Yeah, maybe the one dissatisfying factor for this sort of matchup is that, a team like Sangal, I mean, yesterday they played Nuke. They got decimated on it. It was a 16-0 loss for them. So I could look into this both ways. So there is the potential that Sangal probably looked through the demo and they realized, okay, this is where we made the mistakes. This is where we shall not make the mistakes heading into this matchup against UMX. However, the fact they've lost Nuke 6 times in a row right now, that's a bit of a problem. And if you're an in-game leader, like in the form of Major, you're going into this matchup, that could really mess you up. The fact that you still haven't won a single matchup on a map like Nuke could really be detrimental, actually not just for the in-game leader, but for the squad as a whole.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It can be a big mental effect on the team when you're having trouble on a map and you still leave it in the map, you pull, you still play it, you still don't kind of even discuss it perhaps, or you don't touch the subject of, guys, we're playing Nuke, we're losing it consistently, what's wrong, what should we be doing? And I presume Sangal has, at least tried that, but there has to be a reason behind them not banning Nuke, because as you said, they have like a 6 map loss streak currently on it, and they really aren't doing all too well. So I'm expecting this to be more of a, yeah, we might have lost, we might have been in a bit of a bad place, but I think we're prepared for this one, and I feel like they're much more confident because they're going up against UMX, right? Because they're going up against a team they know are a little bit worse off than themselves, and I feel like that's the confidence they'll be bringing into this series in a general sense, and they don't really mind if it's Nuke, if it's Mirage, if it's Dust, like as long as it's not something like, for them in this case, what it would be an insta-ban of Overpass. So as long as it's not Overpass or something like that, they're going to be completely steady and calm to take this one on. Though, as you say yourself, there is the factor of what happens if they lose the first 5-6 rounds and everything starts crashing down. What then?
Maybe then the experience factor come into play. That's one of the things we can also mention, is that Nuke is a map they've played quite a fair few times. I mean, the past 3 months, they've played it 15 times, so that is quite a lot in Nuke. Plus, we have to mention is that these players, the core here, have played CS. We're talking about Major, we're talking about Engine, we're talking about Paz. These individuals have played their fair share of Counter-Strike, and I think that core has played in Space Soldier. Yeah, they must have played at Space Soldier at some point in their career, and that is a roster that dates back to,
I mean, back to 2017-18 with them having a run on the major, my dude. Like they legit were one of the best teams coming out of this part of Europe, out of the the southeastern part of Europe. Or well, in this case, already basically, let's not go into geography. I don't want to.
Where is Turkey located?
Yeah, well, Turkey is in Europe and in Asia because it's between the Bosporus Strait, right? And basically, Istanbul. Sorry, this is off topic. Is half half Europe, half Asian. So or half on the Asian. It doesn't matter. That's geography. Anyway.
I mean, that was some good geography though. Over. I mean, you nailed it straight on the head.
You know how am I? I'm a very specific person. I like to sometimes go into the niche things, but of course, as we were saying, Zantares was once a part of their lineup. They have the experience, they have the knowledge, they have the background to support their quality. Question is, are they going to be bringing the Sangal, the ex-Space Soldier spirit that we know them to have into this game and not let UMX have even a single map?
Yeah, that's the one thing we're really hoping to see. But one of the things that's also interesting in this matchup in particular is that we're not going to see a player like Emor play. And I'd say one of the interesting things when we saw let's go back a few years, the Space Soldiers lineup trying to rise through the rankings of Counter-Strike, playing in those massive online qualifiers and whatnot. You obviously had that one player that stood out of the rest, Zantares, and he managed to play some absolute insane CS once he had his opportunities. The problem is, though, when we take a look at this roster in particular, they don't necessarily have a Zantares type character. They don't really have that one player that's going to take them straight through the qualifiers, through those 128 teams, and then put them in the potential stage of qualifying for the tournament itself. In this case, they have a lot less firepower, and it also looks like Major is having some difficulties trying to work with the sort of roster that has this sort of less firepower, and they don't have that one star player that could potentially pull them out of a difficult spot.
Yeah, I actually concur with you. In this case, I feel like there's nobody coming to the plate on the side of Sangal that would be convincing enough to say, okay, just because they have him or just because he is playing, this is a big factor and a big plus. And absolutely, I absolutely agree here. They've lost their big man, right? They've lost the one that usually was propagating their success. I would say that the skill and the knowledge of the rest of the four is still enough to push them over the edge. But as you say, a lot of times we see, Logic Men trying some crazy plays, not succeeding. We see Engine Pass trying their duo stuffs, trying to push up, trying to get control. For example, I remember a little while back on Inferno, there was a series I was casting with Sangal, and they really had a very tough time just getting any map control because a lot of times they either would become very aggressive or they would become overly passive. So I feel like they lack maybe the guidance even is one of the issues that they're lacking here. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to jump into this series and see what UMX G2A are preparing for us and of course for our viewing pleasure and of course for Sangal, whilst on the other side, the Turks. Sangal will try to beat them to submission.
Gonna try to come out on top here, and well, they are the favorites heading into this matchup, Sangal, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe UMX have a few tricks up their sleeve, but as of right now, in this matchup, we are going to see the very first map here of Nuke. Later on, we'll have the opportunity to witness some fiery Inferno, and then if necessary, Train, which you guys probably have heard the news, you probably have seen the news, that apparently we're going to be witnessing some more ancient action instead of some choo-choo train action.
I knew it. Gonna rub that in. I mean, I'm not gonna mind this. I'm not gonna mind ancient. I really won't. It's lovely to see new maps being added to the pool. It's lovely that Valve still care about our game, or their game effectively, about our baby, our love. Though I feel like it's a very poorly made decision that they didn't even think it through too well. But without further ado, we'll talk about it later a little bit more. It is going to be our first round, the knife won by Sangal. As we get ready for Nuke, ladies and gentlemen, the choice of course, UMX now jumping into our first round, the pistol. As we see on the side of Sangal, a nade and dualies available to Engine. The rest on the side of UMX having a smoke nade and a flash on Extinct.
Bit of a slow start, but you can see the players from UMX still moving up quickly towards the lower bomb site. Arctis, though, great maneuverability, but that's not gonna save his life. We'll see there's a lot of kills coming through. Sangal picking up a few, but it is just a few players from UMX that remain. Giraffe trying to move in with the Glock, low on HP. Needs to find those frags ASAP, but right now they're gonna evade it. Oh, or will they?
Whoa.
Apparently not. It's gonna be Sangal Esports with the very first victory here on Nuke.
Beautiful shots by Sensei and a 4K by Sensei. And as you say, yeah, Sangal picking up the pistol and a little bit of a tidbit start here for UMX. Of course, unfortunately, trying to hit through ramp didn't really pay off the way they would love to. Forced by coming back by the T's, no surprise. No plant means no AKs, no Galils. We do have Tech 9s though in those Deagles, and I'd be expecting those Deagles to go outside whilst the Tech 9s focus more towards lobby, perhaps towards ramp. Could be a split, though. We do have a little bit of utility, Danny. And right now, ooh, smoke towards main, smoke towards garage. Towards ramp, though, it seems like the plan is.
Oh, Logic Man. Dangerous game. The smoke's about to fade. He gotta get it the hell out of here. No, he's actually gonna reaggress, and he will be punished by Giraffe. That's an opportunity for UMX to just go down the lower side, and luckily for them, there's the rotation coming in from Sangal, but they're not in position to try to shut them down. Engine with the auto shotty, though, goes down to Volt. We have Pass firing off with the M4A4 bomb being dropped, but it's Lonesome Sensei that remains in the 1 versus 3.
See, this is the issue that I've had in the pregame as well that I kind of did point it out. What happens if Sangal start losing rounds, don't get these basically free rounds in their hands? And yeah, this was a big mess up on ramp. Of course, Logic Man with the MP9 tried to be, you know, the hit and run kind of guy, hitting the first, then running away if he could. Well, he was caught by 4 players, immediately falling, no frag. Going down B, UMX got control of Secret, got control of control room, more specifically long doors and short doors, and all of a sudden they have themselves such a great position that Sangal, they go in 1 by 1, dying 1 by 1, dropping M4s and the like around them. And look at this, it's a force buyback, of course, no surprise, Deagles and utilities. And we have 3 rifle, actually, excuse me, we have 1 Galil, 2 AKs, and 2 M4s on the side of UMX.
Playing it slow right now, absolutely. If you're a team like UMX, for the victory in the previous round, you got to make sure that you use your weaponry rightfully so. Not gonna go for the early engagements just yet, though. Major might glimpse here towards outside. Only gonna spot out the bullets of the M4A4 from Artist. As you can see, UMX are being very thorough in their approach. Right now, there's the Molotov being deployed. He can spot out a few more players here, but this is what you want to do if you're a team like UMX. You want to make sure you don't go for the close-range engagements, because that is where you can get punished by those Deagles.
Absolutely. Those Deagles can still be a game changer, and we've seen them one too many times to not believe in that. But let's see how Sangal deal with this. As far as I can tell right now, they're focusing towards the outside with those Deagles. Giraffe finds the first. Sensei, good refrag. Again, Giraffe the second as Sensei falls. Engine, of course, replies. Great shots into the smoke as well. Engine helps out with the 5-7, but can't hit enough, or can't do enough. And Logic Man left alone, 1v2. Mollied into HUD. They seem to have a good idea where he's coming from. Could have been heard, could have been just premonition, but in this case, it's a 1-on-2. And does he check CT vent? No, he does not. That is going to be the round gun. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, doesn't check it. That was a little bit anticlimactic, but 2-1 UMX, they barely make out of it alive there, Danny.
Yeah, because that's always the scary thing, isn't it? It makes sense to play it slow with the rifles. You don't want to push too hard. If anything, you want to try to make it pretty simple here. And so, We do have, of course, one of our sponsors here, Coinbase, who are not only the sponsors here of the economy game, but they're also out there playing the Bitcoin game. And if you want to play a game that's not just CS, might be interested in checking them out. But right now, back into this one. UMX, again, they're going to try to play this one somewhat slowly. You have to be careful. Yes, their opponents are just on the USBs. But if you're a team like UMX, you don't want to give them any chances.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to give them even a single kill, even a single point of damage if you can help it. And I love this fact that UMX right here is basically stacking a little bit into lobby and towards outside. It feels like they're going to be focusing towards B more than anything, though if they're going to be able to get the entry on A, they most likely just finish it on A as well. There goes Paz. Yeah, and at this point, moving forward, oh, they spot the player in heaven and jumping down sight. Sensei is able to get Artist, but it doesn't last long. As quickly as it came, it quickly goes. And down to Engine. Oh, Zeus Engine. Let's see if he can get the Zeus. No, he's not jumping out of hut. Never mind. I thought he would be the crazy guy, you know, trying to bunny hop onto site, but no such luck for us. Well, lucky he waited, because otherwise he'd be dead before.
Not too shabby. I mean, considering you're going into a round like this with just the mere USPs, you get 2 kills, that's not a bad round in my book. However, this is the real challenge. Sangal right now, investing heavily. They have the rifles, they have the armor, they also have some utility, though they are lacking a little bit of that utility side, so that could really come back to bite them. Plus, I don't believe, we don't even see a single defuse kit, so if it does come down to a retake situation, Sangal Esports could have a difficult time. Yeah, so far, UMX, not a bad showing. Yes, they might have lost the first pistol round, but they managed to win that second round, and nowadays, I mean, I say nowadays, but that's just standard practice, isn't it? You know, sometimes winning that second round is even more important than picking up that pistol. You win that second round, you finally get some momentum going, and for UMX, this is not a bad start here on T-side Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the way you would imagine for UMX to go on Nuke, given that they've chosen it. And it is a good sign that, yeah, sure, they might not have Maza, they might not have a full squad here with a few replacements and such, but they're doing actually pretty well for themselves. They're keeping up with the pace. They're keeping Sangal at arm's length. And right now, this ramp push could be working again. Logicman gets blinded. He realizes he's in deep trouble. No utility to stop this. The first contact will be Giraffe. That's the bomb? No, that's not the bomb, but the bomb just jumped down. That's Volt. That's a little bit crazy, but luckily, he is not yet to be tagged. As comes Logicman from the corner. Major on side already with the AUG, defending the line. Artist, for some reason, went in towards Heaven through CT. Seems like UMX was a little bit out of tune, at least to me, because why the heck would Artist go up A when the bomb is down B committed?
Admiring the view. Beautiful vistas here on Nuke. Well, the problem is that only RPC could see towards the B-bomb side is the blood splatter of his comrades. Not sure if he wants to see something a bit more grotesque. But in this situation, I think you just want to save. Yeah, this seems to be the best choice you can make if you're a player like Artist. Save that M4A4. You're experienced. You want to keep that AWP for the next round. But yeah, you're right. Cohesion was a little bit off there for UMX, but I guess it makes sense because we also mentioned this in the pregame that they're heading into this matchup with 2 stand-ins, and when you have to play against a proper squad like a team like Sangal, your communication is definitely not going to be as on point as with your opponents.
That is very true, actually. A good point you bring up, and something that we can touch upon a little bit more, I guess, is the fact that in this case, I guess the idea was UMX, you know, they thought they already got control of B, or at least that they would get control of B, and unfortunately that didn't happen. Of course, here we see the video, the cam feed directly from Sangal. The players look pretty serious, not gonna lie. No smiles, no cheers, no whoops, no dupes. They're all just like, you know, straight faces, getting ready for what's next. And I respect that, because they're not taking this one as an easy match, and they shouldn't take it as an easy match, even though the prediction is, for the most part, you know, 2-0 for Sangal. It still is, a team they're facing off, and they should not be underestimating under no circumstance. In any case, the round continues on. We have a rebuy for UMX, as we have 3 AKs, the M4 and the AWP, of course, still up unexplained. Generally, a pretty good position for Sangal when it comes to the current stage, though they cannot afford to lose. They lose and they're back to where they started just 2 rounds ago.
This battle right now. Logic Man versus the
Oh.
Op. It's going to be Xbrand to come out on top. Very nice frag here coming in early for UMX. Sensei comes in, however. The problem is, armed with just the AK-47, he needs to retreat. Good Molotov there from Giraffe. Gives an opportunity right now for UMX. A lot more leeway into this round. They now have some control towards the B-bomb site. This seems to be their final destination. But before they commit all their forces, they're still lingering about. Xbrand, great pickup here on Paz. And look at Artist Prime position to secure one more. And that's the B-bomb site open for business.
It's surprising how much control UMX is able to gather out of simple pushes, out of simple positions. Sangal seem to be focusing on the difficulties, but not on the simplicities. And what I mean by that is nobody controlled Secret outside enough to realize that, you know, basically they had a player pushing from the back of their, from into their back, in this case, Artist. You know, nobody noticed that they might have jumped down vents or at least been attentive to that. Sangal Esports, this is a huge misstep on their side, and they need to start looking the right way or they will continuously lose rounds like this. As now 4-2 starts to ramp up the result, UMX is getting a little bit more, not necessarily cocky, but definitely getting a little bit more energetic. They're getting the hype out of it, and they are starting to show the control they can exert. And oh boy, Sensei, oof, that's going to hurt, because that's a save that he could have brought on over and not necessarily made a difference, but at least would have been better, would have helped out. Well, Danny, this is a surprise, isn't it? A welcome one, but a surprise nonetheless.
Yeah, Sangal Esports having somewhat of a difficult start here on Nuke. Definitely not the start they were anticipating. And so it's back to some of those simple pistols. So P250s have been deployed, and the others, in fact, even going for full-on eco. Yeah, this is a daunting situation for Sangal Esports. It's still early days here, Nuke, for sure, but right now they're losing some very key rounds, and their opponents, slowly but surely, but you can see they're starting to build up some momentum. They're playing a lot more comfortable in these rounds, and in a round like this, it does make sense where Extinct can easily just mop up his opponents, or can he, though? Sensei, good few frags coming in. That's an AK-47 retrieved, and we can see some more engagements coming through. Giraffe trying to look for that player here, but I'd say if you're UMX, you're still in a very winnable position, so you might just want to calm down a little bit. And Pass, the timing is everything. Nice headshot here on Giraffe, but no kill.
Very dangerous right now for, of course, UMX and Sangal both. They find themselves in a precarious spot, and as you said, Giraffe, yeah, pulls away, doesn't chase the Dragon, and that will be a safer decision. Sangal, all 3 players coming in through ramp. Close range, Giraffe already on contact. Smoke on the right, on the left side, and this pretty much prevents the CTs from doing anything, and should be a save already. Sensei and Paz, in this case, the op and the AK are far too valuable to be dropped away like that. Oh, collateral! Sensei, the timing, the position, what? As Artist is now the last man standing. Danny, what the hell? What the bloody hell?
It turns it around. There's a massive chance right now for Sensei, and he is going to try to go for this one, but Artist, all he has to do is hear the footsteps, and he hears him, and he pulls the trigger. That's going to be the victory here for UMX, but the timing, absolutely perfect there for Sensei. He definitely didn't expect to get 2 for the price of 1, but that's a very good deal that he'll take every single day of the week. And so, even though the op wasn't saved, at least that's some economical damage on the side of UMX, but damage aside, it's time for Sangal to start winning rounds.
Insane quality right now by UMX, though Sangal, it comes very close to comfort and uncomfort. In any case, Artist on main. This is a very quick play by Artist, and a very dangerous one if they had anybody outside. Although, look at this, jumps into main. Artist, he truly is an artist, painting the picture red with the blood of his enemies. As their entry for UMX is secured, he doesn't go into main. He actually continues on over towards heaven and hell. As Extinct finds Paz. Sensei does refrag, and the auto shoddy on engine might be a difference maker if they push towards A. But look at Artist. He doesn't care. He walks all the way through hell, gets the frag, And now ramp is open, B is open, and once again, Sangal find himself in the worst of positions possible. They seem to completely forget or forego any sort of control towards the outside, or even just kind of ignore the fact that there's a player outside that you haven't even checked on.
I mean, this time around, UMX, that was some fantastic pace, in particular from Artist. We didn't really get to see too much of him, but you could see just on the minimap the sort of orange little dot that's just making his way towards the CTs, and
Yeah.
he's just picking up one kill, a second kill, and suddenly the round falls apart here, and okay, Engine, that's a nice long-range kill with the auto shotty. But overall, this is turning out to be a dangerous game for a team like Sangal Esports. Not that long ago, we were talking about how there is the potential for a 2-0 victory here for the CTs, but you'll notice right now, UMX will comfortably sit on 6 rounds on the T side of Nuke. That is a pretty good scoreline thus far, but we still have more rounds to work with. So if you're a team like Sangal Esports, maybe sooner rather than later, you should consider a timeout, have that discussion, have that tactical discussion.
That's actually a good point you bring up, and something I was thinking about quite a few times in the past already. And you know how few a time you see timeouts being utilized by teams, and it's like from your mouth to the ears of God, because there is a timeout coming up. As Sangal Esports will take a moment for themselves to discuss what the hell just happened, and more specifically, what is happening in their rounds. How are they straight up losing without ever having a chance of refragging, of just generally controlling the angle a little bit longer? Oh, we see, the boys are going to be discussing the current situation a little bit more on point. And of course, it's going to be a full buy. I expected it. We had 2 players that could drop rifles, and that will happen exactly. So, Engine actually sacrifices his own firepower for the auto shotty. Not bad if he plays on HUT, if he plays on A, it's doable. It's actually a pretty good weapon. And I think a lot of people underestimate shotguns in general, Danny.
Yeah, I'd definitely say that you could definitely utilize the shotguns a little bit more often here, but okay, you can also utilize the speed of UMX. Very fast round, entering the bomb site, up they go, and now they plant. This is turning out to be a very swift victory here for UMX. I doubt if Sangal Esports can even get back into the bomb site. Plus, take a look at their utility. They still have the Molotovs, the smoke grenades. They have plenty of grenades to work with here, UMX. And you
This
can
is a
see,
save, huh?
yeah, Sangal Esports, they don't want to be part of this whatsoever.
Yeah, this is it's getting a little bit hot in here, not gonna lie. I mean, Sangal Esports, they smartly enough pull away. They don't want to lose these weapons. They don't want to lose the money that they currently have. They're just, keep what you have, drop the next one, or replay potential success in the next one. But either way, this was a great idea by UMX. They didn't go for the typical round that we've seen up to this. Oh, mate. Okay. That was attempt at a ninja defuse, but a little bit of a poor one. 7-2, Major drops the ball on that one. As I was saying, it seems like UMX are reading Sangal pretty well, because the few rounds ago, we had the classic outside take, fast into main, fast into ramp, and that kind of thing, playing a bit more jumpy. And it seems like Sangal hasn't even taken up on that yet. They're just simply playing the same old, same setup continuously back and forth and hoping it will find purchase. Well, unfortunately, you got to change it up, Sangal, because UMX is definitely bringing up a few aces from their sleeve.
Speaking of which, Logic Man going in for a bit of a hunt. Gonna hold an off angle here, so there is a potential for him to find a kill. The problem is, however, UMX, they are working around a different part of the map. They want to go towards the outside area. That's where they're deploying the smoke grenades. That's where Sensitive with the AWP could potentially find a few frags, but of course the smokes have blocked off his vision. So Artist, play this one close by the smoke pass. Good kill on one. Good flashbang coming in, but it's still a trade. It's not what Sangal is looking for, but Logic Man, he looks and he finds a kill on Extinct, whereas Major, however, just with the Deagle, needs to be a bit more careful here on outside. In fact, those smoke grenades, they faded and they have been bogged down.
Yeah, the good thing... Oh, I was about to say the good thing is Sensei has the op ready to go, but there goes XP, as an Engine will find the control, drops the bomb. Giraffe is caught, and X-Brained with a good starting point Unfortunately, has to make one more happen here if they really want to have a chance. Well, they know where the guy in garage is. This is a problem, as Volt will find both. Engine gets the refrag, but it's a one-on-one. Engine has the M4, though has to reload at the very least. Explained. What's his decision here? Does he go main? Because I think he's going to walk all the way through heaven hell and probably go into heaven. Or does he just walk straight into main and into A? Because, again, Engine, at this point, playing the smart call, going in towards lobby, towards Squeaky and Hut. So he has 2 points of entry into the site in case, you know, Explained finds him in this position. Explained 4 seconds, not enough time. Engine, smartly played, well thought out and well planned as he wins the clutch 1v2. As Sangal Esports, their third is finally on the board, and it comes off of a eco. I like this game, man. This game, what's happening right now? And of course, what's happening is CS Money, another sponsor of the tournament, another sponsor of ours. Go check them out. Get the skins you lust for. See, guys? Like, you lust for those skins? Go get them. I mean, maybe, you know, some M4 Asimovs. Not bad. But speaking of Asimovs, is it going to be another A take here? Asimovs UMX? Yeah, they're going down vents. Not A, but going down B. And look at this. 2 players have already infiltrated. Major finally finds one, but he's not prepared for Artist.
Oh, that's definitely not an ass play. That's a good one coming in from UMX. They have players on the B bomb site. However, they still need to be careful here. Logic Man poised with AWP. Paz as well. Oh, he can hear the footsteps. He definitely knows what's going on right now, that there are more than a few players going down the lower bomb site. And in fact, there's really no one overlooking the B bomb site, oddly enough, from Sangal Esports. This is a little bit odd. Yes, they do have a few players in ramp, but they're not going to stop the bomb plant. In fact, that gives UMX a great opportunity to get that bomb planted, and now they're in a 4 versus 4. The players from Sangal Esports going to try to go for the retake here. So far, so good. Engine has found one. Logic Man as well. Extinct needs to play it safe. He does not want to go down too early here. Otherwise, he could be in a massive issue here. Extinct. Good frags being picked up. Artist as well. And now they know Paz's position. He does get the one, but now he's looking for Artist. Where can he be? Where is he stationed at? And he's right there in front of you. He will secure the frag for UMX. And that's the 8th round that goes the way of the terrorists.
Unreal, my dude. God damn, Sangal. What's happening, boys? What's going on? Where is the issue? Because this is an underlying issue they're currently facing off, and they're not seemingly even dealing with it. UMX, I mean, sure, well played. You know, happy that they're doing well and good, but this is an unexpected amount of success that I never thought I'd be seeing against Sangal. And, well, 3-8 is a pretty convincing result so far. UMX, they've already won the first half, and this T side of Nuke seems to be unstoppable for them. We can't forget that Sangal is better as the T, because, you know, T's, as aggression does fit them a little bit better as per usual. But what do we have currently in this round? Our Deagles, we've got a CZ, we've got 1 smoke, 1 flash, a few Kevlars, no kits. This is a pretty straightforward round that UMX, as long as they recognize what they're up against, should have no issue. Though Paz, nice drop of the hat on Extinct. I believe he was caught in Squeaky. Yeah, he was caught in Squeaky as far as I can tell.
Right, being very thorough, dear UMX. There we go, smoke being deployed. Gonna make sure Major doesn't get anything out of this one. Logic Man, though, good pickup here on Volt. And as you can see, UMX has already lost a few players. They're gonna book it towards the B bomb side. They're losing on map control fast, so they need to regain some towards the B bomb side. And well, they also need to get some frags. Sensei, good pickup here on Artist. There's a very winnable opportunity for a team like Sangal. It's a 4 versus 2. They need to take care of Giraffe, who's here by his lonesome on the side. Molotov coming in as well.
He's gonna go to
fade out, duck out. Are they not aware? They don't seem to be aware of his position. They finally get the frag, but it's Exprian on the AWP that remains, and he doesn't. Oh, he actually gets the one on Paz, but Major comes in with the big flank, and that will be a victory here for Sangal Esports. It's been a long time coming, but the Turks finally pick up their 4th.
Well, yeah, it definitely took them some time, and luckily Major was coming in from vents at the right time, so he was able to catch Expriant before things got out of hand. Because, you know, as soon as he got the drop there, 1v2, that could have been a doable position for him, especially with the op. But 4-8 as a full buy on both sides ensues. We have a Galil actually in the hands of Volt, so economically it's not as good of a position that one would hope for UMX, especially that there is no AWP for Exprient. But nonetheless, I don't think that will really stop them from doing their thing. And right now, again, Sensei this time actually opens it up on Giraffe as the doors break open. Sensei is waiting, invents it. No, Sensei misses the shot, but seems like Artist is completely oblivious to it. What is this round? Seriously, what is this match, man? Look at this crazy play. Logic Man pushes Lobby from ramp, and there's nobody watching. Pass gets extincted to the smoke. Danny, this is a chaotic game if I've ever seen one. The most chaotic of rounds if I've ever seen one. As Sangal seem to be picking up on the aggression a little bit on their own side as well.
Playing fire with fire, I see. Sangal Esports, I mean, you can see they've changed up the play. They've changed up their playbook completely. They're no longer just playing passively on the sides. In fact, they're the ones going for the aggression here. You can see some very aggressive maneuvers being displayed here by Logic Man. Good few frags have gone his way. And so this round is a comfortable win here for Sangal Esports. The 5th round has come their way. And in fact, it's a massive victory as well. Take a look at the UMX economy. It's been shattered.
It has been. It has been completely broken and into pieces. And right now, as long as Sangal don't drop the ball on up against these pistols, up against these deagles, what, there's 2 smokes and an 8. Surely they won't be losing here. And yeah, Exprient will be caught coming towards main. Luckily, Major was on point there in secret. And ooh, Logicman, he already takes a little bit of damage. Should be a bit more careful. Luckily, Giraffe can't hit a single bullet. So at this point, it's a bit of a lifeline for the side of Sangal. And they're going to keep on pushing here, UMX. 1 by 1, going into the fray, going into the frying pan. And finally, they will catch 1. But this should be the end of it, as Artist is the last guy standing. And indeed, 6-8. Last round of the first half coming up, Danny. As we now close the gap for the first half of Nuke, the choice of UMX. I'm still convinced that this is a fluke on the side of Sangal more than a grave success on the side of UMX.
Sangal has definitely made some mistakes here in CT side Nuke. Definitely, there's no denying it. But as we'll see right now, heading into this one, they do have the AWP here displayed at the hands of Sensei. And that's the one thing we can definitely talk about, how Sensei's been playing some phenomenal CS right now. Some really good kills coming his way. Of course, now he has been smoked off, so he can't really do much. Whereas UMX going to move again once more and very quickly towards B-Bomb's side, though. Pass having a very awkward exchange with Extinct, and he's going to go down here to Artist. So UMX very rapidly have once again forgone the B-Bomb site.
And this is going to be a hard retake. Logic Man does not molly Astralis. He mollies behind the site because he thinks the plant is there. And unfortunately, this is a great spot for UMX. They're preventing Sangal from even getting close for the moment. And for all 4 players through ramp, this is the worst position to be in. There's still like a few flashbangs left on the side of UMX. If they just throw flashes into those doors, that could even stop them enough at the start, as we see Giraffe close range. Major not going to be checked. What is Artist looking at as Giraffe and Artist both fall? Luckily, Exprient is good for 1, but this is a 1v3 right now, as Volt will have to come out with a voltage of 220. Nope, not going to happen. That's going to be Volt with 1, but that's the end. And no time. No time! Nobody pressed the bomb. I didn't even hear it. Sangal Esports. Oh, no. 9-6 UMX. Well played.
Yeah, that's going to be a victory here for UMX. Very good play coming in there for Volt, but it's a shame that his play overshadows what Major managed to accomplish there, entering the B-bomb site. He was coming through that right-hand side, and he managed to get himself not 1, not 2, but even 3 players there. Major absolutely performed way and above and beyond the Call of Duty for an in-game leader, and yet his team still didn't manage to take the W, even though they were looking in a prime position to potentially secure that victory, potentially put them on an 8-7 scoreline. But now 9-6 it is, very much in favor of UMX. And now you got to wonder, the T side of Nuke, does Sangal have what it takes to potentially come out on top here over?
I would dare say yes, though they desperately need to start bringing hell down upon UMX. That's it. and they need to start it in the pistol, and they cannot let it go until they either tie up or take like 10, 11 rounds, and not as in a row, but come up to 10 or 11 rounds, that kind of thing. We have a small pause, of course, currently still going on. I would presume could be technical in nature, since at the moment we heard a little bit of chat, and we're not for certain sure exactly what could be an issue. But either way, the thing is, right now, Sangal, they're suffering at the hands of UMX, and they don't really have much of a response, or at least didn't have it in the first half. As we can see here, of course, the cameras of the players of Sangal, the Turkish players who have been through a lot, who have been through quite a few teams, and more specifically through a few lineups and tournaments, and many of them, as we already mentioned in the pregame, having experienced the top of the top, the creme de la creme of the scene. This is quite a little bit of a fallback from grace. But 9-6, second half, second pistol, the side of Sangal now, the preferable for them.
One of the things we saw on those latter stages of the CT side is where Sangal Esports actually started playing some fast CS, and now looks like they're giving us the exact same show, but now as the terrorists. So far, we can see Volt is being forced from 2 angles, and he will retreat back to safety, but this is looking like a very fast push towards the B side. Extinct being overwhelmed!
Whoa!
He somehow gets himself too, and this round is just falling apart for Sangal Esports.
No way, this is insane. Sangal, they had such a good idea. I love that 2 players outside through secret, 2 players in towards, of course, heaven, hell, and then 1 more player through ramp. They really tried to pressure UMX into the worst position possible. Of course, what we won't pressure you into checking out Red Magic, stay in the lead, 165 hertz, monitor, phones, which I don't know why exactly you'd need 165 hertz on a phone, but I guess if you play Call of Duty or PUBG on phone, you could do that. In any case, 10-6, UMX take the second pistol. This is disastrous, Danny. This is really disastrous. Look at the Tech 9s, look at the Deagle that currently Sangal has. And sure, even the utility, but how in the world do you excuse that one?
Oh, it's a shame, really. It just comes down to hitting your shots. That's one thing Sangal didn't manage to do, though they have another chance here. On the A-bomb side, they go out very rapidly. Good pickup here on Engine. We do see some more players being traded out. Extinct going down. So maybe this is the redemption arc here for Sangal. Bomb retrieved. Artist taking damage. Will go down eventually. And Sangal Esports, they may have lost the pistol, but at least they win the second round.
I mean, sure, that's great. Not bad, fine. All Gucci, but this is such a weird game we're seeing here. Sangal, as you said, they're not hitting their shots, or at least were not on the pistol. They really were kind of back and forth, and 1-on-2 player or 2-on-1 player still couldn't get that frag there on, I believe it was Volt in long doors. Either way, UMX, unfortunately, losing the second round will break them in half a little bit, and in this case, force them to go onto pistols and Kevlar themselves. Engine and Paz already opening it up. 1 by 1, UMX right now going in this line of effect is a little bit of a poor choice of tactic here for UMX. I'm not sure why they're doing this. Like, why are they going in 1 by 1? I mean, once you force up, you should be really looking to work together in unison to try and take down the players, the opponents. But Giraffe gets one, sure enough. That's the M4. Actually, no, that's not the M4. That's the MP9. Apologies. But either way, the round is gone. This should be 8-10 as Sangal Esports, as long as they don't really, drop a bomb on themselves, they should be fine.
There we go. Bomb is going to be safely planted in fresh soil. So don't need to worry about that. On the other hand, if you're Volt and Giraffe, you might as well try to keep your weapons, even though it's not much. For Volt, it's just the 5.7 with some armor, as well as the smoke grenade and the flashbang. But for Giraffe, I mean, the MP9, we were talking about this earlier in the first half, how there doesn't seem to be a big utilization of shotguns in CS. From time to time, yes, you'll see 1 or 2 crop up, but even something like the MP9 can be disastrous in those close-range engagements, so you might as well keep it for the upcoming round. But it is looking likely Sangal Esports will have themselves the 8th for UMX. The upcoming one should be just a simple eco, apart from players like Volt and Giraffe who have some extra firepower to work with.
Whew, this is... I'm thinking for UMX, you know, they've done good. They've done well for the first half, obviously all good and dandy. 9-6, I think it couldn't really be better given the circumstance. Plus, it's T-side, right? So 9 rounds on T-side nuke. It used to be, that was a mind-blowing fact. Now it becomes more and more acceptable, and I think it has become the new norm. As for this CT side of UMX, we do see a few pistols being bought up. We do see a few grenades again additionally being bought up. Giraffe very aggressive, and look at this play by Giraffe. So my only question here is UMX. We've seen this in the previous round already, or on the force by round previous. Is why wouldn't you go together in this case? Why wouldn't you put 3-4 players on the aggression outside? And yeah, sure, they can all die in the same second, but isn't it better that all 4 at least try and maybe you get something done rather than a single player with the buy, with the weapon that is the most effective one in this case, dies for nothing? So again, decision making seems to be a little bit back and forth on both sides. You know, it's not like, you know, it's only UMX doing it. Sangal are doing the same issue, or having the same issue. But smokes outside. Seems like the plan here is to split in towards Secret, and maybe this is just a ruse. Could be a split towards main into A, since there's a few players in lobby. The bomb's still there. Artist takes a hit. Oh, he was in Secret, was it? Yeah, he was in Secret. Okay. I don't know. UMX, they're now waiting for something to happen. I guess stacking ramp, hoping that Sangal will run into them, I guess.
I mean, this ends up being a very slow round here from Sangal Esports. I mean, the good thing for them is that they have at least a few kills. They've eliminated Artist. They got rid of Giraffe, but now with 20 seconds remaining, they really got to keep up that pace right now. Extinct goes down as well, so now it should be the A bomb side they're looking for. There we go. Now they're taking over the upper bomb side, clearing things out, making sure there's not a single player hiding. Volt gets the kill here on Paz, but overall, don't expect too much out of the remaining player, and it will be a victory here for Sangal Esports. It got somewhat a little bit dangerous there at the very end. And you also might want to be careful with those doors. Don't want to get your fingers stuck.
Oh yeah, don't hit your fingers, man. Or you know, be careful who might be on the other side of the doors. You might hit him in the face. That's not nice. You know, gotta be on point. But here comes the buy, dude. Here comes the investment, Danny, and this investment is what really will show us if UMX can hold the line, can find again an advantage for themselves, or at least keep it. Whilst for Sangal Esports, it is going to be outside focus by the looks of it. Smokes are flying high towards main garage and the cross of blue. This is a little bit more of an unorthodox smoke action. Well, not unorthodox, but perhaps a little bit less usual than what you would be used to. But this is a fake. This is a ruse. Sangal, they're going to go for the A execution. I love it. And let's see how well they can do with it.
Molotovs, they're here, but there's no push. It's not coming through just yet. You, Sangal, they have different goals in their mind. Instead, they're going to go towards the B-bomb site quickly. But you can see UMX, they can smell the fake a mile away. Extinct with a good frag. Paz, nice pickup. And now we also see another frag coming in here for Sensei. This means the B-bomb site has been opened up. Paz, however, doesn't do the best job covering his teammate. That's the bomb carrier going
that's
down.
a problem.
That's also Sensei taking the hit. And it's all up to Lonesome Paz right now. 1v2. Is he going to be aware of it? Oh no, the players, they're going to pressure him through the left-hand side. But instead of going through with the early kills, he's going to try to recover the bomb ASAP.
Yeah, this is a smart choice. Paz needs control above all else. He needs to get himself into a position where he can isolate these two duels. And Volt and Experian, I imagine they're two, you know, they're smart enough to not let this one go into a one-on-one duel. And Experian spots him taking the bomb. A little bit of fake run towards ramp, trying to prevent UMX from thinking, oh, this is A or this is B, but basically just give them the benefit of the doubt. Let the seed of doubt sit in. Paz, though, he's taking a lot of time, dude. 7, 11, 10 seconds. He's really taking a lot of time as Volt is still waiting at doors himself, and he should have no issues denying this. Although Paz does not take the bait, will plant the bomb. 1v1. Volt now will not check his corner, and Paz will save it. A clutch round, a 4K by Paz, cutting it close, cutting it too close. But Sangal Esports will tie the score, and they will be given the chance to actually bring themselves back around for a victory on this first map.
Yeah, it's an important win, without a doubt. This was a very important victory here for Sangal. There was the potential of a UMX victory, but you can see that Sangal, they have the experience heading into this map. You can see they're a lot more versatile when it comes down to their T side if you compare to what we saw from UMX. So they definitely have the experience factor to play with. Ooh, nice nade there on Sensei. Good dunk. Minus 45. Some more damage being dealt here. Even though these are just pistols, these are the type of rounds you need to be very careful about. If your Sangal engine struggling does go down to extent eventually. So I'd say if you're Sangal, you have to be very careful. Look at the damage that's already been dealt.
Yeah, right now this is going to be an important decision for Sangal where they want to end this round. That pass finds Xpri and Extinct and ready and close range Giraffe and Secret. This is a problem, but luckily enough they had found Volt beforehand. So in this case, Giraffe finds himself in the most precarious of spots, and he needs to be careful. That molly, if it spreads, goes directly on top of his head. Luckily, well, he will not wait long enough. The molly gives it away. Major and Paz are ready though. 11 to 10 as UMX had to, of course, bow down with an eco. But the fun ends here. The op is up on Exprient, the AUG up on Artist, and we should be seeing the rest of the team of UMX have proper full utilities and weaponries. First tactical timeout this time around for UMX, though, as we see it here in the 22nd round of our first map of Nuke, the choice of UMX actually. And of course, if you're just tuning in, everybody, welcome to Blast Rising 2021. Where you are, myself, of course, and Danny, and we are bringing you the action today of Group A, the final two series. This is Elimination to begin with. Of course, loser goes home empty-handed. Winner faces off EC Brugge.
Okay. Some better pronunciation there over. No longer Bruges. Bruges does sound like a very fancy color, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
I have my car. It is in Bruges.
Although there is, I believe that there is a town in. Well, I'll get to it. Coinbase, of course, go check them out. Again, great sponsor to be had, and they're of course bringing you all the action, and you can do your cryptocurrencies and everything else in between that. Anyway, I believe there's a city of Bruges in Belgium, if I'm not wrong. I believe there was even a movie made in Bruges, or at least the name of the movie is like In Bruges or something like this. Brugge. In any case, it is going to be another gun round, as we said. Volt this time, team killing Giraffe. Luckily, Artist and Volt will have it on them as Engine and Paz refrag. 2v3, and Paz keeps it up. Oh, that's the bomb. That's the bomb, Danny.
Oh, no. Extinct, we're now going for more frags. Oh, that's a grenade, and that's a kill for Paz. A very fast style of round for Sangal Esports. I mean, you could definitely tell that here on the T side, they seem to be a lot more comfortable going up against a team like UMX. I guess it also comes down that, UMX, we talked about this in the pregame, that they do have two stand-ins at play, but also just take a look at the kills. Take a look at the kills here for Sangal Esports. You're going to notice that once we ended the first half, it was primarily Sensei that was pulling most of the weight there of Sangal Esports. But now you also have some of the other players stepping up as well. You have Paz, you have Engine. It's no longer lonesome Sensei who's supposed to guide the ship to victory.
Well, this ship is certainly starting to come about on top of a very, very difficult terrain. A few rocks in the water, and UMX, they're taking a lot of water on. Though at the moment, those Deagles could still be a game changer. Artist, unfortunately, getting caught too close to the fire as Giraffe tries to be the hero as well. Denied. Nice timing on the smoke there by Extinct. At least prevents Sangal from getting too much control too quickly and spiraling out of this one. But Sangal Esports, they're currently in the best possible position they could have hoped for, given after what happened in the first half. This is an actual good reply. In the back, it's going to be Extinct with Deagle. Finds one, finds two, but it is not enough. Luckily, Engine turns around, picks up the kill. 13 to 10, and here comes the full investment. Here comes the last of the few chances for UMX left in this first map. And it sounds weird just saying it, doesn't it? Like, last chance for UMX, given how well they've done in the first half. And I just double confirmed, this is Brugge, is a city in, of course, in Belgium. There was a movie made with Colin Farrell and such and such. I remember that. Off topic, of course. But, any case. Danny, another round here.
You're gonna notice how very quickly Major has once again pushed up aggressively here. He's in a prime position to deal some damage, but not a single player has come his way. If anything, this is all part of a very elaborate plan here for Sangal Esports. They have their players moving towards outside. Exprian, though, doesn't really see anything just yet. The smoke grenade has been planted perfectly, but Extinct, very good awareness, gets the kill here on Major. This definitely puts a spanner in the works here for a team like Sangal, especially with Exprian picking up a kill here on Sensei. Now, with only 3 players remaining here for Sangal, they have been bogged down. They've been entrenched. The Molotovs have come their way, and so they must wait. 55 seconds, though. Extinct seems to be very much aware of what's going on, but he's not going to peek out just yet. He has his teammates backing him up, whereas Sangal, they have to make the move.
Right now, Sangal in this position that they find themselves, it's a precarious one, it's a difficult one, but if they check those corners right off and, you know, check Titanic, check the shadow position, this could work. The Molotov is a little bit too wide, but surely they will check it, right? They will check it, they're at least aware of it, as jumping on his engine, unfortunately getting caught in the process, as Paz is in short doors. This is a problem, and it is going to be a problem as he does not check his flank. Artist will win the duel, finds the second. And the 11th round for UMX is gathered. At least they're able to bring about a little bit of a change, a little bit of a better ending. As Sangal Esports will be forced onto a Nico, I believe, here, at least as far as I can tell. And of course, luckily, we are not on a Nico. At least if you're on a Nico, you shouldn't, but, you know, you shouldn't be going on this. But go check out CS Money, and of course, go check them out and see what they can offer you. And I believe it's also a trading hub, is it? If I'm not completely wrong on that part.
Yeah, you can definitely trade up your skins if you got some, let's say, some leftovers that you don't want to use anymore. Some of those cases, some of those Phoenix cases that are being somewhat of a burden on your back, you can definitely get some nice skins for them. If you want to, of course, because skins definitely increase your skill.
Oh, yeah. The better the skin, the better the skill, right? That's why all FPLC and FPL players have, emerald, sapphires, and such. Engine, great entry, by the way. It would be his first, and of course, before that, Paz already won his own duel. I wonder, you know, this current change of players for UMX, if it is going to be a consistent change. Is this, going to be something that's going to be all the time? Are we going to see no more Tadpole? Are we going to see no more Maza? You know, where is that? Where are those 2 players? I want to see more of them. A lot of hype was given on Tadpole and Maza both. I believe they were to be singled out as the 2 best players out of UMX. But Engine, unfortunately, says, like, I don't care who I'm playing against. I'm winning no matter what. 14-11. And this is now the most difficult of spots for UMX. This is where basically they have to make a decision. Do we force and prevent them from going up to 15 if we can? Or do we go for pistols and Kevlar and hope to do some damage, maybe win if we can, but otherwise aim for that 15-15 OT?
They've chosen the latter. They're gonna try to just go for some of these upgraded pistols. We have some armors that play as well, but they're not going for the force buy. This is something I honestly did not expect. I thought it seemed like UMX, they're probably just gonna force right into this one, hope for the best. But they're more than aware of the possibility they might just pull out with a win, even if they allow their opponents to reach the 15. Logic Man being very thorough in his approach, but he's not precise enough to eliminate Artist. Still stuck here with the MP9, should be dealt with quickly. He is by Major, but some damage inflicted. Volt, on the other hand, looking where he can strike. Anyone just yet? Can play it safe. If you're a team like Sangal Esports, that's on the agenda. It's of top priority to keep it together. 3 players need to stick together in this one. Whereas a player like Volt, he's going to go for a bit of a journey. He might potentially spot someone out. In fact, this is a very good setup for UMX.
I love this Volt. Of course, he's going to be a little bit slow on the approach, but this is a chance if Extinct... Well, it was a chance. If Extinct would have gotten 1 frag, perhaps Volt would have had the moment to jump right in the back and get the frag himself, be maybe a 1-on-1, a 2-on-1, whatever it might be now. A 1v3, of course, unfortunately, even for Volt at 230 volts, this is a little bit too much for him to handle. This is going to have to be most likely an insulated incident as... Volt, yeah. They will have their rubber gloves when handling electricity, guys. Don't worry. 15-11, Sangal Esports. They've been burned in the first half. They've been electrocuted in the first half. Well, no more, as now UMX find themselves on the edge of this one. If they lose, they're gone for their own map pick. They will be having to face off Sangal on Inferno next, and we can have the double up. I love it. Artist and Experient coming in here with both of the AWPs. I'm interested in seeing how this one is going to be turning here for UMX.
Double up setup, that's always a nice thing here. Nuke and Experian. See if you can actually find someone. The problem is, though, the players from Sangal, they're moving up very quickly towards the A bomb site, from what I can tell. This could be a fast take. Look at the Molotovs. They're already being deployed. The smoke grenades, the flashbangs. It's all there on the A bomb site, but they're not committing just yet. This seems to be part of an elaborate fake that eventually just leads the players of Sangal towards the B bombs at Artist. So many players coming his way. He's going to deploy that smoke grenade, evade the bullets for now, but he will not evade Logic Man. And now that's the bomb site for the taking.
And an even bigger issue is the fact that Volt falls, Extinct falls, and now it's down to Experient. And he is the last man standing with an op in his hands. He might have a chance, but no engine seems in an anti-flash setup already. And he turns, he gets the kill, 16-11. So at the end of it all, at the end of this game, the result is still the same. It still goes into the hands of course, you can see, oh, look at the hype. Here we go, the hype coming out, the love coming out. And as we said, the expected victory for Sangal still comes at the end of the day. A little bit harder, a little bit longer than we expected that the match lasts here. UMX definitely bringing out hope, and I think this is a good sign for this series. I hope we could see more out of them on Inferno.
Yeah, that's still, I'd say that's not a bad effort coming in there from UMX. I actually was hoping this to be somewhat more one-sided in all fairness, but the fact that the squad here of UMX still showed us some pretty good Counter-Strike at some opportunities does give me hope heading into that second map of Inferno.
Exactly so, and of course, with that being said, our second map indeed will be Inferno after a few moments break, so stay tuned, guys. You're watching Blast Rising 2021 with myself and Danny, of course, here for today's elimination matches. Elimination right now and the decider after on to finish off Group A for this first few days of Blast Rising. Until then, we'll see you guys on Inferno.
Philadelphia, from up north, Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
so pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean,
And of course, welcome back everybody to Blast Rising. Danny, we just saw Nuke. We just saw a great first half from UMX, 9-6 on the half. They won the first pistol. Unfortunately, they lost the second one. Kind of started to go out of whack a little bit. And then all of a sudden, Sangal just put it into fifth gear and run away with the result.
Yeah, that was basically a very good abbreviation of how that very first map played out.
Yeah.
We were expecting, to some extent, it's still possible to achieve that 2-0 victory here for Sangal. But the thing is, though, it wasn't an easy affair at all there, Nuke, especially at those very first early stages of the first half. You could see that UMX had a pretty good grasp on the situation. Not only that, they were constantly evolving. They were changing up their setups from time to time. You could see them play somewhat of a more slower style of CS, and then they would change it up. They'd go out fast. They'd take out outside. They'd go towards main. They take over the A bomb side. In some scenarios, outside and then the lower B bomb side. They had a pretty good run of form there. No wonders they managed to achieve those 9 rounds. But then we go into that second half, and you can see that Sangal basically gave UMX a taste of their own medicine.
Exactly so. I did kind of foreshadow a little bit as soon as we moved into the second half, it's like, okay, now we're moving on to the T side that Sangal really excels at, because we both know, obviously, that these players are always going to be a little bit happier when they're the ones that can dictate the pace of the game, that can dictate the way of the game. And their aggression is one thing that really is unprecedented, or more specifically, it is not really well researched probably by other teams, because it's a hard time. Like, you're gonna have a hard time trying to read from their past demos of how their aggression works, because it's never the same. It's never going to be in the same way. One example I would like to just point out there is that beautiful little fake we saw first on the outside. Smoke into Gata, smoke into blue, and smoke into main. And then they executed A. Molotovs everywhere. Smokes everywhere. They literally used everything they had when it came to utility, and 4 players were in lobby. And you and I both were convinced, okay, this is a fake outside going into A. Looked beautiful. The setup was great. It would have worked if they'd gone A. But no, Sangal's like, yeah, psych guys, we're running ramp. They came into an empty ramp. They came onto an empty B site. Sure enough, there was somebody in control room already at that point being aware of it. But they handled it. They had a single molly left. It was enough. They won the round. And what I want to say by this is just their general approach to each and every round is a little bit more unique than you would usually expect it to be. And when was the last time we actually saw like 2 fakes and then a completely 360 the other way? You know what I mean? It's like, it's nice to see this from Sangal, a team that otherwise didn't look as tactical in the first half.
Yeah, and even on that second half, the very first pistol round, we also saw that very neat setup there from Sangal.
Yeah.
The problem is that their players just didn't hit their shots. That first pistol round just fell flat on its face. However, once the players finally started to build up some momentum, once they finally started to get some kills there, it wasn't just Lonesome Sensei that was getting the frags. It was Engine, it was Paz, it was the other players that were also stepping up. And I'd say that was a very important factor to why a team like Sangal eventually achieved victory there on Nuke, even when things looked a bit dicey there on the first map.
That's well said. Dicey. Yeah, it definitely looked dicey. It looked like at one point Sangal had lost their confidence. At the end of the first half, I was legit convinced that UMX are in a way a stronger team, because from what we'd seen in the rounds themselves even was straightforward duels that Sangal would be losing. As you mentioned, like Paz and Logic Man, they would both be losing duels that otherwise you would expect them to at least hit 1 or 2 headshots. And then you would obviously have, for example, Sensei showing his skills with the op, but never really being there present as a factor of change. And on the other hand, Sangal again, Major was very quiet, and in general the whole team of Sangal was just kind of like on the down low. But of course, with that being said, I believe our second map, Inferno, slowly but surely should be coming up. And let's just quickly go over what is to be expected here on our second map of Inferno, the choice of Sangal.
Yes, this being now the second map here for a squad like UMX, I mean, there's the potential for them to maybe secure victory, but we have to point out the reasoning why we have this second map. That is because Sangal has picked it knowing the fact that UMX hasn't been looking that good in Inferno. The past 4 times they played it, they're in a 4-map losing streak. So Inferno is definitely not a very good map here for UMX, but we also have to point out the situation they're in. They're currently playing with 2 stand-ins, and so being in a situation where you have to play with 2 stand-ins, I'd say a map like Inferno could still potentially work out for a team like UMX.
I think so as well. Yeah, given what we've seen, right? Given what we had the experience of enjoying in the first half, I would feel like that if their T side is going to be again this well thought out, this well played out, 9 rounds, for example, not necessarily getting 9 rounds, but even 7, 8 rounds for me on Inferno on T side is a big success that they should not be ashamed of. That you should actually be very happy that you've even gotten it. And if UMX can repeat that, I do fear for Sangal, because I don't believe Sangal can do it twice in a row with the success of, of the rounds, or more specifically, with the success they showed us on Nuke on their T side. Because legitimately, let's look at this a bit more objectively, right? Let's say again we have a 9-6 half for UMX, so Sangal finds themselves in a very shoddy spot on the T side of Inferno. They lose the first pistol, it's 10-6. They win the second round, let's say, for example, or they don't. So if they win the round, then maybe they can still bring it back, let's say 9-10, something like this. Maybe tie it up soon enough on the first gun round. But if they lose the second round, if they don't win that force buy, all of a sudden that becomes 11-6, 12-6. Then it's 12-6 the first gun round. Now imagine if Logic and Engine are a little bit off topic, a little bit off key. They miss their shots. They lose the first gun round. It's 14-6. I don't think there's a comeback from there. And from that point forward. So I think UMX, if they succeed again in the same way they did on the first map, I believe that we could see a third map coming up. Otherwise, it just might be more of the same.
One of the things I definitely want to try and see heading into this second map of Inferno is actually Expriend, whether he can actually be successful here in a map like Inferno, because one of the great things here for a team like UMX, when they started out on the T side of Nuke, they actually had Expriend find more than a few openings with that AWP, and I'd say he was a key factor, a key member to their success in the first half. Now, heading into a map like Inferno, it's a little bit different. Yes, it has been widened up since its initial release, sure, but we have to look at the map as still being somewhat of a close quarters map, where the operators don't necessarily have a lot of freedom to work with, especially if you're on the T side. You're not going to have that mobility as, say, even on a map like Nuke, so it's going to be a lot more difficult for the operator. However, if we do end up switching those sides and we do see something like Experience starting on the CT side, that's where I have a bit more faith in the operator. Yes, he has to primarily hold something like middle with the AWP, or has to hold banana with the AWP. But I'd say still, in those CT side scenarios, the operator can potentially win you some very crucial rounds and maybe even be the top performer on that map.
I mean, I hope so. I hope so that he can prove his, well, not prove, but I guess show his quality as the operator, as the main man here for UMX, stepping in for one of the 2 players missing. On the other hand, Volt as well, I think he's done a pretty damn good job, if I'm not gonna, if I'm not mistaken. He did a pretty damn good showcase of what he's capable of. He even had a few clutches. Unfortunately, never came to be a winning clutch. I believe he only won 1 out of like 2 or 3 that he played in. But overall, it feels like that UMX, we might have underestimated him a little bit too much in the pregame, and that's, obviously, we, like, at least from my side, and I know you're yourself as well, we're a bit more in the dark about them. I guess we expected more from Sangal at the end of the day as well, and we're used to X-Space Soldiers, we're used to those headshots, we're used to those crazy plays where they just don't give a damn, run around and just shoot heads like, oh, we're going up against bots, but UMX, with Inferno being the second map, and as you said, if Expriend, of course, if he's able to get that up early on the gun round, maybe shut down, Major and his fast plays, maybe shut down Paz and his lurks, then, yeah, I think in this case, UMX will have a good chance. Again, Inferno, though, they will be starting T side, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, since it is the choice of course, Sangal. Therefore, they're the ones to start on the T side, as UMX have a choice, or have a decision to be made starting T or CT. And I legitimately worry about this, because if you think about it logically, T side for Sangal has always been better, and it will be always better in a way. What happens if, as UMX, you lose the first half 10-5, 11-4, something like this on your CT side. What happens then? You know?
Do you want me to put it in? I could try to put it in sign language. I think the appropriate sign for that would be this L right here. This L right here. Or I guess that one works as well. I think that works as well.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that's a fine enough a response for me, man. I love it.
But I'd say still though, if you're a team like this in the form of UMX that has to play with the two stand-ins, I still say Inferno still gives you a fair chance to pick up these rounds, not just on the CT side, but even on the T side. Inferno, it has been played to death. Like, it is a map that you have to know how to play. And this is a bit more, I guess you could say, off topic on the broader notion of what is Inferno? What is it? What does it mean to play Inferno? But the great thing about it is that even to this day, teams still find ways to innovate in that map. They still find some unknown angle or perhaps a smoke grenade that you can land from this position over here. It's still one of the more interesting maps to look at here in CS. It is a quintessential map. And I'd say that it has become so because of its sort of simple on the outside, but pretty damn deep in the inside. It has a lot of work. And if you're a team like Sangal Esports that has played some of this map in the past, you probably do have the edge, but I wouldn't count out someone like UMX completely. I still think UMX can give us a good showing, and for now, it is Pills Around territory. UMX here on the CT side, and Major early engagement wins it against Extinct, but it is Volt to start it off with a fast kill on Major.
Good reply by the CTs. This time, Sangal not wasting any time, running out of apps, running out of balcony, and they're going to be hitting the A side hard and strong. And as we can see, Paz will find himself a piece of the pie. As Artist on short, he's going to try and lurk through apps. This is not a bad idea, but he has to wait for his teammates. By the time UMX are in position, so will be Artist. And right now, don't split through long. Please don't split through long. Don't go one by one through long and short. That's the worst position you can take, and it will be the worst one. Paz, if he wins this duel... No, well, luckily enough, Giraffe is on point, and that's going to be a 3v2. Sensei finds Volt, and now a 2-on-2. As currently, Sensei is on point himself. An engine holding from pit. Sangal Esports find the pistol, and they will kick it off here on Inferno. And as you said, I have to agree, Inferno is truly one of the basically the staple maps of CS. One of the more well thought out, of course, but also generally accepted maps that everybody kind of plays and likes, with the difference being that even though, as you said, yeah, it looks simple on the outside, very clean, decisions have to be made. It's so difficult, so intricate in its design that really there are numerous variations of how you can play it. And right now, Sangal, well, AKs, Mac-10s, and a fast play towards top mid and apps, actually.
A boost. It's a classic here in Inferno and a great pickup here for Artist. And of course for UMX as a whole. You still have to be careful here. And survives that engagement here against Giraffe. Still puts it back into evens, a 4v4, all things considering. Extinct probably doesn't want to go for this engagement. If anything, just hold here towards Banana. Keep a close eye on things. See whether the opponents are coming towards you, and well, some are definitely coming towards Volt. He needs to find that kill, but has already lost a big chunk of his health. He's going to re-pick here. A lot more players closing in, and now there's a lot more pressure applied on the two players here.
Well, this could work out right now, Major. If he finds Volt, okay, never mind. It's actually Engine that checks him, and Engine even finds Artist at the end of the doorway there. Extinct, nice attempt, but unfortunately only 2 kills. And it's not bad. They got rid of one of the AKs, so economically looking at this angle are not exactly in the safest of positions. On the other hand, the force buy for UMX not finding as much purchase as one would have hoped to. But still, 3 frags, it's something. It's a little bit of extra money in the bank. It's a little bit of extra insult to injury to Sangal. Though... Again, my kind of original sentiment of what happens if UMX lose the CT side convincingly. How do they make even a comeback on the T side? And there's always my conviction of, if you start CT and start poorly, you always have a chance of making it back in the T side, because, that's why the T side is there. Okay, that's a very fast few headshots, as Major and Engine will try to clean up the mess at hand. Luckily they do. No big issue, and UMX will have to bow down for the third one here of Sangal as well.
This is turning out to be like a pretty splendid round here for Sangal Esports. They have lost just one player. Artist, though, P2000. Yeah, it's a puny little pistol compared to the AK-47 here of Logic Man. 3-0 start here for Sangal Esports. This has been somewhat of a clean affair thus far. If you compare to, the shenanigans that we witnessed there in the very first map, where you were thinking, Sangal Esports, what are they going to pull out of the bag? Maybe they have to use some sort of black magic? I'd say no. You better get used to some of that red magic. Of course, Red Magic, one of our sponsors here, and they do have some very nice phones that you might want to take a look at. Plus, I heard they have some of that 165 hertz refresh rate screen. That sounds pretty dandy to me.
I mean, the phones are better
frames
than my
per second,
monitor.
plebeian. Yeah, that's true. I wanted to say me a 60 frames per secundo plebeian.
Wait, you still have a 60 hertz monitor? Really?
I've upgraded it to the
75?
75s. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Massive difference.
I mean, honestly, it is a difference. It's not as much, but it's better than 60. I am on 120 though, so we're not that much of a different variety as is. Speaking of variety, UMX open it up. First gun round, they actually get an entry. And of course, that entry is awarded to Giraffe as he's able to find Paz. And hopefully these players have 165 or more, 240, or now I've heard it's apparently 360 or something hertz. So that's pretty insane. But it's a B push by the ends of it, as Sangal is pressuring the B site fully. Bomb plant at first box, Danny, and this will be a 4-on-4 retake with Exprend having, or Sprained, excuse me, having his AWP on. And no Kevlar.
Oh, it's always a difficult task to retake here at the B-bomb site, and now, as I said right now, Exprend, no Kevlar, making him a very squishy target. He's going to try to go with this one alongside his teammates. They need to find the frags here ASAP, but it's not looking good. You have Engine, you have Sensei, you have Logic Man stepping up to the field as well. This is not looking good for Expert. He has to get away from this one, but how? He's blocked off from all sides. The players want him dead, and I don't think he's going to survive the blast. Oh, maybe. No, he will not. 4-0
that is a
it
shame.
is. Oh, he does go down eventually, and for UMX, not a good start. 4-0 for Sangal.
Yeah, that really does hurt for UMX, especially since they lose the op as well. And look at, of course, the player scam. So calm. Dude, they are so calm. This is insane. They're all just so well set and well peaceful, I guess we can say. It's amazing. Of course, not gonna lie, they should be. They have no reason to be, anxious, to be overly excited or something. Extinct, with a knife in hand, tries to knife the closest player, eats a flash to the face, eats a bullet to the face by Engine's hand, and, well, there we have it. Sangal seemed to be going directly towards B, losing no time, losing no effort, I guess you can say. Artist is... never mind. No headshots, unfortunately. No success.
Well, but it is success for Sangal if you look at it their perspective.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't lost a single player. Logic Man has lost some HP, but don't worry about it. He can replenish it back in T-spawn once this round is over. And by the way things are going, this round is coming to a very abrupt end. 5-0 for Sangal Esports seem to be inevitable at this point. If you're experienced, P15 hand, maybe one good kill. Perhaps some damage being inflicted. Okay, that's a good kill there in Engine. But all in all, 5-0 for Sangal Esports. So far, so good here for the T side. And this is probably one of the things we had to witness from them on, say, the T side of Nuke. If they had the chance to play it as the first half, maybe they also would have had just a much more tremendous run of form. But now, they're in their element. They're here on Inferno. They're here on their T side. And slowly but surely, they're racking up those rounds.
And we should never forget the fact that, of course, T-side for Sangal is always going to be better. As I already said in the pre-game and even in the post-game for the first map, they feel like the better team when they're playing as the terrorists. And because their aggression is, unequivocally better than their defense. And plus, the fact is, they enjoy dictating the pace of the game, the pace of the fights, and choosing their own battles and not those battles being chosen for them. In any case, the entry on Giraffe, he was alone in apps, a huge mistake by UMX. And now on A side, aggression comes out. Volt finds one. He's tucked away in the corner as the op on Expriend has yet to come to a shot to hit. And now finally, Artist comes in to support, but it's a 3-on-2. Make it a 2-on-2 as Paz refrags. And Danny, this is still a minute on the clock, and look at how much fire and how much devastation has already happened. Sensei, no scopes. Luckily, Artist is ready in chain, but it's a one-on-one against Paz.
Well, for Paz, he seems to be more than aware the positioning of the player. But the problem is, however, look at the time. 45 seconds. That's a lot of time for one player. And Paz, he has recovered the package. He can very easily get that bomb planted, or he can also go in for the kill on Artist. That is going to be a very brutal ending here, because we saw so many trade frags going on there at the bomb side. It looked like UMX have the edge. Then was back to Sangal. UMX again looking very solid, but at the very end, in the 1v1, it is Sangal Esports to secure the victory. And this is where things are getting, again, a little bit dicey here this time around for UMX. Not a single round has been picked up. They gone in for the very expensive purchase in the previous round, but it's now back on pistols. Upgraded pistols, sure, but pistols nonetheless.
Yeah, and look at this. Again, towards Banana. Seems like Sangal really do like pressuring B once they are up against pistols. Oh, Engine burns himself, actually. Extinct helps him with that. Of course, expedites his death a little bit, but still, Sangal right now, they don't seem to be craving for any slow plays. They're just gonna be hitting this one hard and steady. Oh, come on, Artist. Are you kidding me, buddy? I mean, sure, nicely done by, getting a frag, but you do risk everything with that. And as Sangal seems to not really take into account the fact that they could have lost second middle, they seem to just clear it nonetheless. And it's A-side attack coming right behind him, smoking towards Motto. Or into Vespa, if you want to call it that. Actually, correctly, it would be Vespa because it's an Italian motorcycle. But Vespa, legitimately called like that. But the bomb planted, the bam-ba-boom. Sangal, they should have no issues closing out 7-0. This is a fantastic beginning, and a beginning that I kind of foresaw and was really afraid of for UMX, to be honest.
I mean, there's definitely some issues here for UMX, because Sangal just seemed to be on cruise control. 7-0 looking inevitable here, unless, well, no more shenanigans here from Vault. 7-0 it is for Sangal Esports. This is where UMX, I mean, yeah, once more they have a great opportunity to come in with the purchase here. They could get the M4s out, they could have the AWP in the hands of Expriend, but things are looking a little bit dire for them. They need to take control of their economy, or you can also take control of your cryptocurrencies over at Coinbase. Here we go.
I love it. That's actually true right now. UMX do need to take control of their economy. They need to start taking control of these rounds as well, as in the essence of the CT side. Lose one, eco one, buy again, and hope to not lose more. As Exprained gets himself at least the first shot. So it, there's something. Second one, Paz will fall, and this time Sangal seems to forgo all logic and all reason. They find themselves running into the op corner and, well, getting absolutely shut down by it. Oof, Artist, his timing here would have been perfect. He's going to be making it look like it's a retake of Banana, but Sangal will recognize this is a single player now trying to hold the line, and they have an opening right here. No, Artist will win the duel. He was prepared for that corner, and luckily enough, they will not be allowed entry onto B with the first entry on Artist. And okay, Extinct. Down to Major it goes.
Ooh! Ooh!
Nice bunny hops. But he's about to die.
Oh, that was nice, though. Nice little showing there from Major. Cannot escape with the AWP intact. UMX, at least they saved their skin for now. The first round has finally gone their way. as I was talking earlier, I mean, what was the reasoning, or at least one of the reasons why UMX had a good showing in this round? It was Experian. The AWP finally comes in. He manages to secure the first few opening frags, and from there on out, Sangal Esports have a much more difficult time fighting for map control, not to mention taking over any of the bomb sites. We'll see that there is some aggression here towards Banana. Very fast-paced push here from Sangal. So far, so good. It's Engine to secure the frag here in Extinct. And it does look like we see Artis with the refrags, at least attempt of it. Experian chimes in with a kill here in Logic Man, but it doesn't change the fact that Sangal Esports are looking very solid here. 4v2, and they're entering the B-bomb site.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of an attempt. Oh, excuse me. As Volt comes out hot, well, he almost gave me a little bit of a, choke there as well. Unfortunately, he's only good for one, so still a choke in effect. And look at how careful Sangal are in this case. Engine watching the smoke of ruins, being well aware there could be a player hiding up in that position. As Giraffe comes out from Anti-Boiler, goes into the second middle of T-Apps and tries to save up the AK. UMX, this is the worst potential combination, isn't it? Win a round and then lose right after. Sure enough, loss bonus is still kind of in their hands, kind of, $2,900 that they receive. But that's not really going to change the fact that they're still going to be on a losing streak of, 7 rounds, 0 to begin with. Now still 8-1. Still a losing streak to be had as UMX. What can ya really do in this case? An op should be coming up, no doubt. And I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see double op. Like, in essence, it can work on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, primarily, you're just going to have to play your bomb site. You're not going to have to rotate towards one bomb site or the other. I think right now, yes, we're going to see Extinct on the AWP. And also, it actually is going to be Experian. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So Experian with the AWP, he does want to go towards the A bomb side by the looks of things. In the previous encounter, I think he might have tried going towards B, but obviously they didn't find any success there. And now we do see that the players of UMX might potentially have someone pushing up here to the apartments, but no, they've decided to back away from this one. If anyone's want to snoop around the apartments, that's going to be Engine. By his lonesome, however, he's going to play it somewhat safe, whereas his teammates towards Banana, they want to go for a bit of a push. They're pressuring the players right there, and now Engine looking to pounce.
Oh, Volt turns around, still gets the drop on Engine. No bloody way. That was actually pretty nice to see Volt, as we, kind of pointed him out in the pre-game or in the after game, that his quality actually pretty darn good. He's doing well for himself, as well as Exprained, and right now Artist gets past, but Logic Man, that's actually the problem. Extinct, you shouldn't be dying like this. You shouldn't be getting caught. As Sangal make their way towards B, Artist takes quite a hail of bullets towards his side as Logicman controls ruins. It is going to be a 4v3. Goodbye, Explained. And now, again, Logicman controls the angle of attack here. And this is going to be a difficult overtake. Although, what in the world just happened to Artist? How does he get both so easily?
Oh, MP9 running gun. That's the magic you're looking for if you're UMX. And if you're Sensei, you can see that he's poised and ready. He has his finger on the trigger, and all he's waiting is for the sound. He hears it. Diffuse coming in, shots being fired, but not landing. And, well, it will be a victory here for UMX. They managed to secure the round here, thanks to some great shooting from Artist. I mean, that MP9 proves to be a very valuable little gun when you just have to kill those few players low in HP. You just run and gun with the damn thing.
Yeah, that is true. Run and gun, and hope to whoever you might pray to that it finds you purchase and headshots. 8-2 as UMX find themselves a second round after losing one and just before that winning one. Oh, nice little boost attempt, but Engine seems to be prepared. As he is midair, Engine is ready, aimed, and, shooting. And there goes the entry for UMX. That's the op lost. Artist has the secondary available to him. Though, will this change anything? We're about to find out as Extinct takes out Logic Man from the equation. This is still going to be Sangal Esports hitting up a site.
As? Get the smoke grenade. This seems to be the area of the map Sangal wants to go for. Nade deployed, pass. for his teammates to get in position, and then they're gonna hit the bomb site. But by the looks of things, no wraparound. They're just gonna come in through short. Of course, if you want to try to have a more successful take on the A bomb site, wraparound is always a good choice. But in the case of Sangal, look at the time. 50 seconds. They deployed quite a lot of utility towards this area of the map, but they're not committing. If anything, they seem to want to wind down the clock for as long as possible, and then, only then, they might commit. The question is, what can a player like Major find towards Banana?
Well, if he's going to be controlling it, if he can maybe find an aggressive CT, that obviously helps. But then again, yeah, Major should be joining the fray with the rest of his teammates. It is 20 seconds. There is no more time for lurking. There is no more time for playing games. They need to go into this one now. 17 seconds. Time is of the essence. Molotovs and, of course, nades coming through. Major burns Giraffe. His engine comes out of balcony. In mini pit, it's Volt. And let's see if 220 volts of electricity will shook anybody up. And Sensei will fall. Good start, but Pass drops right on top of him, behind him. Engine finds the headshot and Extinct, and truly makes him an extinct race. And now down to Artist, 7 HP, up in his hands. I believe this should be a save already. No time, no HP. More specifically, yes time, but no time to find those two players and then defuse, because it's highly unlikely they would give him that easy control, that easy 2 frags.
Yep, if you're a player like Artist, you're just better off saving that AWP. Keep it for the next day. Or to be more precise, the upcoming round, because things are looking dire. Tell Esports, 9 rounds for them. UMX haven't had it easy thus far. I mean, we could also try to remember Nuke. The very first half of their Nuke was also somewhat difficult there for Sangal Esports, but even there we witnessed some more back and forth affair. There was some rounds being traded. Here, it is primarily just Sangal Esports running away with Inferno and UMX. I like to see it, though. Still a tactical timeout being picked up. You'll notice the economy game isn't looking too strong here for UMX, but by the looks of things, the investments are still going to come through. There's, of course, the AWP in the hands of Experian. I wouldn't have it any other way, but the other players, I mean, their weapons, they're puny. It's MP9s, it's the FAMAS, and I believe Artist with just a mere pistol.
Well, I mean, the MP9s, the op, great. I believe in this case there should be a bit of a change for UMX. Focus on Banana. Put the MP9s either in second mid, pushing anti-boiler and balcony, or excuse me, anti-boiler and second mid deep, or push them in towards Banana to try and take control of deep Banana, etc. Double up Artist, of course, going solo towards B. I like the idea. And yes, there is the apps push that I was hoping to see. And I love this. UMX, they will take initiative. They will try to get the initiative. Artist finds Logic Man, though. Gets tagged, but he is still alive. And the anti-boiler push is coming through as well. I love this. Explained. Well, he will get the first. That's another additional bonus on towards UMX. In Boiler already waiting Extinct as their plan of aggression now fizzles out, as there's no reason to try and die in second middle.
Oh, look at Paz's positioning as well. Artist, though, seems to be aware. That's why he's scoped in, but... Ooh, oh no, he spotted him out. He sees the gun barrel. That's more than enough to acquire the kill. For Paz, though, he hears the footsteps. He's aware of the player. He can hear him, and he can kill him. That's a good pickup here as well.
What?
Engine, great frag here in Extinct. I'm not really sure what he was doing there in middle, but the bomb has been recovered. If you're Sangal, you can make your way towards the B bomb site. Luckily for you, there's no one there to try and stop you.
Unluckily for you, they don't know there's nobody there, because they thought there would be 2 on B. They didn't recognize 3 players being in apps and 1 on short. And this puts Sangal into a bit of an awkward spot, because now they're about to get onto site most likely here, and they will be met with fierce resistance from Giraffe, and I believe Explained is pretty much on... Yeah, he's basically as close as he can be. Pass, checks the ruins, of course, being extra careful. As far as I can tell, yeah, there's a molly and a nade available to Sangal. So in this case, I would expect a Molotov to be thrown in towards Banana, to just block view or otherwise a chance of peeking. Giraffe? Giraffe? No! What are you doing, Giraffe? Oh, no. UMX, that's a huge mistake from their side.
Oh, that's massive right now. Volt and Experience still going for this. Retake is on, but it looks at things. even have utility. Look at Expert. He has loads of utility and Volt has got the kill. This suddenly becomes a lot more doable for a team like UMX to take over and eliminate Lonesome Engine back of side. 1v2 has to
They
find
line
them
up.
both. Oh, but he runs out of gas and it will be 9-3 UMX. They managed to scrape by with a victory. It wasn't easy, but it's a victory nonetheless.
That was way too close for comfort. A lot of players lost, a lot of economy down the drain for UMX. Luckily, as you say, it's a victory nonetheless. And beyond that, the economy for Sangal finally hits that big red crash button as they are out of everything. Well, what is red also is, of course, Red Magic. Go check them out. Great phones, 165 hertz refresh rate on the phone itself, which is bloody insane. So give them a look. Maybe you find the phone that you would love for all your life. In any case, what is this? Kiss, kiss, bang, bang in the smoke. Giraffe, what? No way, Bolt, Giraffe, they're doing this. They're actually doing it, but look at the psych now. Paz and, of course, Engine reply in a matter of seconds. And Artist, no, he cannot spray well enough. Back to a 3v2, Danny. This is such a wonky round. I've never seen a wonkier one. And again, Extinct doing the same. Oh my god. My eyes hurt right now.
Ouch. That was a peculiar round of Counter-Strike. Of course, Sangal Esports eventually they come out on top with their lackluster investment, and they're going to be oh so happy about it. Who's not going to be happy? UMX. They're not going to turn their frown upside down. If anything, that was a disastrous round for them. That was the opportunity where they could have potentially start building some more momentum here on this CT side. But with that loss, Sangal Esports, it's going to have to be 10 rounds for them. Though, the AWP, though, by the looks of things, yes. The players, even though they may be aware of his positioning, they're just so far away to try and hunt him down. But with the AWP being saved, that leaves some extra firepower here for UMX. But for Sangal Esports, I mean, what a fantastic round for them. I mean, it's always dangerous there to go up in banana. We saw, of course, an exchange of grenades, the Molotovs and whatnot. Giraffe moves in very quickly, but he gets cut between a rock and a hard place. You have a lot more players coming in. Artist goes down way too quickly here. He thought that he could potentially might go for a bit of a spray through the smoke, maybe deal some damage, get a kill. But eventually, it's Sangal Esports that have that team cohesion, and they managed to take over the B-bomb site.
And the worst part is, they let go of Logic Man. He was able to traverse towards Scar without even being noticed or spotted, and that was the issue. And we can see right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at a potential 11-3, 11-4 perhaps ending of the first half. Well, 12-3, 11-4. And this eco, this pistol buy-up is going to be nothing more than exactly that. A few pistols to be had, a few, you know, jokes to be said, as we have Sangal Esports recognizing an up on B, or excuse me, on A, and they'll be running towards B here. They know that last known position for X-Prained was towards top mid short, somewhere towards long even. And they will leave two players for the hunt here, and I like this. They won't let him save that AWP, as they should not. And it is grave success here that they are able to achieve. Sangal Esports, this is the worst position UMX find themselves in, or at least could potentially find themselves in. And I feel like, you know, we are kind of having a bit of a deja vu. We talked about this exactly. Look at Major, man. He's so happy there. He's like, yeah, buddy, no problems. We got this. We got this. But nonetheless, 11-3. A timeout being called here by UMX as far as I can make it out, but not for long. And Danny, I don't want to sound like, you know, I've said this before, but exactly this scenario is what was basically my biggest problem for UMX and Inferno, is what happens. How do you handle it? How do they even respond? If Sangal are able to get even 11-4 is insane.
Looking good here for a squad like UMX right now. I mean, heading into Inferno, it's also important to note that they do have a pretty big losing streak on it. Actually, I mentioned earlier that it was 4 maps that they've lost, but if we take a look from March, I believe they've lost 6 encounters on Inferno in a row. Definitely not a good showing here for UMX. So it goes to show, a team like this have an incredibly difficult time dealing with the aggressive nature of Sangal Esports. story that has been seen and told 1,000 times, but we're going to see it play out once more here on Inferno. But maybe round could be different. It could set the tone here for the upcoming second half as we see the players of UMX trying to hold their ground. So far, so
nade.
good. You have a nade kill coming in. Sensei, though, gets the kill here in Artist. You have Extinct with a response. There's a few more players here. Pass, though, he manages to pick up one, eliminates Extinct, and leaves it all up to Xpri. And I do believe they seem to be aware of his positioning after all.
Yeah, they know
here in
he's
the
here.
smoke.
Yeah,
They should
they
be able
know.
to get rid of him.
And look
Sensei,
at
though.
Sensei. Look at Sensei. Like, he's just like, hello, is anybody home? Well, Sensei doesn't check it. Wait a minute. 1v1 now. X-Brained. He could still salvage this round for UMX. This would be a big pickup given considering what is happening. But no, Paz. 2 HP left on him. He will win the duel. He will win the round. And that is going to be a single man surviving. And look at the kill feed. 19, 16, 13. Engine, Paz, and Logicman respectively having a huge amount of impact in the first half. 12-3 first half. UMX. It is time to shine brighter than a diamond, brighter than the sun, or you are losing this series and you are going home empty-handed from Group A, from Blast Rising 2021.
Oh, maybe UMX still have a chance?
Updated chickens, by the way. Updated chickens. Did you see
Yes, the chickens
the
are
new
different.
chicken model?
Yes.
It looks great.
That's a fancy looking chicken. I'd love to.
I
eat
wonder
that
how much
chicken.
FPS we lose because of that chicken.
Considering the amount of feathers, probably say that's a minus 5 FPS per chicken for me.
Per chicken. So let's say 20 chickens per map. Yeah, that sounds about right. About 100 FPS lost. Sounds about right.
I'd say so. I'd say it's worth it though. Look at that chicken.
I think so too. Yeah. Man, just
Eat it.
you know, succulent chicken. Throw it in the oven. You know, get it well cooked, and some potatoes on the side, some chicken stock sauce, right?
No. If I were to, so for example, make something from chicken, what I'd recommend you to do is you can obviously just you take the chicken fillet, you slice it up. What you can do as well is just take out the thing you want to put your chicken in. You put the
Okay.
chicken on it, right? So this is a quick
Yeah.
recipe, right, for all you
Okay.
lazy people out there. So you put the chicken on, you put some paprika, if you want some pepper, some salt, then you put up some mayo on top, and then on top of the mayo, you put on some slices of potato. Put it in the oven for about an hour. It is banging. Definitely give it a try there, folks.
Okay,
If
I'm
you're a
writing this
lazy
down
chef
because
like
I
me.
want to try it at the bare minimum. I want to see how that works because I never heard mayo being put into the oven, but might actually work. Why not? Well, what will work is this pistol potentially as they're pushing up middle. Paz will find one pushing down middle. Major and Engine return the favor, but they do not last long. Sensei gets caught as well. 2v2 as again, we do have UMX finding some purchase, but yet to find success.
Though, dishing out a lot of damage here in Artist. The problem is, though, for a team like Sangal Esports, okay, what are they going to do right now? By the looks of things, they're going to spread Thing. This could be somewhat problematic. If UMX, Volt, and Artist stick together in this one and they overwhelm just one of the players on the bomb side, that's it. That makes it a 1v2. But it comes down to the fact whether they can find Logic Man. I'd say his positioning is superb right now. It is quite difficult to check the spot. Either there's the potential that a player could come from behind, but Major, though, he goes down to Artist. That's a massive frag. And as you can see, Logic Man, he thinks, yeah, this has to be the B-bomb side. Oh, or is he aware of it, though? He seems to believe they could still be A.
I think he's now going to hear them as well. Yeah, he definitely hears them running around the site. He's realizing, okay, he's planting A. Superb. Good choice, Logic Man. And of course, his name kind of puts it out there, doesn't it? Logic is his first name. In any case, Artist in Graveyard. And this is going to be a 1v2 clutch for Logic Man. No Kevlar, so one bullet will be enough to finish him off. And indeed it is. Artist saves the day. UMX find themselves the second pistol. Just like Nuke, they're able to salvage this ungodly and very, very bad first half. But take control of their economy. Hopefully they will. And of course, you guys can take control of your cryptocurrencies. If you do not know what to choose Coinbase, the sponsor, of course, of this tournament, and go give them a look. Maybe it actually fits you. In any case, 12-4, UMX right now. They are in a position where they can dictate the pace of the game. But they have to respect the fact that Sangal had 112 rounds, and they cannot allow these pistols to have any purchase whatsoever. Even the Scout and Sensei is scary.
This is one of the scariest things, isn't it? On a round like this, you have the force spike coming in from Sangal Esports. You might say it's just the mere pistols, but they also have
Great
Kevlar.
name.
It's a close quarters engagement here. Artist, though, moving up very close. However, smoke being deployed. Artist going for a bit of a spray, though. Not going to find anything just yet. If you're UMX in a round like this, you have to be incredibly careful in your approach.
Oh, this pop flash from Engine will be devastating as well. Beautiful double nades from the wall into CT usually works like a charm against the Opper, because many a times you have an Opper posted there, and if you can double nade him down into oblivion, it can really give you a fighting chance. Unfortunately, in this case, somehow Pass survives. His Kevlar most likely saving him for the most part. But again, look at this. It's going to be an A play. Pop flash off doors. And still UMX undecisive, or indecisive more specifically. They don't seem to be exactly, you know, on point with each other, you know, what they want to achieve, where they want to go. And I worry because, well, they've actually, they've made it onto B? Sangal has left B wide open, but Engine now wins the duel against Extinct. This is an issue. Surely they will lose the site. Yes, but we can imagine this being a pretty close quarter battle. As Engine tries it solo, that's a huge misstep. Luckily, look at Banana. Logic Man coming to support.
Ooh, that was a very ballsy move coming in from Sensei. Still manages to get the kill. However, the bomb does go down, and for Paz, just on the Scout, that Deagle alongside him. Still don't really think he can pull this out. Of course, he's gonna die. 12-5 it is. UMX right now managed to secure that second round of victory. Also important if they want to start building up some rounds here on the T side of Inferno. And you have to admit, though, it was a very peculiar round, because it did look like the players from UMX, they want to try to go towards that A bomb site. I mean, that's where the players were positioned. But we saw one of the individuals from UMX actually go towards the B bomb set, and he finds out that the B bomb set is empty. In fact, there are players that are still waiting in CD spawn. So that was the call for UMX. Okay, well, let's change it up. Let's go towards the B bomb set. Problem is, though, they simply weren't quick enough. And well, oh my, oh my. Look at the nade damage coming in this round.
If you would see my face right now, you'd know exactly what it means. And well, luckily enough, Volt and of course Extinct are able to get 2 in return. So it's not the end of the world yet. The nade damage quite severe though. And these pistols, though they should be of no consequence to UMX and of no effectiveness, I fear if UMX makes the mistake of running into the 3 of them, could find themselves on the wrong side of history again. Oh, he spots the shoulder. Good bait, Major. Sensei though, he's been read out. So Major, unfortunately, in this case, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do much. At least shouldn't. Oh, gets the headshot. Okay, that kind of works. Paz with the Mac-10 coming on the flank of Banana. Certainly an opportunity to be had here for, of course, Sangal to pick up another frag. As Major might actually go pick up the weapon of Giraffe. As far as I'm aware, he's probably doing that exactly right now.
Yeah, they could potentially save another rifle here, but all in all, UMX, very solid right now. It doesn't look like a mere Mac-10 can try and stop them. I guess Major right now is on a bit of a hunt, looking for that weapon. I mean, that's the thing right now. Grenades were deployed, so because the blast radius, I mean, you can't really be for sure where you can find that rifle. Oh, there we go. Galil has been retrieved. So it's going to be a savior here on the side of Sangal Esports, though I don't really expect them to try and keep the Mac-10 and the Galil for the next round, right?
Well, in this case, the Mac-10 definitely isn't worth saving over because they have a full buy. As for the Galil, why not? You know, it's still $1,800. It can act basically like a mini M4 with 5 extra bullets. It's not the worst weapon to transfer over, but the Mac-10 definitely isn't. I actually wouldn't go for the Mac-10. I would rather go for the rifle. You have the advantage. Screw the, you know, sure, it can be impactful, but you want to be safe and sound here and secured on rounds yourself. Utility being bought up for Sangal, though, and look at this. Molotov down middle. They'll push down middle as well. Engine going for this hard aggression, and he is in an unprecedented position. Explain wins the duel against Baz, but look at the damage dealt as Logicman takes down Extinct. And 3v4 again. UMX find themselves on the wrong side of those bullets once again. A hail of bullets. Luckily, Logic Man is able to evade them for the most part.
For the most part. Sadly, he couldn't enter the Matrix and go full Neo.
Oh, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
He would have remained his life intact, that's for sure. Now, a lot more enemies are encroaching the B-bomb site. Agent Smiths are here, and they're
they going
looking
through
to
the
get
Molotov?
themselves a few good kills. Major, though.
Oh, Major went through the Molotov. What? This is such a weird round. Logic Man gets 2v2. Giraffe replies, and it's going to be back to Sensei. Weird round. Very weird round. I'm not even sure what the hell Sangal was thinking there, but Major literally ran through a friendly Molotov just to die on sight later on. So, yeah, there's that. Either way, Giraffe and Explained. 1v2 in dark, in triple, crossfire, as one would expect. This is the most basic of principles of crossfires and holding sites when you're on the after plant. UMX, 7th round secured, Danny. Slowly but surely, they're rising the bar. They're rising the stakes. Sangal is having trouble finding any purchase with their gun rounds.
Yeah, that's actually maybe somewhat of a scary scenario if you're Sangal Esports. 12-7, yeah, it's still not a massive difference between the two teams, but remember, at one point the scoreline was 12-3, and Sangal Esports looked like on the brink of victory. And so in this round in particular, it looked like, okay, they gone for some mid-aggression. They managed to secure the first few frags. This is looking like a very winnable round for Sangal Esports. But then, at the very end, they somehow don't manage to hold their own on the B-bomb side. They fall apart, and so they end up losing the round. 12-7 is the current scoreline, and there's the potential for UMX to secure yet another round. If we take a look at the purchase here of Sangal Esports, it is in fact some pistols, and oddly enough, it will be the double op setup in this round. Very peculiar that they've gone for this double op setup, and yet they don't have any M4s to back up the sniper rifles.
I mean, if the ops hit their shots, I don't think they'll need those M4s. Honestly, it's not a bad idea, right? Because when you think about it logically in this case, your opponent will expect you to have a full buy, full investment, a force buy. You know, they might be reading into this, look, 2 ops in play. Oh boy, we got to be careful. They lose one player against an op, they're going to be very scared afterwards. Oh, I love this anti-boiler push. Sensei, it all relies on him, though. If he's able to hit the first, this is going to be an amazing achievement, and he is able to hit the first. Now the fear of God being struck into UMX, and they now understand what they're up against. And they might think this is an actual full investment. As Artist throws away the AK. Smart play here. Very, very well thought out. But he's alone in abs. Look, he keeps on pushing. This is such a dangerous precedent being set here by himself. And it seems like the A site will be under attack pretty soon. Sangal Esports, they're reading this completely wrong, though. They should be looking at Banana pretty soon, because this is an A split.
Ooh, this is looking like it is going to be a split here on the A-bomb site. Sangal Esports don't have a single player that could potentially try and stop this push. Instead, though, Sensei, he moves in from middle. He actually goes in through the smoke. Does go down eventually, but for UMX, that costs some dear seconds, because instead of going for the insta-bomb plant, they have to fight off these players. Finally, Artist is in a position to get that bomb planted, but UMX right now, once the smoke grenade begins to fade, they're going to have to go up against Sangal. 2 ops and the pistol.
Yeah, and honestly, in this case, the ops, you know, not the best weapon for retakes, but with a 3-on-3 position, this could work. Sangal losing Logicman, though, should be the end of this road for them. They really did need an entry before they were to be attempting this one. Should have been an advantage. Unfortunately, not going to happen. And 12-8, 4 rounds remaining. UMX closing the gap, successfully bringing it back. Though, exit track still happening. I thought for a second we could see some Doja action, but yeah, not enough damage to be dealt even by the bomb explosion, as it is safely planted in the backside of the site itself. So, with the previous round being 2 ops, right, Danny? You know, we talked about how, you know, or we kind of mentioned that, you know, they went with pistols and ops instead of rifles or SMGs. And there's a reason for that. Because now they can afford themselves a proper full buy, maximum loss bonus. They can go for the full set of utilities. And UMX, they might be shocked by that. They might not recognize, oh, that was, you know, that was not just a force buy with ops, but that was pistols, Kevlars, and that's it. And look at this, Sensei aggressively through middle. He is a bit of a madman, but he gets it. Artist falls. And unfortunately, without his canvas, no picture is to be made, no expression to be had.
Sensei, that was a beautiful run through the smoke crate, a very ballsy maneuver. Even though he's been a little bit quiet in the second half, he's still dealing the damage. Engine, though, could pick up on one, the second one as well. Oh, that was an attempt from Major to get at least some more kills. However, he ends up dying, and so UMX have a bomb site for the taking. That could be a bomb plant for sure. Sensei coming in from CT spawn, his teammate will join him. And I'd say of the potential retakes on the B bomb side, this is winnable. This is still a winnable one for Sangal Esports. It's a 2v2, but it is on the B bomb side nonetheless. But that utility is going to be very important. Molotov deployed, the player goes in, and Volt manages to snatch one and Giraffe with the other. So the Molotov, nice deployment, but UMX played that one to perfection.
That really was well thought out. UMX, of course, as soon as the molly was flying, they recognized they either have to peek together or they will die, and they did do so exactly. The player from Triple running fast as lightning towards that backside of Fountain towards Pillar, whilst the guy in second box peeking out just at the time when they start shooting at his teammate. 12-9, 3 rounds remaining, and another buy, a rebuy. We have 3 M4s, we have an AWP on Sensei, and we have a MP9 on Major. A single kit, not the best, but not the worst either. UMX right now, if they win this, they're on the verge of picking up potentially a tie. But that is not going to give you that tie, Artist. That is not going to give you that tie. Solo peeking is never going to be worth it.
Ooh, Sensei, he's going to regress on the angle.
Extinct
And
is
see,
anti-flash? Yeah, he's
Oh.
anti-flash.
Oh,
I don't-
but Extinct so aware of
Oh
it.
boy, this
This is problematic, isn't it? Look at Engine.
yes.
Lonesome on the side. Oh, goes down as well. That's the B bombs that open
That's
up
it.
once
That's
more.
a save.
Oh, no, no. This is not looking good here for Sangal Esports. They have now lost the B bomb side completely, even though initially, great frag there on Artist, but we saw the re-aggression coming in there from Sensei, and it's very interesting to note that he went out there by his lonesome, and of course, he must have realized that his opponents still are in control of Banana, but what he didn't expect, the player to be right behind Car, and so he goes down, and when we saw Engine being pushed by more than those few players, he also takes the hit. UMX, 10 rounds for them. If you're Sangal Esports, this is probably one of those instances where you're just going to start sweating a little bit.
Well, honestly, they should. It's their own mistakes that have brought them this far. Their own mistakes that have made it this close. And yes, it might be a lot to say this, but honestly, when you look at the rounds they've lost, for the most part, it had been aggression that they've been pushing out that hasn't really been working. A good example, the previous by Sensei. Why would he go back into Banana, right? Why are you going back into Banana? Well, luckily, the CS Money, of course, skins hub and trade hub for you guys might make your way back to Banana, because if you have a skin, unlike Sensei, if you have a good skin, an Asimov AWP or a Dragon Lore AWP, you might just be able to get like a 3-man shot with 1 bullet. So go check out CS Money. But yeah, Sensei, again, why did he go Banana? Why did he aggress? They had the entry. They had a difficult entry achieved, and they had an advantage that nobody else could have made up for it. They just needed to hold their position. Sangal, I believe they're, more than anything, they're a little bit careless, and they definitely do not have any patience. And look at this attempt towards middle. Beautifully done. UMX, they lose a little bit of HP, but they successfully break the defense. 3 men falling, and of course, 11th round for UMX.
And even in that setup, I mean, it looked like Sangal Esports might just get maybe the 1 kill, maybe even 2, but
Why are they
UMX
still
just
coming close?
cruised their way through.
The hell, like, I'm sorry, what the hell is Sensei doing? Why is he still there? It's like, what are you doing, Sangal? This is starting to frustrate me beyond belief.
You're good. This is scary, isn't it? I mean, you saw Sensei going in there for a bit of a play there. I guess he wanted to just try and get that exit frag, but the problem is he ends up dying in the process. Well, at least Sangal will have money after this round is over, but fact of the matter is, it is 12-10. Now make that 12-11, and the players, I mean, if you're UMX, you're definitely feeling confident about yourself. At one point, you were down 12-3, and now you're almost almost in a position to equalize the scoreline. And you can see Sangal Esports, they're taking the time out. They know how important it is for them to secure the next few rounds, because if we do go to that third map of Train, I'm not sure if Sangal Esports will have what it takes to secure the victory.
This is the first time out for Sangal now. And as you said, securing victory, if it's what it takes to change up everything, well, they have to change up everything. Double up, I don't think might be the answer here. Maybe it would be better to start thinking about not dying on banana. Taking second mid and apps control would be a good choice, perhaps. And yeah, 4 rifles. Anti-boiler purse might be a choice here as well. Sangal Esports, they need to shook UMX up enough to shake them in their position, in their core, and not allow this mental fortitude that they've started to be building, you know, fortress even, if I can call it like that. Because look at this, UMX are not afraid. They're not afraid to take chances. They're not afraid to take opportunities. And it is scary when they are not afraid of you. But luckily right now, Sensei saved by the bell of Major, by the shot of Major. And UMX, this is a B split if I've ever seen one. Sangal should recognize this, and pretty soon enough they will.
There we go. Smoke being deployed. Counter smoke's coming in as well. Past
a late one.
Okay, that's some good kills coming out here for Engine. Not too shabby. Giraffe, though, with the reply on Engine. UMX, that gives them the opportunity to make their way onto the site, and most importantly, get that bomb planted. Sensei, though, next out the AK-47. They're going to go in rifles, guns a-blazing. Exprand, though, losing quite a lot of HP in that engagement. In fact, Giraffe and Exprand are quite low on HP in general. Giraffe, though, tries to go for one and gets the kill on that player. Tries to eliminate Major, but can't do it. Experian, though, nice pickup on one. The headshot angle supreme. And so it is. Another victory in the books for UMX. And most importantly, they've done it. They've equalized the scoreline.
Unreal. Yet again. Yet once more. Sangal Esports dropped the ball because of their own mistakes, because of their own advantages that they had, and dropping them in the water like it's nothing. 12-12, UMX tied up, and this is getting scarier by the minute, by each and every passing moment, as we have now Deagles in play. A few Kevlars, well actually 5 Kevlars, quite a little bit of utility given the circumstance, as UMX approach this very carefully, not even taking banana fast. 3 players into second mid, 1 on bridge, being the one player that will be basically on the lookout for that peak of apps. And UMX is reading Sangal like an open book. And I'm loving this. UMX playing it safe, playing it sound, and making sure above all else that no matter what, they can control the engagement once it comes.
Oh my, oh my. Just the mere pistols to work with here for Sangal Esports. That is not a lot. The Lonesome Logic Man is going to be somewhat of a problem. Major is holding the flashbang, though, so I guess smoke comes in. Oh, with the nades as well. Logic Man tries to deal some damage. Gets a kill here on Artist, so that's at least something. But you have to admit, UMX have once again taken over the bomb site. Nice kill here from Sensei, though. That's a good pickup. UMX, though. Bomb goes down. Of course it does. But Sangal Esports, I think they might try to go for this one. It's a 4v3. You might as well give it a shot. If you end up losing it, well, next round is the gun round. But let's see if they can inflict some damage here on the terrorists.
Oh man, 3-on-3 Engine coming in hot through CT. Great headshot. They know there's somebody in pool. Major cleans out the banana, and there will be Engine finding his headshot. Danny, it took them. It bloody took them 9 rounds in a row, from ecos to force buys to double ups to I don't know, God knows what. It took them 9 rounds after the first 12-3 half of Sangal to finally find their first round of the CT side. UMX, do you think they care? No, they don't. They have a little bit less money than they should have, but they're still good. They still have the economy, or more specifically, the momentum in their hands. And Sangal, this is another round of those where you lose and you're back to where you started. Double up and play, though. This could be the game changer and could be the finisher.
What you want to see here. Sensei on the AWP, Logic Man as well. Yeah, you're right about it. The double op setup can be very powerful here on Inferno. But as we'll notice, Sangal Esports not doing anything too dangerous. Playing it somewhat safe, not giving away anything, but, just keeping an eye on things. Logic Man will consider to retreat. Play it a bit more safe. In a round like this, it matters so much here for both squads, in fact. Not just Sangal Esports or UMX. Sensei with the AWP. If there's one player you want to see shine, it has to be Sensei. Up in middle, there's going to be a lot more players coming his way, and it is Giraffe with a great pickup on Sensei. And with 55 seconds, they could pursue the hit on the A-bomb side, but they still have a lot more time to work with.
Look at Sangal. They rotated both players off of B, and they'll keep the rotation on Logic Man. Oh, will they? Indecisiveness again. Indecisiveness, the killer of all rounds, the killer of all hope. Well, they will return back to B, but they might be already too late. Though Logic Man finds one. The op on him, very dangerous. Watching CT, though, aware of it, and he will find Extinct. Very important frag right now. 4v3. Don't lose your life, Major. Come on, you know better than that. Now it's starting to piss me off, not gonna lie. One by one, they go into the fray, hoping they will win duels. Instead, they just win big L's on their foreheads. And Spaz will take down Artist. The bomb is planted, but the two players in Dark and in Triple, the crossfire set. Now, the aggression from Sangal has to come out and be on top. And Paz will find the first.
In fact, Engine will find the last, that it's going to be a victory here for Sangal Esports, even when things looked, pretty gruesome for them. We saw that, yes, they were constantly trying to rotate away from the B-bomb side, believing it is the A side take, but then they managed to leave the two players towards B, and luckily for them, they become aware of the incoming flank, so they managed to shut it down. Some great op shots there from Logic Man, and of course, that puts Sangal Esports in a 14-12 situation. UMX not managing to hold their own on the B-bomb side. You've got to wonder, maybe there's also some nerves from their part because they were oh so close to potentially securing victory. They still are, but right now, Sangal Esports, they're biting back, and Sensei, aggressive play, escapes with his life intact.
Of course, now moving into the most dangerous of times for UMX and Sangal both. 14-12. 2 rounds to tie it up, but 2 rounds to lose. Likewise, Extinct blinded, still gets Engine. Good start. That flash was good, but it was not enough as Giraffe gets naded, jumping into pit right now. Paz needs to hold the line best he can. Sensei is dropped by a single man as Paz alone on site cannot do anything. And Sangal Esports, they are bringing it back 2-on-2, and Logicman will find Extinct. That is the bomb dropped in mini pit down to the man himself. Explained it is, but not enough. Not enough, my friends. Not enough, Danny. UMX without a plant, without the extra loss bonus, their money in shambles, their position lost and broken. And look at what they have left. A Mac 10, a second Mac 10 or a Tech 9 even for Explained. The rest with what they can muster up. Pistols, Kevlars, and a single rifle and AK.
Annihilation indeed. Well, I guess you could also try to annihilate your opponents on your smartphone with the Red Magic 6 series smartphone. But I guess you could also see whether Sangal will manage to secure the victory here as well. Can they pull it out the bag? Expian, though, oh, that's a lot of HP already being lost. The flames consuming his livelihood. But Expian, oh, that's a good kill here. And one does go down to Engine. He needs to hold the line. So many players, and he can't get them both. But it's up to Logic Man. Let's see if he has what it takes. The op in hand, goes for more, gets the one in Giraffe. There's an incoming bomb planted. Extinct finds him. There is, however, Major on the side. He's going to slow things down a little bit. In fact, he's going to push through. That is a very ballsy maneuver from Major. A spraying wildly with the M4 does go down, leaving it all up to Sensei to win the 1v1. Let's see if he can pull it off. Volt right now gets the bomb planted, and Sensei looking, smelling, waiting for the player. Volt with the Tech 9, 20 points of health, making him incredibly easy to eliminate. And so the Tech 9 comes out on top, and it's UMX with the 13th.
Well, that was a bit anticlimactic. He literally jumps with his op into his crosshair. But 13 for UMX, as you said, and of course it will be a rebuy for Sangal. They have the money to go for it. but they're going to be running dry pretty soon. Overtime still on the board, potentially, as of course UMX right now have an opportunity to bring it back to 14 and most likely close out with 15-15 if this is going to be a loss for Sangal in the round itself. As Sensei pushing down middle, this is an aggressive stance that we have seen before. It can work, but you really got to be playing it careful. And as we can see, a few nades down Banana, Giraffe behind the wall. Aggression successful. Sangal, you got the entry. Don't throw it away now. You've got the advantage. Don't think that you need more. You've got double up. Play on those two ups. Let them play. Let them find kills for you instead of you throwing your own lives away for them. In any case, UMX right now, 4v5. It is the last hope for this round, for this game. They need kills. They need frags. As Logic Man misses, but he does hit both the artist and, well, the tag on Giraffe came from the nade, I believe, yeah.
A lot of damage inflicted. Quite a lot on Artist as well as on Giraffe. Problem is right now, 50 seconds, that they do have some presence towards Banana. They also have quite a fair amount of utility. So if they want to commit towards the B-bomb, so they can absolutely do so. But if you'll notice, the bomb carrier is on the other side of the map. So this could be part of a very elaborate fake. We see the smoke grenades being deployed. Giraffe going for a very ballsy maneuver. Major's gonna... Oh, actually, Sensei goes down. Engine, however... Oh, he also takes the hit. Volt, however, has to clear out the bomb site by his lonesome. Luckily for him, he has the backup. And so the bomb will be planted. And for UMX, they have to hold the line.
Yes, they have to hold the line. Let's see if they can do so. Volt will be covering behind the corner on Graveyard. He's actually going to be going fully into Grave, and Major, he will be spotting this. He is ready for this. On short, of course, Artist waiting for top mid contact, but 3 players through long. In comes Sangal. Let's see what comes out of it. Espash checks Grave. He's ready for it. In comes Artist. 1 shot, 1 kill. And he has 2 to deal with. The bomb not planted for him. There is no smoke, no utility. Passes a good position. And here comes the defuse. And he cannot defuse. He cannot kill the defuse. Oh, man. Sangal. Oh my god. What is this game? 2-0 as they close up with success. What in the world happened there, Danny?
Oh boy, oh boy.
And you can see the faces are like, you know, pretty straightforward.
I mean, luckily for them, I mean, Sangal managed to close it out, but that was in no way, shape, or form an easy victory. I mean, before the broadcast here, before the best of 3, we're talking about the potential 2-0 victory for Sangal, and, well, it is a 2-0 victory, but whenever you say 2-0, you're still kind of hoping that, oh, it's probably going to be like a 16-8, maybe a 16-10, but both of the matchups here, I mean, they definitely cut it close. This was in no way, shape, or form an easy victory for Sangal.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It was in no shape or form easy victory. Neither was it even close to, like, what we expected, because after the 12-3 first half, what was going on through the mind of Sangal is what I'm very much interested in knowing, interested in finding out, as we will have an interview with Major, and of course, hopefully he's going to be able to give more insight onto what the hell was happening throughout the game itself. But Sangal, I mean, we weren't wrong though. We said it clearly as day. It's like the second map, Inferno, their best map. We expect them to win it. 2-0 was already kind of an expectation. At 12-3 first half, it's like, boys, you're doing the best you've ever done. Why are you then moving? Why are then these mistakes on the CT side, like pushing solo? For example, that 4v3 that Major on B pushed through Ruins and tried to get more kills. You already have an advantage. Why did Sensei, or no, excuse me, that was it Logic Man or was it Sensei and Banana with the up push when they got the entry to begin with? And then, no, it was Sensei. Yeah, it was Sensei going solo into Banana after they got the entry. A very hard entry, mind you. He went back into Banana, walked into the corner. There was a player in anti-flash on Car and a player behind the wall. And obviously, once you miss that shot close range, you're done for. They will find you and they will make you in. And that's what happened. And so many small mistakes on the side of Sangal. Feels like their aggression, when it came as a team decision, was good. But as soon as it was an individual decision, it all just broke down.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. But at the same time, you can definitely see, you know, from a matchup like this, the difference you have between a team like UMX and a team like
Yeah.
Sangal, with which Sangal, when we got to see them play on the T side, it definitely looked a lot more solid. We definitely saw a lot more plays that were methodical. You can see they were definitely practicing the setups on something like the T side, whereas the opposition on the other hand had to play with stand-ins, and for them
Yeah.
that was probably one of the bigger issues to face.
Exactly so. And of course, with that being said, we have Major on the line. And first of all, congratulations for the victory. It comes a lot harder than it should have, doesn't it? To begin with.
Yeah, that was, we did a good T side, but we get hard to finish the match. But at least we finished, and we are happy with our performance now.
And of course, I mean, my first question, and I'll leave it to Danny afterwards. My first question for you specifically, man. As you said already, great first half, amazing. 12-3, you couldn't really hope for a better ending, I presume.
Yeah.
And I think even imagining that 12-3 was already like, even imagining it was a little bit too much. But then those rounds where we saw so many of you guys going in solo when you had an advantage, so many rounds where it was a 4-on-3 or a 4-on-4 with double up setups, and you guys are going in solo trying to get more kills. Is there a specific reason behind it, or is that just maybe sometimes a little bit of a miscommunication or the hype of the players themselves?
No, I feel like we did a very strong T side, like with the good disciplines. Then after that, like maybe we had the hype that the match was win, So we start slowly. Then after that, they play good round after round, and we did mistakes round after round. And then it came to like a 12-12, I think, and we win one echo, and that's why we win the match maybe. So it's a good example that we have always to be focused on the beginning of the side, even if it's 41 or 12-3, I don't know, but I think we didn't play like at full concentration because maybe we feel like the match was win, and this is our mistake. I think that's what happened, like solo move, like you talk about solo move extra, but it's a mistake, like a big mistake. I will say to my teammate, do not do that again.
That's good. Of course, that's what I kind of wanted to hear. Basically, it's just something that you guys are aware is happening, and you are prepared to maybe limit it in the next series and such to not repeat the same mistakes again. And Danny, I wonder if you have more. Obviously you probably have even more questions than me about this.
Oh, I definitely have a question about the very first map of Nuke. Weren't you guys scared heading into the map of Nuke, considering that yesterday, I mean, yeah,
I know
I'm not going to say what happened.
What's happened yesterday? I don't remember. Like, I don't remember what's happened yesterday. Now, to be honest, I think yesterday, like, I'm playing since 12 years maybe in a professional area, and it's the first time like I feel like I would say shame, because I feel like shame. Like, it's the first time I get a 16-0 on official, and like I was, what the fuck, etc. So today, like without giving unrespects to UMX, the goal was to play against Bruges and to give the revenge, because yesterday was too difficult, and the only goal today is to play against Bruges now and to beat them. That's the goal now. Because
Okay,
yesterday
awesome.
was a real one.
Oh, awesome. So I guess, guys, we're just going to leave it to you to achieve your goal, rest up a little bit before the next best of 3. And of course, on our side, that's probably going to be the end here for the broadcast for now. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back for that second best of 3. So stay tuned.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Don't you bleed me, but you never tried. I thought you'd gone and left me here to die. On and on, you keep staying.
I suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees. But no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free. But that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. Our shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gather from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home.
Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? stop this get right. Stop this get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. I've been called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. I stand behind a tidal wave of men in mind to tread the line like me. I saw your life and you saw mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by. The black crow swoops on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast, then it turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. I can imagine what a weight you bear, but me, I'll be just fine. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna
And welcome back, everybody, of course, into our second series of the day. Group A slowly coming to conclusion. We just seen Sangal basically shoo off UMX barely. But now it is going to be our second series with Sangal versus EC Brugge. And of course, with me here is Danny, as always. A great pleasure, my dude. And give us the intro about what we're about to see here.
What we're about to see. Okay, so what we should see is a revenge series. We, of course, yesterday witnessed the very first best of three where the two teams played out against each other, Sangal versus eClub Brugge. And the problem is, though, that eClub Brugge, they came out swinging. They managed to not only win the very first map of the encounter, which was Mirage, but they also just spanked their opponents to oblivion, 16-0ing them. So much, in fact, that Major doesn't even remember that yesterday even occurred. So that was a pretty big spanking, I'd say. So here we have a scenario where Sangal, they seem to be primed and ready to try and at least give us a good showing, but what they're really hoping to do is try to fight back and revenge. It's all about that sweet, sweet revenge.
Yeah, and as we heard it in the interview, of course, Major already told us that basically the only thing they were thinking about that whole game was how they're going to play against Brugge again and how they're going to be able to take them down and get their cold-served revenge. As you guys know, best revenge is best served cold. In either case, yeah, this is going to be another series of those where we expect Sangal to come out as, I'm not going to say as a better team, definitely better in terms of individual performance or individuals in general from what we know, from the history and everything that's been churned up. And we could go into the details but that's meager. That's just minimal stuff. If we just look at yesterday's series, Brugge showed us what they're capable of. They gave us a good example of what Belgian CS can do, which I didn't even know there was a scene in Belgium, that existed. I mean, hot damn, they're actually doing pretty well. Well, I mean, before we jump forward, let's first go into the veto and the picks and bans. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, they left Nuke in. You already know what that means, right?
I know that you're dissatisfied about it. I'm not sure about the forecast, though. I'm not a fortune teller, but what I can say, though, is that perhaps it could be difficult for Sangal. That's the one thing I will say, because that is, in fact, the team that did 16-0 them yesterday. So
they're like, we're going to let you take Nuke. We're going to let you pick Nuke, and we don't even care. We're going to win this 16-0 back. We're going to get our revenge. We're going to get our dignity back. And you could tell Major was like, he was just like, no, it didn't happen. Didn't happen. Nope. What are you talking about? Just didn't exist. Well, unfortunately, they'll have fortunately and unfortunately, they'll have a chance to repeat either the success or the failure from yesterday, no matter how you want to look at that. But let's first go over the whole process here. Ban, of course, of Overpass coming out from EC Brugge. I think that's no surprise. When you look at their stats, they don't really have a lot of them, but Overpass is a map they have an insta ban on, just like Sangal for that example. And then Dust2 pick first by Sangal. What do you reckon of that?
yeah, it's an interesting choice coming in here from Sangal. I mean, fact of the matter is that Dust2 is a pretty damn strong map for both of these squads, and Sangal has played quite a fair amount of Dust2. In fact, it's one of their most played maps alongside Inferno, alongside the map of Nuke. So it's interesting to note that they also have this map in their playing field, though if we do recall, I mean, the old Space Soldiers lineup did enjoy playing this too quite a fair amount, so I guess it makes sense why under the leadership of Major they're actually considering, you know what, this is a map we can continue on playing. So but the problem is, though, it's the opponent they go up against. And eClub Brugge, if there's one thing they've shown us, is that they do have some great individuals on their side, and there's no denying it. Dust2 is a pretty simplistic map. There's not a lot of strategy to it. It does come down to a lot of times, in a lot of those instances, whether your individuals can hit their shots. If they can hit their shots, that's great. You're probably going to have an easy T side. But if they're going to struggle, which is one of the big problems for a team like Sangal, is that even in this game where they had to play against UMX, their individuals did not look great. If anything, they managed to step up, at the very end where it mattered most. But initially on somewhere like Nuke, they definitely had a difficult time kicking things off here on, say, the CT side. But then on the T side, there we go. Their individuals started to fire up a little bit.
Yeah, I have to. I'll picking up on the point you just made with the individual performance of Sangal, right? We would expect them to be the better individual performers. We would expect them to have the better decision making. We would expect them to be a little bit more on point, a bit more concise than what you would otherwise expect out of any other team facing them if they're not on the same level or at least on the same par. But in this case, we saw in Inferno so many mistakes come out, so many misplays, and of course we can chalk it at the end of the day to a little bit of excitement, to a fantastic finisher of the first half of Inferno, etc, etc. Though going up against eClub Brugge here, as you said yourself, again, it's gonna be a team that they faced off yesterday. And if their emotions are gonna be running wild, if they're not gonna be controlling themselves, if they're not gonna be thinking straight, it could be a repeat of yesterday. And Sangal, in this case, individually, I still believe they're better individually. I still believe their players in general are better as, you know, if you put them on a one-on-one basis, they're probably going to win 8 out of 7, 8 out of 10 times in a duel or something of the like. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating here a little bit, but point at hand is, we do believe that Sangal have the more experienced players. The problem is, maybe not leadership as much as it is just team play, just working with each other, helping each other, and making sure you don't throw away rounds that you've otherwise won or that you've otherwise already worked hard to even get an advantage in, right?
But that's the thing with Sangal, is that they seem to have that element of teamwork. Well, or shall I say, they at least have the experience. They've clearly have grinded their way in the practice sessions. They have their setups. They know what they want to do on certain rounds on T side, and what should their approach be on, for example, a pistol round B. But the problem is that, yeah, some of their individuals are trying way too hard to sometimes carry themselves or carry the team out of a difficult spot just by having their individuals perform without necessarily the teamwork element. Now, that's a bit of a problem. And especially on the CT side, where you primarily have to rely on your individuals, though you can have some setups. We did see more than a few instances of, say, some of the operators potentially playing way too aggressively peaking without any sort of backup whatsoever. And if we do recall, there was that one instance where I believe it might have been Logic Man, where he did go for that aggressive push towards Banana, or it might have been Sensei. It doesn't really matter. He goes in there for the push, but he has no backup. He has a teammate with the M4A4 that can very easily deploy him a flashbang, maybe even peek alongside him. There's definitely some of those instances where the teamwork is lacking here for Sangal.
Absolutely is, and we'll see if eClub Brugge are able to pick up on that. Of course, if they're going to be recognizing the issues for Sangal, and more specifically, are they going to be able to abuse those issues like they did yesterday? A 16-0 does not happen just because a team has many mistakes. It also happens when your opponent starts to recognize what's up, what's coming their way, and reading well onto you. As any case, we see the lineups right in front of us. Sangal, of course, they had a damn good run in the second map here against, or in the previous map against, of course, the one and only. But here on Dust 2 to open it up for our first map, the choice of Sangal. We will see how they can handle themselves. Now, the one question that I kind of want to see or find out is, did Brugge choose CT or T? Because if they chose T, that tells me they're ready to take Sangal on. If they chose CT, that means they're a little bit afraid what Sangal will bring against them.
And one of the things Sangal can definitely bring is that AWP prowess. And so right now it is going to be Sangal on the CT side. So we'll see whether they can perform to a high standard here on the CT side of this too, because what we've seen from the previous encounters that they definitely seem to struggle on that CT side. But right now, eClub Brugge keeping things pretty simple. 3 players down in the tunnels. We also have Sensei with a very sneaky push. Maddie seems to be aware of it. Sensei spotted out, but he will manage to retreat back to safety.
Ooh, this is going to be a little bit of a different one. Logic Man on B alone as he is holding from Plateau. It seems like eClub Brugge have decided against running into B. That would be a death sentence. Spaz will open up for the first. Close range here is going to be Steve. And he is a little bit too aggressive with the bomb even as on long engagement happens and Sensei wins the duel. As we can see, Richie and Matti are left. Matti, of course, actually a pretty recognizable Polish player. If you have followed the Polish scene any, you should be able to recognize this name. But in any case, look at this. Richie replies, though not for long does it last, as Matti is left alone. the ex-member of eClub Brugge, one of the actually original members of eClub Brugge, if my mind serves me correctly there, back when it was created in 2017, I believe, at the end of 2017, he'd been with them for the entirety throughout 18 and 19, and yeah, Sangal Esports, they still win the pistol at the end of the day, and eClub Brugge, actually a technical timeout. Fair enough. We will take a short intermission to see what the issue might be here for one of the players.
Brugge, on the other hand, straight up going for the reinvestment. I mean, this is just standard practice on a map like this too, or for that matter, standard practice on any map, really. Second round, you go in for the purchase. Of course, we're going to see the smoke grenades and the flashbangs being used. And I'd say this is very important here on T-side does too. Even though I mentioned earlier that the map seems to be somewhat simplistic, you still want to have those flashbangs to allow yourself to make out of two crucial choke points on the map. Primarily long, middle, but also, actually, let's make that the third choke point as well. If they want to try to go for a simple, straight-up rush towards the B-bomb side, you got to have those flashbangs. You got to have those smoke grenades. If you're not going to use them, you're going to become easy pickings for your opponents. And in this case, that seems to be the case. You're going up against the FAMAS, the MP9s, and I would presume Paz and Sensei will also invest into the rifles. So absolutely, if you want to try to reach one of those bomb sites, having the smokes and the flashbangs, that is a must.
That is a very good point you make indeed. And of course, in this case, we can see that the technical pause should be coming to a close soon, as apparently there was just something minor, a minor issue that was immediately fixed, we can say. Though, yeah, for Dust 2, of course, here Brugge will have to focus on getting themselves some good utility usage. If they intend to take long, they'll need those flashbangs. If they intend to split split A, they'll need those smokes for short and CT, Molotovs for sight. And of course, they cannot go in dry. And as I asked at the start of the series, right, or at the start of this map, what side did they pick? And clearly, it is the T side, of course, with good reason. They know what they can do as the terrorists against Sangal here. And yesterday was a good proving ground and a good kind of extra mental boost, if we can call it that, for eClub Brugge, of course. And we will find out if they will be able to transfer any of that success from yesterday to today, as a B execution is being set up. Smoke in towards stores is being lined up, and this is going to be a very, very hard B break-in if they actually intend to push through it.
That seems to be the game plan right now. 4 players entering the B-bomb site. Through the tunnels they go. Good kill here from Relax, though, but we have more than a few players to work with here. Major! Oh, that's a major fail here. He goes down to Richie. That's going to be a bomb plant, though. Luckily for eClub Brugge, that's at least some money in their pockets. But yes, the round is going to come to an end. It will be a victory here for Sangal Esports, but, you know, 3 players going down, bomb being planted. There's the potential for, well, a reinvestment from eClub Brugge if they're feeling like it.
I think they should, actually. The money for the CTs isn't that good. Once they reinvest, they'll be basically broken. So, in essence, it would be a good idea to reinvest. Maybe not everything. Maybe not every single penny. But okay, fair enough. They will go exactly for that. We've got 2 AKs, no head armor for Steve, and, well, Steve Oze. And we do have 3 Galils as well on the rest. So this is a pretty good buy considering everything. But look at Sensei. He's already on the AWP and he's gone glass cannon, Denny. This is a dangerous endeavor, a dangerous choice, but it might pay off.
Sensei, though, oh no, he goes down. Good refract from Major, though. AWP recovered. That's also a nice little pickup. He's going to back away from this one. He does not want to face any more players, but even so, a 4v4, eClub Brugge have full control over the pit area. But if they want to move any further, they're going to have to use their smoke grenades. And the problem is right now, it's just the one flash. They have the one flashbang to work with. And now if they want to push, they're going to have to pop some heads. And so far, so good for Sangal. Good pickup on one, a second one from Paz. And there we go. Ball being dropped in a very awkward position. The round is going to come to an end. It's a clean sweep here for Sangal.
Quick success, quick victory. And the force buy, unfortunately, for the side of eClub Brugge does not succeed. And this is a bit of a drawback. It does, of course, create a bit of a dissonance chamber for them, as they now have to live with the fact they're down to $1,600, $700 on the majority of the players. We will be seeing a few deagles being bought up though, so it's not the worst of days, not the worst of outcomes. We even have 3 Kevlars, which is surprisingly good given the circumstance they're currently in. Nonetheless, very smart play, and more specifically, very comfortable and safe play by Sangal. Good nade timing. Would have been even doing more damage if they had no Kevlar. But Sangal, you can see this right now. They're expecting some sort of a B take. Of course, default 2 players on B, kind of standard. Logic Man finds the first major, spots the player's close range, needs to be careful, goes close as fast as he could, as he is blinded, but he still finds a frag, though Rylix comes in hot, and he will be able to take his head off. 4v3, make it 1v4, and a quick, successive round for Sangal, though painful as they lose 2 players only. I thought that was the third almost gone there as well.
4-0 start here for Sangal. Pretty good stuff right now. They get to keep, yes, 3 players alive. And most importantly, look at the current setup. They're not going to waste any more time. Double op setup it is. Now, it does make a lot of sense here in Dust 2 to pull out the double op setup, especially because of the long-range engagement. So I guess we're going to see one of the operators stationed towards the B area of the map. The other one, yes, Sensei heading over towards long. We're not going to see any early. Okay, there is going to be an early engagement. Nice little pickup here from Logic Man. An early start into the round goes the way of Sangal, and if you're eClub Brugge, that definitely puts a spanner in the works. What do you do right now? You've lost one of your players. Op recovered though. Richie still has the big read, but where do you go from here?
I think the choice is pretty straightforward. You got to break a certain point together, a certain position, and in this case, probably short. I like the fact that Sangal have adjusted the new meta of Dust, or to the new meta of Dust, of course, with keeping 2 players on B at all times, leaving mid wide open. And not necessarily for the taking, but more like, you know, not really giving a chance that Brugge would be able to get an entry on middle and then this kind of distract or otherwise defeat the defense of their opponents. Logic Man saves the life of Major as he finds himself a frag, and that will be the second already in the round itself. eClub Brugge, unfortunately, on this force buy, is not doing too swell, as we can see control of short coming over. Sensei from plateau, more specifically from ramp, easily takes down one, and Paz, the lurk in the smoke. Easy peasy, almost lemony squeezy. 5-0 Sangal, they are mad, and you can tell it, don't you?
I mean, Sangal is looking hot right now. 5-0 start. I mean, it also helps for them quite a bit that they already had a chance to, you know, play the previous best of 3. So their players are definitely warmed up. They're ready to play some Counter-Strike, whereas eClub Brugge, they may require some more time before they can really warm up into this matchup. And right now, they're taking somewhat of a beating here the first half of Dust 2. T-side not looking too bright for them. Deagles again. Eagles and pistols. Paz, hearing the footsteps far away, already deploys the Molotov, expecting an early advantage in middle, but not going to see anyone just yet. A minute and 35 seconds. Here's Sangal Esports. Yeah, you're just going to hold your angles. Wait for eClub Brugge to come to you, and they're definitely going to do so with their smoke grenades and flashbangs. For me, it does look like there's another potential for a B-side hit, but we saw how well Sangal managed to defend the B bomb set, so they might have to look for the other options. For example, the A side. Maddie, flashbang at the ready, short, being cleared out.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting little development. 5 players through short, and as you said, already Sangal seem to be on point with this, or at least understanding what's coming their way. As we can see towards Scarlet, Sensei with the ops, Paz holding through plateau, through ramp, and this is an important duel right now coming up. Those Deagles, if they hit their marks, this could be devastating. Richie finds one, but it's still Sensei and Paz that hold the line, but not for long. Rylix, notice they both find each, and that is 2 rifles that are lost in succession. And even an AWP amongst them. This is a huge problem for the side of Sangal. They cannot afford to be losing players like this. Close range in CT. It's going to be Sivos. Apparently, he has an inclination of taking charge of CT itself. Will Major be aware of this? Surely he's already watching the angle. Tags one, but Sivos comes in for support. And 1v3, Logic Man has to save what he can, of course, as that is going to be the round gone. And they will hunt him down, as eClub Brugge find themselves the first round and on an eco, nonetheless.
Yeah, even Logic Man can't come to the rescue. It's difficult. A 1v3 with the
Oh, yeah.
AWP. Oh boy. That's a good actually pickup. That's a very nice pickup here coming in from eClub Brugge. If you want to pick up something, perhaps maybe even some cryptocurrencies, be sure to head it over to coinbase.com. Maybe that's something of your interest. But for me, my interest, it's Counter-Strike. And let's get back into this one. 5-1 it is. And we might even see Relax coming in with a very fast peak. Nope, not going to happen. He's going to slow things down, but in return, some bullets fly his way.
I mean, that is going to be a little bit of a weird choice to how they deal with that. But luckily, Rylex doesn't take more than, well, 26 points of damage. And yeah, it's a good timing on the round victory for Brugge as well. Before Sangal really established a strong economy that would be hard to press and hard to really break down, as well as before they get too many rounds and get too comfortable in their own shoes. As we do see currently, it is going to be a bit of a trade-off for middle again, though this time Major. He seems to be inclined in holding it, though. No, he realizes perhaps that is not the smartest of choices. Two players on B, smokes into CT. This is a clear B split, and let's see how it works out. Major already tagged. Baz is getting to be tagged as well. Major peeks out wide, but Baz comes on cross. Baz with a double. What an insane push through the smoke. Nobody's watching it, and a huge misstep by Brugge as Paz will find a third, and Rylex as the last man standing. No hope, no chance, and the round goes to Sangal Esports right back into their hands.
What a wonderful setup there from Sangal Esports. I mean, it's classic. It's simple here at Dust 2. Always have that one player in CT spawn. He might just save you the round and pass. Oh, he succeeds with flying colors. He pushes out, manages to get those few frags, and that's more than enough to stop the incoming advancement of the eClub Brugge players. Oh boy, this is not looking easy here for the Belgian side. We'll now see maybe a fast B play. He also been slowed down by the smoke grenade. Logic Man, though, has to be very careful. He sprays with that AK-47. He could get caught out by the opposition. Meanwhile, we have some more players from eClub Brugge. Gonna try to hold towards lower tunnels. Perhaps there's another middle push they might want to go for. But I'd say you might want to look for some other options because middle and the B side have been rather difficult to overtake.
That is true, though, yes. Like, it's not even difficult to overtake. More than anything, even if you do go middle, you still have to deal with two positions at the same time. And yeah, through short seems to be the most successful the moment for Brugge, but this is more of a fake out by the looks of it, trying to prevent from Sangal recognizing what is coming their way. Again, another B push. And look at this, Logic Man pushing in towards upper tunnels. Major following suit. Logic Man missing his chance as Major comes out across aggressively. He spots the second player in T-base as well, but takes the fight for some reason instead of evading. A good refrag. Doesn't last him too long, though. Enough, though, at the end of the day, that Sangal can still be kept in a 3-on-3 with the success they were able to pull off here. And it is going to be 3v3 with what a Galil 2 AKs for the side of eClub Brugge and Sensei with the AWP. Engine and Pass both with their own rifles as Engine sprays and he transfers it. Very nicely done, Engine. And down to Matty, the Polish player, as I said, a recognizable name from the Polish scene from Izako Bors. A 1v2 might be able to win this 1v1. 12 seconds, he has to pick up the bomb, though it is a little bit too far off his position, and this is going to be 7-1. Yet again, success for, of course, Sangal.
This is beautiful for Sangal. I mean, notice how this is not just... Okay, one of the weaknesses that we saw in a map like Nuke, for example, when they were playing with the city side, there were a lot of instances where it looked like the players, they're in a prime position to pick up a few easy frags and then win the round because of it. Here, it's the opposite. They're winning some of these very difficult engagements, long-range engagements where a player is being peaked by two individuals, and Sangal, they just seem to win every single one of them. Thus far, eClub Brugge hasn't really given much of a response, though Sensei, losing quite a bit of his HP early on there in long. Richie with the Deagle could be quite the menace. Right now, again, it comes down to this scenario where eClub Brugge, not enough money for proper investment. We see players on pistols, we see players on AK-47s, but we do see Stevos on the AWP, so perhaps he could be the one player to try and find some sort of opening here for eClub Brugge.
Yeah, he might be able to make the difference, though. I wouldn't wouldn't be relying on only him. Everybody has to chime in at one point, and those deagles, they might only be deagles, but they can still make a big difference. But the op amongst all else is what needs to find the entry to begin with. The op of Steve O's was the direst and the most, well, biggest investment, and he will find Major. That's a good start. That's B side wide open. There is a player there still, but if they're able to isolate him as they're about to, Logic Man is about to find himself in a lot of trouble. Luckily, Richie and Middle's holding the line, but the flash does not help him really, and all of a sudden, back to square one as Logic Man at the end of the day survives thanks to the help of his teammates, to the sacrifice of his teammates on middle to not allow those players to cross safely, and Logic Man saves the day himself. 8-1, yet again success in the hands of course, Sangal Esports. And this first map, there was a reason why they chose Dust. And you said it well already. Ex-Space Soldiers, of course, and in general, this map has always been a choice for Sangal and, well, the players themselves. And why wouldn't they like it now if they still like it, or if they liked it back then?
Oh, there we go. An advancement here in long. Very quick push here from eClub Brugge, but they're being bogged down like it's WW1. Richie, though. Good refrag here. Oh, a second one from Richie. Good few frags have gone the way of eClub Brugge, but the problem is, look at how they're spread out. You have a lonesome Richie out here towards long, but you also have a flank coming in from Major. Richie, though, he seems to be aware of the potential flank, but is he going to be aware of Major? He hears the footsteps a mile away. He will secure the frag. The package is in his hands, and so it's Lonesome Relax to try and win the 1v3, and by the looks of things, he seems to be aware of, not gonna matter. I thought he was aware of Sensei's positioning, but even so, Sensei is just a tad bit quicker on the trigger.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for, of course, eClub Brugge. They're really getting beaten here at their own game currently, and it's not getting any better by the way it's looking, by the way it's all been turning point. As, at the moment, we can see that Sangal, they're pretty unstoppable. They're pretty much doing the best they can. They're holding this one well in their hands, and above all else, they don't seem to be fearing to take a chance, to take an opportunity. And absolutely, they are taking it every single bloody round. And look at this, pass on short, a little bit aggressive. Richie, good refrag. Still, Sangal have the control. They have the advantage given the circumstance they're in. Though it's time to find out, can eClub Brugge finally find at least their second round here in the first half?
I thought Major's gonna go for a straight up push through the smoke. He's gonna back away from this one, not gonna commit. But you can see that Steve-O's and Richie are really stuck here. They don't really have a lot of options. They go back, they'll face death. They'll go forward, they'll face certain death. It does look like they're gonna choose the latter option, going towards the A-bomb site at least. There's the potential of a bomb plant. There's the potential of extra money in their pockets. There we go. The digits being punched in. Rich and Steve-O's gonna have to hold this one down. Rich actually has a smoke grenade, so that could slow things down just a little bit, but I'm not so sure about it. Steve-O's left at 1 versus 4 will go down to Logic Man. That's another victory on the board for Sangal Esports, but at the very least, eClub Brugge has some extra money in their pockets.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of extra money, not really something you'd be very, I'm not going to say happy or, you know, content with. Though, at the end of the day, a bomb plant is a little bit of extra bonus to everything that's already been transpiring around them. And as we can see, a little bit of extra bonus can also be given on CS Money. Go check them out. A little bit of extra economy for you, or for trading skins of the like, or the skins you lust for, as they like to say, you know. But in any case, 10-1. This is Danny. This is the position. This is the advantage. This is the way we'd expect Sangal to go against any of these teams they're playing today, because this is Sangal at the end of the day. We cannot forget at one point these guys were on a major. At one point they were playing with one of the best players in the world. Almost, of course. So their success, more specifically their experience is unprecedented. And a quick refrag by, of course, their Logic Man on middle. Though at this case, Logic Man gets caught on a side, excuse me, not on middle, rather that was Paz. As Major finds the nade on Matty. What is going on here? Another nade by Paz. Oh, come on. What is this utility, man? It's so deadly by Sangal.
Oh, I mean, that's the problem. If you're a team like eClub Brugge who want to try to fight for some control towards long, they decided to take it a bit quicker than usual, and so they advanced towards the A-bomb side. But the problem is they get bogged down by the smoke grenades. The smoke grenades are there. They can't see a damn thing, and if you're Sangal Esports, you know where the players are coming from. So, of course, you're still going to have your HE grenades. You're going to throw your HE grenades, and you're going to secure massive amounts of kills. Sangal Esports, I mean, this is truly an amazing run of form. 11 rounds on the CT side. Now, if this were the T side, I'd say, okay, we've seen that Sangal Esports just seem to be that tad bit better team on the T side, but on the CT side, such a run of form, even on those two, is a bit unexpected for me.
It is. It is. I mean, it's a welcome change for a difference. And, you know, given how poorly they've done on Inferno for the CT side of theirs, this is a good turning point. And finally, they show what they're capable of doing, not only on T side, as we saw at first on Inferno, now here on CT as well of Dust. Though, again, map 2 is Nuke, and I don't even want to think about that for the moment. It's, you know, we said it before. It was a choice by, of course, Sangal to let it in the map pool since they want to get revenge. They want to show Brugge that yesterday was a fluke, was a one-off thing that's never going to happen again. Matty, though, quick and easy, finds one. Matty finds two. Matty keeps on giving. Unfortunately, Pass finally takes it away, but Steve O's is ready for the engagement as he signals to the rest of his teammates to keep on pushing towards A. They will do so exactly. Rylex with a beautiful one, and notice just goes against Logic Man with the op. Interesting and lovely. 11-2. Danny, this is looking great for Sangal no matter what, and even if it ends 4-11, it's a pretty damn good first half no matter what.
Which is possible right now, right? I mean, take a look at the economy right now for Sangal Esports. I mean, there's no money left. They've spent quite a lot of money on their equipment in the previous rounds, and so it's back to pistols. In fact, they're not going to try to go for some sort of double eco or even one eco and then the potential investment. They're just going to go for the straight up force buy. So it is pistols, it's armor, it's also some utility, but not a lot of it. So if there was ever an opportunity for eClub Brugge to potentially get few easy rounds in, this is by far their best chance.
It really is. And we do have, of course, everything that one CT could afford with the minimal investment and economy they had left. The Deagles, though, I wouldn't underestimate them if I was Brugge. As we both know, those Deagles can sometimes be far more effective than any rifle on the board. Though, what is this? Push through smoke, get caught through smoke as well. It's a little bit underwhelming, to be fair. Definitely expected perhaps a bit of a different outcome given the current circumstance for Sangal, or at least a bit of a different approach given what we saw from Sangal already. In either case, though, at this current stance, this is a pretty straightforward victory for Brugge. Should be a third round, no problem, or at least without further complications.
No, just take a look at what's happening right now. You have eClub Brugge have full control over the B bombs, so that's bombed down for sure. Now, if you'll notice, though, they're not really going necessarily playing it safe. You can see they want to try to go in for the hunt. This is somewhat of a risky maneuver because what if there was someone in, say, the tunnels? They could very easily just come in and get the defuse in, but as you can see, eClub Brugge just seem to have the awareness that, yep, these guys are going for the save. We're going to make sure they're not going to have those pistols in the upcoming round, and so making the upcoming round for us that bit easier. Engine, though, I mean, he could still actually... Nope, never mind. Not going to get a soul thing. Sends in Paz running for the hills, but the problem is the hills have eyes, and, well, Richie,
The hills have eyes,
he has
that
lost
is true.
both of his, in fact. That's a deagle to the face.
That is true, though. The hills do have eyes, and scary movie as well. Very uncomfortable movie to be watching, especially if you're watching it alone. But in either case, that is going to be the third round for Brugge. They at least are able to pick themselves up a little bit of a magical start, as we do see Red Magic as well. Again, great phones to be had if you want to check them out. 165 hertz phone monitor, or how do you call it, screen, which is insane to just think about the fact that you would have that on a phone. But in any case, it is the last round of the first half. There's an AK on Paz. Unfortunately, he's only good for one, as Steve O's is quite accurate, and already we saw him shoot through the doors on middle and getting the shot on Sensei. As Major, Engine, and Logic Man remain to try and keep the 12-3 alive, or the dream of a 12.
Hit their shots. And from that CT side performance, I think we can safely say that Sangal Esports their shots. They can definitely get some kills. It's everyone stepping up, really, and no one really having a truly terrible performance, but you can see that Paz has had a tremendous run of form playing there in CT spawn, in middle, constantly being a thorn in the side of eClub Brugge.
What I'm really wondering right now is what the plan is. Like, how is eClub Brugge gonna take this one up? They have 2 flashbangs and a defuse on Matty. Rylex and Notice both have yet to buy a single thing. I presume it's going to be Kevlar's. They have a kit already, unless the second player goes for utility as well, which is not a bad choice per se, not a bad decision. It gives you, again, a little bit of a safety net. You buy a smoke, buy a flash and such. It can definitely help you out. But again, alas, as I said, there is going to be a lot to be thinking about. This pistol is quite important. eClub Brugge, they lose it, and they will find themselves on the wrong side of history again. And, well, yesterday they found themselves on the right side, just, for the wrong reasons, perhaps. But in this case, today, they kind of need this pistol, let's be fair. Lose this pistol, and against T side of Sangal, yeah, not really going to be much coming out of it afterwards.
This is, somewhat of a do or die situation here in Dust 2. Yeah, still the very first map of the best of 3. We will have that second one. I'd say if you're eClub Brugge, you have to win the pistol round, really. Their second chance would be that second round pistol, where they would potentially have to go for the force buy. But right now, an early 2-man setup in short, and they might actually get a few kills here. Steve-O's spotting out a few players. Logic Man and Co. moving in very rapidly here on the defense. It's still Steve-O's holding his ground, securing a frag, waiting for more. Richie goes down.
Oh,
and so
Engine,
Agent has got himself too. This leaves the A-bomb side very vulnerable, and so Sangal Esports can very easily just get onto the side and get that bomb planted.
Yeah, Engine, of course, a V12 right now, churning out a lot of horsepower, a lot of firepower. As Engine, Major, and Paz are holding the line in CT, there is going to be the first player coming to contact. That's Matty. In pit, there is a player holding the angle. That is, of course, Major. And it is going to be down to the 3 players of Sangal to keep this round alive. Engine, don't you switch to bloody knives, man. What are you doing? Why do you have a grenade in hand? What is going on right now? Notice with a free kill, and there it is. Paz comes out hot, though. Finds the headshot, finds the kill on Matty, and we again have a turning point at our hands as the defuse will go through. Oh, Major can't hit the defuse! Or the diffuser. Oh. Oh my god, my brains, man. My brains almost froze there because I thought for certain that he wouldn't be able to get the kill there. Major, hands shaking, but he still gets it at the end of the day.
That was somewhat of an awkward scenario there as well, because we saw the flank coming in from Paz. That was quite a lengthy flank from his part, because the player that was on the side, I think it might have been injured. He clearly is fully focused towards CT spawn. He's expecting if there is players pushing through, they're going to come through CT spawn. I have my back covered, but in that instance, Paz didn't necessarily really cover his buddy. He ended up dying in the process, but all in all, it is still a victory here for Sangal Esports. It is still the pistol run going their way. eClub Brugge, though, the problem is force buy. There's really no other way to put it. They have to go for the reinvestment here. It's going to have to be those scouts, the pistols, armor, of course. Is not looking good here for eClub Brugge. We do have a bit of a technical pause here from what I believe is on the side of Sangal Esports. But once it gets fixed, we can continue on with the matchup. eClub Brugge, though, I do like the fact that they have gone for the double scout setup. This is something that has become a lot more common in this too, and it does make a lot of sense. It is sort of the poor man's version of the double op setup, but the scouts in this game, I would say they are somewhat underrated. And in a map like this too, long range engagements, if you can just get a tag with the scout, suddenly your buddy with a USP or the Deagle for that matter has a much easier job of securing and finalizing a kill.
Absolutely, those scouts have an easier job of finding frags and tags. Though one thing that nobody can forget is that the scouts, of course, no matter what are one of the hardest weapons to control. So if you don't know how to control it, you're going to have a very hard time, of course, to do so. In any case, there will be very little left right now in the bank of Brugge. If they lose this round, they will find themselves on the wrong side once again in a very problematic position. And as we can see, there is a little bit of a turning point coming up pretty soon here. This force buy might decide the fate of this game. Or, of course, Brugge. Imagine if they win this, make a comeback just like we saw it from the side of UMX. Like, imagine if that actually happened. That'd be pretty bloody amazing.
Well, what we've learned today, at least, that Sangal Esports, even though they might maintain a very strong lead and they just might be on the brink of victory, they don't always necessarily secure it in the most cleanest of fashions. So yeah, maybe considering this is a map like this too, considering how one-sided it sometimes can be, but also back and forth, there's definitely the chance for a team like eClub Brugge to bounce back. But that's definitely not going to be easy, I'd say. So apparently, one of the reasons why we are having this technical pause right now is that Engine's mice has died. So
Ooh, that is unfortunate.
yeah, that's quite unfortunate. So let's hope either A has a replacement or B he can charge up the damn thing so we could get ourselves this matchup going. Because right now, yeah, your mice dying on 12-4, that's not great now, is it?
No, that really isn't. That kind of sucks, actually, to have this happen to you in the most unfortunate of... Well, in the most important of rounds, as well as in the most unfortunate of timings. But I don't think that's really going to prevent him from continuing on his domination. 12 frags currently on him. Paz on 22. So, to be fair, Paz has set a new high on how much you can do in one single half that's already as one-sided as usually it can be. And this technical pause, we'll see how long it's, of course, going to last, as... I hope he has a replacement mouse. I really hope he has some replacements ready. At the ready. Or that his mouse actually didn't die and he just needs to plug and unplug it. But
Do you have a replacement mouse over? What's your replacement mouse?
I have an old Death Adder from like 2012, I think. And I have a another Death Adder Chroma. Like, I was a big
Ooh.
fan of Death Adders because they're big mouse and like they're a big, huge mouse that's very heavy. And, you know, my hands are big, so it kind of makes my life a little bit easier if the mouse is not tiny. You know how it is. So yeah, let's see how this one goes. As right now, Sangal Esports, can they close this map with success before it gets too hot and too close? As we continue on, seems like issues were solved. And before we continue, Danny, do you have a spare mouse?
I actually have a few. One of them is the El Clasico IntelliMouse.
The old or the new variant?
Oh,
the
it's
old variant.
old. It's 2002-ish.
Oh yeah, then the original old variant.
Yes.
Nice,
That's the old timer mouse, and I got some Chinese knockoff mice, which I'd rather not say the brand name in general.
Just leave it be.
Leave it be. But someone that wants to go for some more aggressive plays and not just play it safe, it is eClub Brugge. Notice at a player like Stevos, he's out there in short, and something tells me if Rich is going to feel the pressure, Stevos is going to go for a bit of an aggressive play in short. What we do see, however, Paz firing off his AK-47 and Sangal Esports, they're going to have to play this one very safe. They know there's a scout in the hands of Richie, and that can cause a lot of havoc, even though they're up against the scouts.
Oh,
it's
Richie.
the two scout setup. Richie has gone for another headshot. So far, so good for eClub Brugge. And if you're Sangal Esports, you probably want to avoid those scouts like the plague.
Oh, you said it, man. You called it. These scouts, they're going to be absolutely deadly as Richie finds 2 frags, 1 headshot, 2nd headshot, and easy 2 kills. At the end, he even tags Matty as he jumps, and I believe that was a bit of a wallbang through Matty for the headshot for the 2nd one. Either way, tags onto Paz as well. Here comes the push. The AKs have been completely useless this round as Logic Man is on point, and well on point with the scout as Richie finds his 3rd, falls, and down to the one man it falls, the Engine himself. And he will have to really bring out the horsepower this time round, and eClub Brugge, of course, prevent him from doing so. And there we have it. 12-5 as they find themselves a second round. And of course, well, what they also take control of is economy, if you want to call it like that, and take yourself the control of economy with Coinbase. And you can even add cryptocurrencies on there and all the goodies. In any case, it is going to be a force buyback by Sangal. And let's see what they do with it. I hope they don't just wait and run around the map hoping to do something and, you know, hoping something comes to them, that they actually take charge and engage together through a position.
I mean, the Tech-9s right now, they're going to be perfect to just run and gun onto one of the sites. And by the looks of things, it is going to be the A-bombs that, of course, they still have some utility at their possession. The smoke grenades, the flashbangs, and whatnot. So they're definitely going to use it in their approach. The problem is, however, Richie's on the other side with the M4A4, so they're going to have to get as close as possible because Richie can cause quite a lot of havoc. Plus, there's also the AUG at play. Richie with 2. Relax gets a frag of his own, and they can't even reach the bomb site. They're already being shut down here. Richie, duck and cover, my friend. No need to peek as you have Relax coming in the back lines. That's a victory here for eClub Brugge. A very nice victory indeed. They don't lose a single player, and they decimate the opposition.
That was a lot closer than it's supposed to be, but, well, at the end of the day, it wasn't, as you say. It obviously, you know, don't lose anybody. But for a moment, you know, for a second, it could have gone a lot worse than it actually did. In any case, we are going to be having ourselves a little bit of a party towards an eco, well, with the eco for Sangal. As we can see, they're going to be keeping in track, going for a very straightforward, just Glocks all around, mid control if they can help it, if they can do something about that.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be easy. Oh, this is going to be clean up here for eClub Brugge. Wouldn't have it any other way. Engine, though, with the Glock, he's not going to go down without a fight. He's going to deal some damage, but not going to matter. 7-12 it is. eClub Brugge, you know, slowly but surely, they're starting to pick up some rounds here. It's not massive difference between the two teams. It's just a difference of 5 rounds. And we saw how Sangal Esports, even though they had a massive advantage heading into that second half of Inferno, it's not like they had an easy time closing things out. I mean, at some points, it even looked like they might even take the L. But here, it's a different story. They're on the T side. They're on the favorite side. And, well, you can see 4 players very quickly, very rapidly descending down lower stairs. And Richie is able to spot him out. And Richie can even get a frag. Great early pickup here for eClub Brugge.
Very classical boost that we get to see a lot these days, and it's actually worth it. Why not? If they don't nade short continuously, then why wouldn't you do it? Major at also 20 HP, which does complicate matters quite further for, of course, Sangal Esports. And they've been locked in place right now. They are locked in place right now, and it seems like we are again having this repeat of the previous game, of the previous unfortunate no success for the side of Sangal. As UMX basically faced off the same kind of music, the same kind of forte with a 12-3 half on the first half, only to make it back into 13 rounds themselves. And look at this. They're taking them one by one, literally piece by piece are they able to isolate and take him out, as Steve O's at the end of the day, Steve O's just finishes the job. This is too easy, feels like, almost for one part for Brugge. It's been, what, 4 rounds in a row right now. Sangal again on pistols and Kevlar. Should just be a few pistols bought up, maybe a Kevlar or 2 at the maximum. But this is weird. I'm not used to this. I mean, I would expect it if Sangal were on the CT side, but being on the T, as you said, it's their map, it's their best side. It's the position that they usually excel at, or at least the side they usually excel at. Quite weird seeing it, not gonna lie.
Oh, speaking of weirdness, look at Matty. He has gone for a straight up push in middle. You can see that this is a confidence play. He is very much comfortable. You know, keep on holding this angle. Jeez, Matty, he's obviously going to be rewarded for his patience. Patience is a virtue, and he's going to get himself a few frags. Relax, he's going to join the fray, and it's going to be a blowout here for Sangal Esports. They get absolutely decimated. And so eClub Brugge on the brink of securing double digits. They're just 1 round away. And I'd say if you're Sangal Esports and you end up losing the upcoming gun round, this is where you take the timeout. eClub Brugge, they're coming alive.
Yes, they are. Absolutely, they are. Doing a pretty splendid job at it as well, as they're able to dominate the field in their favor. And more specifically, they're able to show to Sangal Esports they're not afraid. They're not afraid to take a challenge, to take an opportunity for themselves. And let's see how this one is handled by Sangal. It is another gun round for them. 3 rounds remaining until a full tie happens. And the money for the CTs is what really should be worrisome for, of course, Sangal, as there is so much economy being gathered by Brugge that this is going to be nigh impossible for them to break at one point in time. Rylix, blinded, still gets the shot as he sees him just before he does go down in flames. Well, in blindness. As Matty holds his line, Sensei refrags, but the damage is already dealt, though. Hold up, Paz will return the favor. 2v3, Sangal at a disadvantage, and a pretty big one at this stage.
Yeah, so far it is, however, somewhat doable that Sangal Esports, they leave a dent on the eClub Brugge economy, and they also leave a dent on the defense, so that gives them the chance to maybe, just maybe, find their way across the A bomb site and get that bomb planted. Before they do that, they need to get some kills. There's a smoke grenade in the hands of Sensei. He could deploy, but instead, we see the flashbang, and we see one player coming in. That's Richie with the
Richie.
AK-47.
Yeah.
Good pickup here on Sensei. Major left in 1 versus 3 does go down to Stevos, and it will be eClub Brugge securing the victory here. Double digits for them. And this is where I have to say, Sangal Esports, you might want to take that timeout. Things are looking dire here in
yeah.
your camp. And considering you were in such a massive lead that you yourselves looked amazing on the CT side, something tells me you're now taking a taste of your own medicine and you don't like the taste of it.
In this case, like, the fact of the matter is that Sangal Esports, even if they had gotten that frag on short or in CT, the flank from Notice was already set, and their success, or their no success or fail of success, was basically set in stone at one point in time already. In any case, we are going to be moving into our next one with another false buy, this time Paz taking quite a little bit of damage. I'm not sure if it was a Molotov or if it was a nade, but either way, he is down to 43. It's pistols and Kevlar yet again. The investment from the side of the T's, not exactly the best one, or at least most effective one. And this is going to be very, very hard for them to do anything in. Maybe a frag, maybe 2, and they do get 1, but either way, the end is nigh, and so is this round. As we have ourselves a pretty simple cleanup job by Brugge.
Scary part is as well right now. Let's put it into context. The second map of the best of 3, that's going to be Nuke. Now remember, when these two teams met each other yesterday, it was an eClub Brugge victory 16-0. Not a single round was picked up by Sangal Esports.
Yeah.
The problem is, what happens if a team like Sangal Esports end up losing this 2 and they have to make it to that second map? Ooh, that's a sick little pickup there. Damage inflicted.
Whew, what are these shots, man? Insane.
I mean, that's sick. That's a sick shot there from Sensei.
It is. It is. Pretty damn good good start for the side of Sangal to begin with. I mean, this is legitimately one of the better starts they've had recently in the rounds we've seen. So, absolutely, it's a welcome change for a difference. But as we can see right now, there will not be much to be had on the side of Sangal when it comes to controlling the map. Towards middle, they try to focus. They do get a little bit of a lifeline going for themselves, which is nice, though doubtful that they will change much if they don't get short control and fast and actually just go for the straight short control itself. As we can see, they will be looking towards that exactly. On long, a single player is waiting. That is Engine, trying to find himself a little bit of room.
Oh, but now it is going to be Stevos. Look at him. AWP in hand. Oh, no! Stevos wins the fight against Sensei. My Sensei had his trigger dead on, and Stevos goes for a
grenade.
very ballsy maneuver. Not sure why he wanted to push with smoke like that and relax. Being the lonesome player in the B-bomb set has so many angles to check. There's the long-range engagement that he has to face, and you have Logic Man securing the frag on Relax. And that cements this round. Sangal Esports have the B-bomb site. And now Richie being left in a 1 versus 3. I'd say at his point, yeah, just recover the AWP and probably get the hell out of here. Though, good pickup on Logic Man. I don't think that's going to prompt Richie to go for the investment or, pardon me, for the retake. Instead, he's going to go for the save. That's the obvious choice.
Yeah, he's going to try his best to find himself a little bit of a roomy position, if he can. Of course, to try and save this AWP, it's a pretty big investment to be losing. And as far as we can see right now, the position is, well, weird. Because Sangal, again, 11-4 on the half. And then they find themselves back in this weird, victory route that they actually shouldn't be even too successful in. As we can see here, 13-11. They get the first round on their T side after a little bit of an excruciating half, at least beginning a little bit excruciatingly. But luckily enough, there is nothing yet decided or set in stone, as the op of Steve-O's will find or try to connect with Sensei. Sensei watching down middle, of course. And again, short boost coming through. This time around, Sangal should be ready, right? They've already got burned once by this. Surely they won't make the same mistake twice. Or will they?
Plenty of times, in fact. Plenty of times, eClub Brugge have utilized this boost. This time around, they're not going to hold too long. They realize there's always the potential of that peek coming in from the opponents. They can very easily just pre-fire that angle. Speaking of which, though, Maddie, holding long with the M4 and 4. In fact, 3 players right now heading up towards long. This is going to be an interesting setup. There's the flashbang here for Maddie. He's looking for the players. Does spot out one. Eliminates Engine. There's, of course, Sensei with the AWP. Good refrag. However, it's not just the refrag he's looking for. He wants more. That's a good pickup on Maddie. There is, of course, a lonesome Steve-O's and Logic Man. Oh, so ready. He will find the frag. And so the bomb site has been taken. Relax and notice, very much aware of what has just occurred, and with that bomb plant coming through, actually it's not coming through that swiftly. Finally, we're going to see that bomb being planted, but this has given extra time for Relax and Notice to potentially get in position and maybe even attempt the retake, but Sensei holding the angle, gets the frag. It's round over for eClub Brugge.
Yes, it is a little bit too much to be had at the end of the day, or at least a little bit too much of a wishful way to be trying to finish it off without too much complication. That op, of course, on Rylex hitting its mark, though, unfortunately still not enough. And that boost on short, they didn't hold it too long. As you said, they've tried it many times. They've had quite a little bit of success in the past. Now, because they decide to not hold it, because they decide not to care for it, of course, it goes exactly as you would imagine. It basically finishes off as the round goes to Sangal Esports, 14-11. This is where things get a little bit more complicated now, I believe. As we can see Major, you can see him not being satisfied with how things are turning. How things have turned up to that point. And sure enough, he's going to be happy with getting the 14th, with finally securing a few more successful rounds in succession, I guess you can say. But this is it. Last chance for Brugge to prevent Dust from going to 15 and eventually going to most likely 16 for Sangal Esports, as we are going to be having a pretty big long push coming out from Sangal, Danny. Let's see how far they can go with this, and if can they get this round and close out quickly.
Ooh, Maddie's going for the sneaky beaky play. Luckily for him, no one, and I mean no one from Sangal Esports is going to expect such a play. The question is, do they want to move on forward? Because that's the big question. Steve-O's, though, holding the angle, spots out the player, fires off the shot, no kill. It is, however, Sangal Esports in a position where they will try to cross, and Stevo still gets the better of Logic Man. Paz, good frag here in Maddie. He's still very much aware of incoming advancements, and speaking of which, Engine eliminates Stevo's. This puts the A-bomb site in a very vulnerable position where Paz, oh, this frag, it matters oh so much. If he gets it, they could try to go towards B, and that's it. Now we can see the full rotation coming in from Sangal Esports. They're gonna abandon ship towards A and head towards B.
Oh, this is a good idea by Sangal. They're trying to avoid the CTs if they can help it. And of course, Engine, he doesn't seem to be too disturbed by anybody or anyone. As Richie is left alone on short, he was thinking that perhaps this was actually an A play. Well, unfortunately, as you said, it is B. And there we have it, the end for the round itself. As success is found by Sangal. 15-11. Last hopes. Last chance, as now eClub Brugge. It is all or nothing. Moving forward, all or nothing for this first map. Technical pause again, though. This time on the side of Sangal, apparently, as far as I can make it out. Is it? I think it is on the side of Sangal, right? Yeah.
Well, let's just hope it's not any more mice issues here for Engine. Luckily for him, I mean, it would be quite dissatisfying if Engine, say, was that one player that was hitting something like a 30 bomb or something like that, and he had his mice, you know, suddenly have some issues. That would be a bit of a problem, but right now we have the other individuals also stepping up, so this is looking pretty solid here for Sangal until Richie comes in with the frag here in Logic Man. The early engagement does not go the way of Sangal.
A little bit unfortunate, but I don't think they are going to be too distraught by that. The Sensei takes a pretty big beating, though. He does drop down to 39 HP. Major as well, 25 HP that he loses in that essence. So it's not exactly comfortable, but it's not the end of the world right now. As a 4v5 is not impossible to win upon, but you have to be extremely well prepared. And, well, more than anything, you have to have a well thought out plan if you intend to actually pull off some sort of a crazy strat. As we can see here, double up in play. Sensei Major, well, actually Major just switched out to the AK. I think this is a B push, it looks like it. And I actually would expect a B push, because A is very difficult to break if you're missing a man, if you have no control over the map, if you have no control over the situation. A is one of the hardest sites to take, actually, in that essence then. For B, you just stream through a single point of entry, and if you're lucky, you get a shot or two, and all of a sudden, you know, you can make it like a 2-on-3 or 3-on-3, whatever it may be. In any case, 30 seconds, and the push should be coming in a matter of moments.
Oh, 25 seconds through the smoke, and there's also Molotov that, whoa, relax. Does he seem to be aware? Yes, he is. Gets the frag here in Major. The other players will follow suit into their death. Notice. Great pickup here in Engine. That's going to slow down the push in its entirety, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Sangal are just going to retreat from this one. Maddie does get the frag here in Paz, but if your Sensei, oh, is not going to reach that Zen-like state where he does not have to worry about anything in the world, because there's still some opponents that want him dead. So 12-15 it is. Another victory here for eClub Brugge, and, well, they still have money in their side, loads of it. That's not the issue, but I actually would like to see what's the economical situation here for Sangal. Do they have enough to reinvest into this one? And yeah, by the looks of things, it's the rifles for everyone, AWP in the hands of Sensei, so it really isn't that bad.
Well, let's see. 15-12 currently. 3 more rounds to OT. We have yet to see it today, and, well, we might just have it in this game if it comes down to it. Brugge, they've been very strong in their position, and more than anything, they've been very on point with quite a few of these rounds. Logic Man gets tagged. There's a boost in towards long by Engine. He's waiting for that push. He's waiting for that chance. The mistake might come through for one of the guys of Brugge, but so far, long is going to be the one site, well, one position they'll be heavily focusing upon. Smokes to make this transition a little bit easier. Richie down to, what, 14 HP? Great spray down, not gonna lie. That was actually really close. And again, a minute on the clock, a little bit less even, Danny. They really are burning the time here, trying to find any sort of entry, any sort of player that would be out of place, or a chance to get themselves an advantage, and of course, jumping on the opportunity of that.
Seconds. Oh, they're getting closer. Sensei, good frag here on one. There's going to be a lot more players coming
flash.
through. Richie, though, nice pickup on one, but that was a sublime flashbang. Another kill coming in for Sensei, and you can see that this one's coming to an end unless relax. AK-47 versus AWP. It's Logic, man, for the win. Notice, though, good pickup on Engine, but being left in 1 versus 3, it's just too difficult to handle. 16-12. It's Sangal Esports that secure the victory here on Dust 2.
And they are able to close it out with relative success, given the circumstances they were in, given how it all was. 16-12, as we saw it there. It was a close call. It was a closer one than it had to be, given the first half, again, 11-4 at the end. I mean, it feels like this is a recurring thing for Sangal, that they continuously seem to be struggling when picking up a great success to begin with, and they kind of just let it off a little bit, let off the steam. And this is something we obviously, asked Majors, like, what's going on, guys? What's the problem? And I guess this is the same issue they had against their first opponent, UMX, there, where they get too comfortable. They get too, I guess you could say, they get too used to the winning, that they just kind of let go of everything, because they feel like that if they continue down the same road they did up to that point, that they'll just be able to close it out. And clearly that's not the case, is it?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy for them to just close things up by having a tremendous or an amazing first half. They still struggle quite a bit here, and well, that puts us to that second map of the best of 3 nuke. There's the potential for a team like Sangal to just close it out 2-0, or maybe perhaps eClub Brugge still have an opportunity to bounce back. I mean, for us to find out that, we're going to have to tune in for the second map. But for now, folks, we're going to head on over to a very quick commercial break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that second map.
Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. I can imagine what a weight you bear, but me, I'll be just fine. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. are falling hard. Find me on your way out, I'll be right here. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. The sky is sunny but the clouds are running in my head.
Welcome back, everybody, of course, into Blast Rising 2021. And we just saw Dust2 Sangal finally able to beat the, I guess you could say, the problems they've been having since the last series we've seen, where they get a lot of success, a lot of rounds, but at the end of the day still have a hard time closing out maps. Here, 16-12 on Dust, their choice. Next up, Nuke. Danny, tell me all about it.
Nuke, not their choice, and it's their opponent's pick, and that's where I think things get a little bit difficult here for the squad of Sangal, because even though they have a pretty bad track record on a map like Nuke, the one saving grace is that they themselves seem to be somewhat comfortable on the map. Even if their opponents, they will still pick that map against them, but they are more than willing to play it. The reason being is experience. They have a lot of experience on that map. They can definitely play it. We saw that they have some pretty good setups on the T side. It's just that it doesn't always click whenever they go up against some opposition that's not necessarily stronger than them, but just seem to counter their individuals a bit better.
Yeah, it does seem to be that there seem to be an issue on the side of Sangal where, as you say, right, their aggression, very hard to beat, very hard to take down. But if you can recognize where it comes, for the most part, from where it's going to be coming, and you kind of start recognizing, okay, this is a repeat cycle, repeat kind of thing, you definitely can prepare against that. And one example was that short boost, right? We continuously saw from Brugge how they abused that to be able to get either an entry into lower underpass or got an entry into mid, kind of mid itself. And in that case, that's just one example of how you can counter the aggression, in this case from Sangal, right? And it took a little while before Sangal actually got used to that and recognized, okay, they're abusing this against us. We should be more careful. Once we go into underpass looking for that mid control, there should be either nades or flashbangs, or we should be a bit more attentive to the fact that there could be somebody boosted but are not watching directly into us. And in that case, I would expect the same from in Nuke. Of course, I doubt that Sangal is going to change their aggression much. But I am very certain that Brugge will have looked at yesterday's match and will have thought, okay, we won 16-0. Fine, it happens. It's a one-off event. They shouldn't be hoping for another one like this because it's nigh impossible to be happening. But they shouldn't be shying away from trying to be as dominant as they can be. And I think that aggression we saw on Dust already was a good precedence set by Brugge for Nuke.
But the thing is, though, that's the thing. They managed to win it 16-0. So I wonder if they decided that after that victory that they might even consider looking at something in that demo. Clearly, even though the scoreline, it is 16-0, there's still always the possibility that you screwed up in some moments, that it still wasn't always all 5 of your players survive after the round is over. Clearly, mistakes had to be done. But I'm not... but then again, even though they might be comfortable heading into this matchup, I don't necessarily think eClub Brugge have actually made that sort of preparation against a team like Sangal. I think if anyone made the preparation, if anyone is prepared to try and get their revenge, it's none other than Sangal. They must be very comfortable considering that, okay, these guys have picked this map against them. You know, pick this map against us. You know what? We're going to show them what's what. We're going to show the reasoning why we played this map and why we've allowed this map to come through the second time.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, exactly so, right? The confidence that shows from them to allow the map pool, or to allow this map to stay in the map pool, even though statistically it's one of their worst maps. And then again, as you said, right, give them the chance to choose it. Don't even choose it yourself. Give them the chance to be like, oh, look, they left Nuke. They might have forgotten about it. Let's pick it. And that's the trick, that's the trap that Sangal has set for Brugge, and of course trying to put them in this precarious position now, finding themselves 0-1 in this series, on the decider series, of course, of Group A, which it feels like we've been so intertwined with this Sangal storyline and so much that has been going on that we didn't even mention. This is the decider series, guys. This is the last series of Group A. Winner takes all, loser again walks home empty-handed. And of course, this is going to be the finalizing of our first group of this week for, of course, Blast Rising 2021.
Of course, in this scenario, you obviously want to secure the victory here, but it's not all loser goes home. I mean, worst case scenario, you're
sure.
still going to have a chance to get your opportunity in the plane. Perhaps from there on out, you can still qualify. But obviously, what you're looking for in this best of three is secure the victory. Secure the victory, and then you're not going to have to worry about any play-ins whatsoever. So that is what you're looking for if you're a team like eClub Brugge, if you're a team like Sangal. And I'd say for a team like Sangal, I mean, why we're talking about this team in particular is because this is a sort of revenge storyline. I mean, we also got a chance to hear it from Major himself that what happened yesterday was not meant to happen whatsoever. Sangal Esports clearly feel a lot more comfortable right now. Well, let's see if it's going to translate to any winning rounds. They're starting off on the CT side, however, not on the T side. So we'll have to wait and see whether they have made any adjustments while they face against a team like eClub Brugge. Right now, it's a quick push here coming in from eClub Brugge, and they're going towards B.
And this is going to be, of course, an attempt coming out from the Belgian squad to find early success, and so they do. Rylex with the shot on, of course, Logic Man. Engine falls as well, and instead of going B, they're going to be hitting towards the A site. Says Sensei comes up heaven. He is meted and greeted by two players, and he will be absolutely shut out as Major. Okay, fair enough. Nice little bit of action there as he's able to get one. He is being watched, of course. Already gets the headshot, and that is pretty much it, I believe, for the round itself. Sangal should have no way of getting back into it as Matty will find Paz, and that is truly the end of the line here. Major 1v3 should not be able to do anything at all. And ooh, he will hide just in the nick of time. Matty still checks him. Yeah, but Major's mad, you know. As he said it, they want this revenge. They want to play, or they wanted to play on Nuke. They wanted to meet again against Brugge. And the only thing they were thinking about at the end, and even at the start of the match against UMX, was how they will get their revenge against Brugge.
Well, right now the revenge storyline isn't really going the way of Sangal Esports, but fair enough. It's just the very first round here, folks. Let's see if the engine can keep on revving. As for Sangal Esports, though, it is forced by standard affair here, standard practice on the second round. It's going to be the Deagles, it's going to be the armor, the smoke grenades as well. Sensei has gone for the scout towards outside. That does make a lot of sense. This is one of the more longer range engagements on a map like Nuke, so he could potentially cause a lot of havoc. Speaking of which, though, we have Stevos heading over towards Secret. You have Loggy Man actually securing a nice pick up here. Frag here from Logic Man. What's going to happen next year? It's a 4v4. Some of the players from eClub Brugge have a lost HP here, and Paz aggressive, looking for some early frags. Let's see if he's going to find anything. There's a player. He sees the head. Can he pop it? Will he pop it? Please, Paz, pop it. There we go. Great pickup.
Watermelon goes bloop and sloop, and well, it is going to be 3v4. Sangal Esports. They bring themselves up for one man. Steve O's is already down on B, though. That's the one concern I'm currently having with this play of Sangal. They're completely letting go of B control. And Major does get spotted, will get killed, but luckily Sensei with the scout, accurate and deadly. And look at this, Paz on the flank of Lobby. The bomb dropping down to B. On B already in long, it's Steve O's. And I'm fairly certain Sangal should be aware that both players are probably somewhere down Secret B, because it would make sense that Rylex just walks down to B without even checking sight and immediately going for the plant, that there would be somebody there. 3 players from ramp. Now Sangal attempting this retake. 2v2 already. And they do have Kevlars, and they will win the duel against Steve O's as Rylex is left alone. One-on-one is able to isolate it, but Paz will win it. And Sangal Esports, I think that is a big sigh from them, a sigh of relief.
Oh, well, for sure. I mean, considering the last time around, 16-0. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
right now you did one round better at the very least. So 1-1 it is, AK-47 retrieved, and that's one way to set the tone. You may have lost the very first pistol round, but the fact that you bounced back in this round, and in a manner as well, where your players, they're going aggressive early on here, even though they're just with pistols, deagles, scouts, and whatnot, they were more than willing to go for these engagements. So if you're eClub Brugge, that's something you're going to have to keep in mind. And if they actually watch the previous series against UMX, we can definitely tell them that yes, if there's something Sangal enjoys doing, is playing really aggressive CS on their CT side.
Yes, indeed. And Major and Paz. Oh, was that a flash kill? Yes, he killed him with a flash. Oh no, never mind. I just mistakenly saw. Oh my god, I had a bit of a mini hard episode there because I thought for a second that he actually killed him with a flash. Instead, it was a flash assistance with the Molotov that he died in the flames. The force buy for eClub Brugge, unfortunately unsuccessful and actually not getting a single frag. Sangal, I think this is exactly what they meant when they said revenge, because this was a very aggressive round. And as soon as they started getting kills, you can see that they just ramped up the aggression to tenfold. eClub Brugge on their T side, of course, they'd be aiming towards, let's say, 7-8 rounds bare minimum here in the first half. Unfortunately, this will be a 3-1 start and a very good one for Sangal.
I'll have to wait and see how this one's gonna play out, because what we see from eClub Brugge, yeah, it's a simple eco. You're not expecting too much out of them, but instead, oh, there we go, Logic Man going for a bit of a spray, though the M4A4 looking to deal some damage, but yes, damage being dealt, but no kills being acquired thus far. But in a round like this, you're not expecting too much out of eClub Brugge. Instead, we're looking forward towards the 5th round. That's when we're going to see the purchase from eClub Brugge and potentially maybe an AWP. As of now, though, simple, slow round from eClub Brugge. Potentially, you know, Sangal Esports has to waste their utility. I mean, you can look at it in this sense is that, yes, they have to deploy their Molotovs, their smoke grenades. That's still money being wasted. Not on the level of acquiring kills, but money still being wasted. However, Paz will not spare us. Oh, look at the damage being dealt. Yep, he's not going to spare them any bullets. In fact, he's going to swing out, spray with that AK-47, all his love on the opponents. And that's going to be a victory here for Sangal. Very well done. Only losing some HP, and that's about it.
That was going to be, or that is going to be pretty much a show and tell of what we are supposed to expect and what we will be expecting, of course. In this case, a lot of firepower, a lot of aggression from Sangal. They will be hoping to break them at the very core here, and that's exactly what we've already seen, at least to begin with. In any case, full buy for eClub Brugge. They've got AKs out. Matty with the flash supportive notice, though, gets Major as Engine is caught on Hut and he's about to be dropped. Oh, Izzy Pass comes in for support. Sensei from main. And the A aggression unfortunately fizzles out to nothingness. As Paz on the backside. Will he be watching Hut? No, he still gets the kill. Steve-O's against Paz. 1v1. This is going to be a very difficult fight. And he just noticed him. And instead of going to fight, he goes around into lobby, and now he's going to wait for his opportunity from Hut. This is an excellent idea. I love this.
This is massive.
Great plan.
Oh, but Stevos,
He's reading
still being careful. He's being thorough. He's clearing out the angles, all the angles, except the one on his left. Whenever you're crossing the street, you gotta check both sides. And so Paz thus secure the frag for Sangal Esports. 4 rounds already. eClub Brugge, however, not having it easy. We are going to be seeing some, I would presume, some upgraded pistols. That's a shame, because what you should be upgrading is your phone. Red Magic 6 Series phone, 165 hertz refresh rate. Now, if you're willing to play some of those mobile games, maybe that's something you might be of interest. But for eClub Brugge, it is going to be pistols, armor, and some utility to work with.
Well, 165 hertz screen. I think that in itself should be enough. But, Matty, quick and easy. Unfortunately, that is the only thing he does. And this quick and easy doesn't really fizzle out the way you would want to. No, does he? Oh, he actually... Oh, no way. He actually gets a plant. Oof. Down to the last millisecond. I think it was less than half a second there. If he had been left to plant, that would be amazing for eClub Brugge. But 5-1 currently Sangal Esports. Compared to yesterday, this is a mighty success, we can say. In any case, is there an op? Yes, there is. Steve O's, of course, with the AWP out already. 0 and 5 for Notice, by the way. He's having a bit of a tough one, isn't he? 14 and 1 for Pass. I just now noticed. Oh boy. Oof. Big oof.
Az has been playing some stellar CS in the previous map as well. He's continuing on with his form on Nuke as well. Logic Man, though, oh, that's a tiny gap to work with, but he has to keep in mind that that smoke grenade is about to fade. It's somewhat questionable whether he'd want to stay here. In fact, he's going to retreat, and I'd say that's the right choice. Don't want to give any advantages here for eClub Brugge, but Pass, that is a great pickup here. Early on, they secure the frag and relax. That's going to put eClub Brugge in a difficult position. On the T side, they must now face 5 of their opponents with just 4 of their players.
Yeah, it's nice to see Paz keep up his performance and keep up his success. Paz with the nade again. 16 frags already. Dude, we're in round 7, Paz. I don't know what you ate in the break you had, but I would like a taste of that because that is amazing. How does he get 16 frags this easily? I don't know, but he's getting them nonetheless. And right now, eClub Brugge, they will be attempting an A split through main, through Squeaky if they can. Richie gets major. That's a good start. Baz is like, buddy, friends, you know, you can do whatever you want, but you ain't getting anything done in this case. In any position, it is going to be Steve O's and Richie. 2v4. 24 seconds. They have the bomb at least, so there's that. But I don't think they're really going to make a difference, are they? At least I don't believe they can.
Hardly. 15 seconds as well. Definitely not enough time to reach one of the bomb sites. The only thing they can reach is safety, and that's by saving their weapons for the upcoming round. Save the AWP, save the AK-47, as it is turning out to be another victory here for Sangal Esports. This is where things are getting a little bit scary. I mean, this definitely is not on the same level of domination we witnessed on the very first map of the best of 3, but it's getting close right now. And eClub Brugge might want to consider having that sort of discussion, that tactical timeout, I think would be a good choice sooner rather than later.
That is true. It wouldn't be a bad choice to just start conversing as to, you know, guys, don't worry about yesterday. Don't think about... I think the issue here for Brugge is they were expecting that this would be as easy as it was yesterday, which, of course, it never will be. It never should have been as easy as it was yesterday. And, of course, Sangal Esports coming in ready, coming in prepared, and absolutely hot on their trail. And not only that, I think the biggest bonus for Sangal is the fact that they've won their series just before this. Yes, it might have been a little bit closer than it should have been, but they've won it, and that is what matters at the end of the day. Oh, Sensei goes for the peek, as Steve O's does refrag. Major waits on stairway. Notice does get a frag again, and right now Major, he needs to stay alive. Invents himself. He is the isolated man. If he dies, this round is going to Brugge, and I think it is already, although Logic Man might reply. Logic Man! No bloody way! He gets 2, and it's a 2-on-2 again with the bomb lost. Rylix, what is he doing in hell? Engine has just spotted him. And now down to Notice and Rylix, with Notice about to be dropped dead pretty soon. And look at, yeah, Logic Man is ready for the push from ramp. Like, they recognized it. They saw him. They're aware of it. And Engine gets the drop on Notice. Danny, this time it's Sangal that's dominating the field. And easy at that.
Oh, it's just stellar, isn't it? Logic Man. Oh, very nice move ability. Very nice mobility in that sense. Very good decision making. Whether you agree with him or not, I have to admit, that was precise. 7-1.
It was.
And for Sangal Esports, this is turning out to be like one hell of a matchup here on Nuke. Something I probably, well, in all fairness, didn't expect to witness. What I was hoping to see is somewhat of a close affair here on the second map. And eClub Brugge haven't really brought that same level of performance we might have witnessed on that second half of T-side does too. Perhaps they need some times. Perhaps what they need is a timeout. The discussion they're having right now is of great importance for the upcoming rounds. Of course, right now, they don't really have a lot of money to work with. It's the standard affair of we may have the purchase for the one round, but then we lose all our money And now it's back
Yeah.
to going for the simple half buy, semi buy, whatever you want to call it, where you have some pistols, you have an AK-47 that has a relax, you also have some armor and utility, but it's still not that full purchase where you have all the weapons in the world.
The one thing that I see going well for Brugge is the fact that Sangal today have been having such a weird day. Is that the chance of comeback is pretty high. So we'll see how they'll handle this as we go along. But currently the domination of this first half is pretty clear. Sangal is having a fun time, and they're not really showing any signs of stopping. And why would they? Why would they stop in the first place? They're doing splendid as it is in this current state. And we can see as we go, as we move forward, Baz down on Secret, Major holding the line with the double. As he gets caught, it's Steve O's that comes out of Hut. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter, does it? Paz, dude is on 18 frags at 9 rounds in. He is doing so well, so out of this world. It is beyond belief that this is even possible. Notice at least got on the board as well with 2, but this is a very different scenario to what we saw yesterday, my dude.
Wait, not even yesterday. This is different to what we saw
Just today.
When we saw Sangal Esports up against UMX, they did not look as solid. Plus, there was a lot of moments where Sangal Esports, when they were losing rounds, they had to go for some audacious plays, some very aggressive maneuvers, like the one from Sensei. I wanted to say that it's not necessary. Their individuals are still very much capable of just holding their own and getting frags. And well, Logic Man, he's gonna go for more. A second one being picked up. So much damage inflicted, and in fact, it looks like the round is gonna come to an abrupt end. Lonesome relax, and it's 0 players remaining for eClub Brugge.
Dude, Paz, he's on 20 frags. This just it's getting worse and worse by each and every passing moment. This is amazing. And Bruges, I hope they have a few tricks up their sleeves. I hope they have something in mind, because they desperately need to start doing everything differently, almost, I want to say. It's just absolutely horrifying seeing them in this state of play. And as far as I can see, there's no signs of stopping at all. Richie tagged a little bit. Matty goes for the hero AK. Notice dies. Logic Man with a double. This is torture, man. This is legitimately just a straight up just destruction. Sangal Esports mad and infuriated that they've lost yesterday. In comes Engine. Matty refrags, the last man standing, 1v3. And Sangal Esports, they seem to be on the verge of easily picking up themselves the 10th. Such a one-sided affair, such a one-sided game. And I'm eager to hear already what Major is going to say about this one.
This is amazing. This is somewhat... Right now, this matchup right here, or this new game in particular, has the potential to maybe even be somewhat of a reverse sweep. 16-0 yesterday. Well, I'm not going to say the scoreline, but let's see what kind of scoreline Sangal Esports can secure against a team like eClub Brugge. Right now, things are not looking too good. Looks like we do have another technical timeout, though this time around, it is the mice of Stevos that's having some issues. So let's hope that's going to get fixed here as soon as possible to continue on with the matchup. Though I'd say for eClub Brugge, this timeout right now, even though it's of technical nature, it's probably a good one. It's an opportunity for them to get a breather, to probably calm down a little bit, and maybe even still consider some kind of an approach for the upcoming rounds. But what can you do? What can you really do when you have Sangal Esports players just hitting all their shots?
I mean, there isn't much you can do at all, actually. There isn't even much you can reply with, unless you have some special tactic that you know might work, unless you have some sort of an approach that you know could take them by surprise. Otherwise, Bruges is in dire trouble. Every single round is going the same way. It's going the same kind of line of effect, and this time Steve O's issue of the mouse issue of it seems to be prevalent today. And well, it is going to be an attempt towards A. Molotov's on Hut, Molotov's on towards site immediately. 5 players gathering in lobby. I'd say this is a pretty straightforward A take, or at least attempt, coming out soon. So I have my doubts about how much of a chance of success they have.
Might consider going back to basics. Have abandoned their post towards the A bomb site, or to be more precise, lobby. To be willing to head down B, or at the very least, they take over some ramp control. They're doing an amazing job at just gathering map control. In fact, oh, the kills, however, that's the problem. Major Logic Man wants more. That is a lot of damage being inflicted, and they haven't even reached the bomb site itself. Relax goes down, and this is looking like a job for Lonesome Richie. Good pickup here in Sensei. The bomb could potentially go down, and well, it will not. That will be passed to secure another frag to his name, and that is now 22 for Paz, 11-1. eClub Brugge are having an incredibly difficult time here. Look at this. Even when they might think, okay, things are going well for us, eClub Brugge, they take over ramp control. This is looking solid for them. But then the opposition, Sangal Esports, still managed to find crooks and gaps in the smoke grenades, and they finally get themselves a few kills. The offense, it just falls apart.
It really does, doesn't it? And it's a sad sight. What is
Not for everyone, though.
I mean, not for everyone. Absolutely, for the side of Sangal, they're going to be very happy, very content with this. But nonetheless, Paz, I mean, the fact that he is doing so well with 23 frags in total of 13 rounds is out of this world. Major and Engine left. In this case, a chance for Brugge to find themselves a second round, if that is even possible at this stage, at this point of the game, as we do see. It will be a B attempt. Notice down ramp, including Steve O's. Following them from the outside through secret should be Rylix. But now, Sangal, no. Okay, it's a B plant. Fair enough. And look at how afraid they are. They don't even plant the bomb. That's how afraid they are right now of a player being hidden somewhere close. As Major finds the first 2v2, he does not need to go yet. Needs to wait for his teammate coming in through ramp. And this will be the devastating after effect that it will leave on, of course, EC Brugge. 2v2.
The timing is everything. Major was overlooking that angle, but even so, he will be going down. Engine is aware of where Relax is playing from. Can he win the 1v1? No, yes he does.
Oh my God.
That's a victory there for Engine and Relax. He wasn't 100% sure where Engine's going to come from, and so that is a victory. Another one in the books for Sangal Esports.
Dude, Sangal is doing so well right now. They really are doing a splendid job in this game, and they are not really taking no for an answer. Or even yes, for that matter. They don't even care what Brugge have to say. They don't care about them. They just care about beating the hell out of them, and they're doing that exactly. 12-1. And of course, with that being said, if you guys want to beat your opponents, go to CS Money, get some good skins, the skins you lust for. And of course, if you have some old skins, you can trade them up for better skins. CS Money. For your pleasure, I guess. One way or another. For your skins, that's even better. Yes, actually not pleasure, for your skins, because it's good for you. Or for your skins. Well, Sensei? Where's the rest? Hello, Brugge? Where's the rest? Oh, man. Well, Danny, tell me, how was your day? How is your day? How's the weather in your at your hometown right now?
Yeah, you're doing pretty good well there. It's not bad.
Because it looks like it's gonna be a red morning for Brugge. Oh man, this is insane. Tangle, like everything's going right. Like, what do we ask on the interview of Sangal? It's like, guys, you just did well. You know, we don't even need to know anything. Just how are you doing? Are you good? Are you well? Because this is brutal right now.
We are seeing a next level of devastation here. I mean, you can definitely see that Sangal Esports, I mean, they weren't joking. I mean, when Major said that he wanted to get revenge, well, this is definitely it. And this is looking like it might just be a very one-sided affair here on Nuke. I mean, this is right now a very good scoreline for Sangal Esports. And considering their team that just seems to do a much better job at securing rounds on the T side, let's see what they can do here. But right now, let's get back into reality. It's 13-1. It's actually the first opening kill going the way of eClub Brugge. And Maddie, though, very good pickup here on one of the players. That opens up some opportunities. Paz, though, secures the frag here, and Maddie relax and he win that engagement, though losing quite a lot of HP. Will be going down, of course. Look at the positioning here from eClub Brugge. They have players all over the place. They have Stevos here at the bomb site, but the problem is they don't have the bomb.
Yeah, see, and also they have to deal with Paz. 25 frags, 15th round, and he is on 25 frags. He's about to have a he would almost have a 30 bomb in the first half. This is it's out of this world. It's ludicrous. It's insane. It's unacceptable. And the way that both Paz and Engine are currently set up, eClub Brugge, by the time they get to the bomb, it's already going to be too late. Like, by the time they reach the bomb, it's going to be like, oh, wait, you know, we forgot about that, maybe. Either way, this is a very straightforward round, I think. That's going to end exactly where you would expect. 14-1, most likely. Though, contact for Engine, not going to be successful. Paz finds himself the 26th. As we continue on, he drops down a little bit too soon, and luckily at the end, Richie gets him. And that will be the second round for eClub Brugge. And this is the most uncomfortable I've ever seen a team be positioned in. We'll see how they handle it, though, as we move on to a second half, second pistol. And I don't think there's even there's no need to say this. There is no hope if they lose the pistol. Oof. Oh, look at Sensei. Dude, do you know he's actually 17 years old, Sensei?
No.
He is 17 years old, and he has such a beautiful, bushy mustache, and I can't even get a few hairs out of it. God damn.
I mean, might just set up. I'm sure he might just donate some of that hair to you. I mean, we can always just ask Twitch chat to set up an overseered mustache fund. How about that?
That'd be funny, yeah. I don't think that's gonna help though.
No, it's probably gonna be grotesque and
probably just gonna be like, you know, some pointers here, some pointers there. Not really more than that. But either way, ladies and gents, we are moving into our second round or second half, second pistol slowly but surely. And I mean, in a way, we expected this, didn't we? Like sorry, not Imor. Of course, Major told us this. Like, Major told us they want revenge, and they want the lot of it. They want everything when it comes to revenge, and I mean, they're doing exactly so.
I mean, absolutely. Considering how, again, yesterday's matchup played out. I mean, did it play out? I don't know. Did the match happen? Major doesn't know. What is in fact Counter-Strike? What is
Inception.
reality? Apart from that, though, it was a 16-0 victory for eClub Brugge. And right now they're getting absolutely destroyed here in this matchup. And Sangal Esports, now they're on the T side. This is the area of the map where we were hoping for Sangal Esports to potentially secure victory, but they've already done majority of the work on the CT side. So from here on out, it should be easy pickings, but relax though. Good pick up here in Sensei, not giving up without a fight. You love to see it. As for Sangal Esports, the B bomb side isn't really of top priority. If anything, they're gonna go towards A. That's where the bomb carrier seems to go towards. In fact, looks like the bomb side may not be of top priority. Getting frags is what they're looking for.
And why wouldn't they? They're absolutely insane right now. As Major, Engine, and Paz, I mean, they might be tagged quite heavily, but they know where Stevos is hiding, and they are going to be hunting him down. Engine gets caught at least, so that's a great start. Notice with another second. Beautifully done. At least able to prevent this pistol from going too sideways too quickly, but they still have to deal with Paz. And if we know anything about Paz, is about how deadly he's been in this first pistol, or excuse me, in this first half. And well, even his first pistol, actually, he had like an insane amount of frags to begin with. But luckily, notice this time round does not allow for any sort of shenanigans to happen. As the second pistol, including the first, goes in the hands of Brugge, we will be having ourselves potentially a few more rounds gathered by Brugge right now. And the skies, of course, not painted red just yet with the blood of the, the Belgian squad. With that being said, go check out, of course, the main the sponsor, of course, Red Magic. They have some amazing phones, Some amazing opportunities. If you guys might enjoy a phone that has more hertz than my monitor has on my PC, go check it out.
We are going to check out at least the smoke grenades raining down the A-bomb side. All the smokes, all the flashbangs being deployed, but they don't really have any presence in the lobby. That's a problem. That's something Notice is going to exploit. Alongside Maddie, they're going to go for the aggressive peek. However, that's one M4A4 they can potentially secure. The problem is, however, Sangal has already lost way too many players. 3 players are dead, 1 more barely alive. This is looking like a pretty good round here for eClub Brugge. The advanced play, the advanced maneuvers seem to be going their way, especially with Stevos coming in with the big flank. This seems to be the end here for Sangal.
Ooh, Steve-O. Or Steve-O's. Nice start. Pass will be caught as well, so they don't allow any sort of shenanigans against to transpire as eClub Brugge find the 4th at least. Slowly but surely we are gaining, or they are starting to gain on, of course, Sangal. It's not perfect. It's never will be in this stage until they get that tie. And another eco here by Sangal. Should be a few deagles, and there are 5 deagles in fact in play. I'd hope to see them outside because, you know, easiest way to get a few entries is when CTs are anxious to get a few drops, a few kills early. The scout here as well could be quite impactful in the hands of course, Richie as Brugge. If they know what's good for them, they won't lose the first entry.
Oh, but Richie trying to win that engagement with the scout. It is quite difficult to try and land headshots with the scout, but he's trying to. Notice, Blacks, all the frags going the way of eClub Brugge. This is turning out to be a clean round until Engine pops a cap in Notice. So it is going to be potentially the 5th round here for eClub Brugge, but Engine, though, looking to deal some more damage. Another kill has come through, so he is doing some damage here in the CT economy. It's obviously just 2 kills, nothing of great significance, but maybe in the long run, it could be quite significant. But all in all, 13-5. eClub Brugge managed to win the last few rounds, but it's Sangal Esports with the reinvestment. AK-47s, the armor, and of course, the utility. It's all there for Sangal Esports. Now let's see if they can make it work.
Well, this is the first real test for the side of the CTs. They'll be facing off these AKs in a pretty big fashion of execution. Of course, Sangal Esports, we saw them against UMX on Nuke. They struggled a little bit on their CT side. And I would imagine that they'll have a bit of an easier one here on the T, especially with the way they finished this first half. I mean, that's, if there's anything more convincing than that, well, if there's any more convincing result than that, then, you know, I would like to see it. But in any case, Rylex, oh, I can't get the drop on Major. That is a great start. And of course, in this case, all 5 players are on ramp, just like looking at each other. Should we go? Let's go. Jumping down ramp. They won't be halting for a second. And now Steve O's has to find the first. Baz will fall. That's a great little start, at least to begin with, as Matty is behind the site. The bomb's been lost on the left side of ramp, more specifically right if you're coming from ramp itself. As Sensei drops Matty, Steve O's in control room. They know he's there. They have heard, or at least are a little bit aware of it. As Steve O's gets Sensei, the bomb will be retrieved, but Logic Man gets caught by Richie. And a 3v2, Major and Engine, they'll be pushing into this. Nope, never mind. The Molotov stops them in their tracks. Major with the bomb actually being left alone. Major staying in towards CT. And he wants this kill. Unfortunately, Richie's a little bit smarter. Jiggle peeking, checking the corner, and now leaving it down to Engine. 1v3.
At least Engine has the bomb on his shoulders. The problem still remains. 20 seconds to work with. That's not a lot. And Stevos can just very easily go in for the peak and secure the frag on Engine. 6-13. Sangal Esports not having it easy on this second half. Again, I guess we should look back the past. I mean, Dust too. Remember, Sangal Esports had a tremendous, an amazing run of form on the first half. It's when it came down to closing out the series, oh, not even the series, the map itself. That's where they seem to struggle just a little bit up until the very end. So I wonder if we're going to see something of a similar nature.
Similar, yeah. Yeah, I think we might. I mean, given how it's all turned or been turning. It's definitely possible. Major gets tagged, but he did not die just yet. Somehow he survives, endures, and perseveres as nades are being chucked down vents. Major now steps into this, but luckily notice, well, as his name would suggest, he notices his legs and takes a few pot shots, actually finishes him off. And at least in this case, Brugge don't need to worry about their flank yet being exposed or lost in general. Ooh, a bit of a miss by Steve O's as Richie finds Logic Man from Secret. The control outside and in general by Brugge on this CT side is pretty fascinating to watch and enjoyable, as they're able to put up quite a few rounds and quite a bit of a fight. But this is where the fun ends, Danny. This is where, again, Sangal will have AKs out. There should be an op on Sensei. Indeed it is. And we'll be finding out how quickly this can be the turning point, or will be the turning point for Sangal or not. And as you said, they've had some issues closing out maps today already.
Lindsay has been somewhat quiet, I'd say. Just 12 frags. That's all he has acquired throughout the entirety of this first map. Of course, he had his other teammates to step up, which is pretty important, but take a look at the early engagements, though. Take a look at the early engagements! It's Paz's engine opening up the A bomb set, and this round has come to an end. What just happened?
A success, a big success, great success. Pushing into A, unfortunately, doesn't really work out too well here for CEST Brugge. And we can see Major, excuse me, not Major, but this is Sensei, actually. I mistaked both Sensei and Major, so I apologize for that. Thank you for, thank you for pointing it out. Still beautiful mustache on Major or Sensei, and even beard. For Christ's sake, they both have amazing beards and mustaches. But in any case, it is going to be Sangal Esports now 14-7. Halfway through and through, Brugge find themselves in a pretty precarious spot, Danny. And I don't even want to know what the idea was there, but it got halted by Sangal, and now they find themselves again on the victory prowl.
Oh my, oh my. Dangerous game right now for a team like eClub Brugge right now. They end up losing this round. Their economy is going to be in tatters. You know what? A similar case can be made for Sangal as well. Very important round for both of these teams. I'm not really sure what occurred in the previous round, how Paz and Engine managed to secure those quick frags. I believe there might have been a push for Blue Hut. That's how Engine managed to get a few of his frags. Paz as well stepping up, very important. 5 seconds though. Sangal Esports don't really have a lot of map control, but they seem to try and maneuver their way out there and outside from what I can tell. I also see that a player like Richie is also trying to find something here. Yep, definitely sees the players. Gotta chuck in a grenade for good measure, but can he win the engagement? That's the important part, and he does. Also with his life intact. Whereas Relax, though, a lot more players will come his way. He's gonna try to eliminate them, but it only gets the one. A lot of damage, but now with 25 seconds, Sangal have to make a difficult choice. What do they do?
Well, it seems like they're going to go back towards A, isn't it? Although Steve O peeks into lobby and gets the Engine. That's a great little returning favor. And at least turns it back on its head for Sangal, of course, as Notice takes down Sensei. Down to Paz, left 29 frags on the dude, though. He's on 29 frags. Paz really was mad when they lost yesterday, wasn't he? Because it's quite clear that he had lost his cool with these many kills, and 30 he achieves at this stage, and we are now ready to see the progression, and more specifically, the continuation of Brugge's comeback. It's definitely possible, though, a little ways. Oh, is he spamming the button? Yeah, he's spamming the button. Yeah, there we see Major, of course. Beautiful mustache still, no doubt. And the rest of the players, of course, out of Sangal. Very straight faces. I love the fact that they're not, they're not taking this one as a one round or as a one game just yet. Tactical timeout for Sangal, and discussing for the moment, what is the plan moving forward?
Absolutely. Take that discussion, and I thought they might have some economical difficulties, but by the looks of things, it will be a reinvestment for Sangal Esports. That's not a problem. AK-47s, utility, it's all there for Sangal Esports. Maybe they've become a bit more complacent here in the second half. They're not really going necessarily for the all-out ballsy plays, which was one of the things that made their CT side oh so unique. Instead, they've slowed it down quite a bit. However, now look at the smoke grenades. Wall of smokes being deployed, but not committing towards the B bomb site or towards secret for that matter. Instead, they're going back towards lobby and reorganizing their attempt, perhaps, to go ramp.
I mean, that's going to be an attempt, definitely. Rylix holding on a classical angle, a little bit off angle, but they should be checking it out, and indeed they do. Paz goes for the engagement. Rylix lucky to be alive right now as he takes the brunt of the attack. Drops down to 17. Moves into Titanic, interestingly enough. Richie gets caught in CT, though. That's an issue as they're overtaking CT and Hell. This is a big problem for for eClub Brugge as they're about to be hit on the A site. Notice is blinded, and they're going to be checking right beneath them as Steve O's gets one, but in comes Major as Spaz hits his 31st frag. It is Matty and Rylix left. Ladies and gentlemen, Sangal on the verge of picking up the round, and most likely the 15th here as Major, hiding in CT vents. On hot is Spaz. And Matty, as much as he tries, as much as he wants, it does not give him a chance at all. And that is going to be 15-8 most likely, isn't it?
Yeah, and a beautiful change-up as well there from Sangal Esports. This just goes to show that that one kill in Counter-Strike can matter oh so much. Once the players eliminate Richie, that suddenly opens up heaven. And that's exactly where the players from Sangal Esports decide to hit. You eliminate that guy in Hell, you move up heaven, and you know there's the potential there's only one or maybe two players there on the bomb side. And if they are in the bomb side, you have the high ground. You have the perfect opportunity to wrap around the bomb side, eliminate those players from above, and secure the victory there on the bomb site. So Sangal Esports, perfect demonstration right there. And 15-8 it is. eClub Brugge, not looking too good for them, but they are going to go for the reinvestment. And if you guys want to do some investment, you can head on over to Coinbase.com. If you're interested in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, I've heard there's such a thing called the Dogecoin.
Dogecoin, yeah.
Dogecoin.
Yeah.
I thought it was a meme currency, but apparently
it is.
can...
It is a meme currency, but it's actually legit.
No.
It is a meme currency, though, no joke. It was made as a joke for, like, I don't know how exactly the story goes, but apparently now it's picked up, and it's pretty insane when you think about it. But in any case, it is going to be, of course, the Op on Sensei, and yeah, eClub Brugge. They don't really have a lot of options left. They lose a player here to begin with, and they're going to find themselves in a whole world of trouble, aren't they? We know how quickly these advantages can be lost, and more specifically how these rounds can quickly spiral out of control for the CTs once they lose the first player.
Slow round, though. Look at how slow this one's being played out.
Yeah.
Sangal Esports not really committing anywhere just yet. They do have the players in the lobby. This is just standard practice here on Nuke. You see Paz. Ooh, can he actually sneak out of here? Yes, he can. Spots at the player just a glimpse, and that's enough for Engine to secure the frag. We can see some more frags coming through, but now it's in the hands of Richie. Good one on Paz to eliminate him, but Matty gets the kill here on Major. This is getting a little bit awkward right now. 35 seconds. Sangal Esports, they are looking for other avenues of attack.
There was a golden opportunity here for Sangal. If they had not lost Major like that for free, that would have been a chance here to get actually a lot of control out of it. And at the end of the day, Richie and Rylix will be cleaning the house. Luckily enough, they won't be losing more than a single player. So eClub Brugge, 9 rounds at least in their hands. That's, that's something. But nonetheless, Sangal Esports, it was a sign of what we got to see or what we were seeing already in the first few maps today. How, they do go for those one-on-ones. They do go for those solo plays. And that has cost them many rounds before. So hopefully they'll be realizing that, they need to be very careful about their approach moving forward. The Op on Sensei, though, going for the peak. The Molotov here preventing that from happening. Luckily enough, the smoke immediately drops on, and it is going to be outside. Fake by the looks of Sangal. Well, not even a fake. There's no smokes being thrown. And I actually want to see some fakes by Sangal. They have yet to execute properly in one of these rounds as of late.
Oh.
As?
More. Same position, AK-47 in hand, perfect pickup, except this time though, he can actually escape with his life intact, which is something you can't really say about Major. Richie, good pickup here now, sit it out, relax. Off angle, will they expect it? No, that's the good one, that's the second good one, but not the third. Sensei replies, and so there's only 2 more players remaining for Sangal, heavy casualties. They'll have those 2 players, Sensei on the AWP being low on HP, shouldn't make much of a difference though, but Paz? That's so sick.
What is this game sense? Insane. And on site, of course, it's going to be the one and only Steve O's. He's got the M4, so luckily enough, I think he has a massive advantage over both of these 2 guys. As, yep, he will find Sensei. That's the opt-down. Now Paz 1v1 against Steve O's and, of course, against Richie. As it is going to be a push down towards B. If he gets the plant even, that's in itself amazing, considering everything. And he now needs to move his ass because they've heard him drop down, so they know he's down on B. Molotov to short to make sure that this does not get too out of control. But Paz, 33 frags. Okay. 34 frags for Paz in regulation of 25 rounds, and Steve O's. He's going for the op, isn't he? He is. And okay, he will find it. Just don't, don't do it. Just please don't be too late for the bomb. And he will not be, thank God. But still, again, just doing this gives me a bit of an uncomfortable vibe. But then again, they need the op. They desperately need the op, I think. To deal with Sensei, absolutely. To deal with Baz, even more so. Frustration, of course. A little bit of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, if you're a player like Paz, you were left in a 1 versus 2 where you had so little HP to work with. The fact that you get the first guy, that's impressive. But the second guy, come on, that's just too much. Well, 10 to 15. Not that long ago, let me give you a reminder here, folks. The first half ended 13-2 in favor of Sangal Esports, and right now what we're seeing is that eClub Brugge, they're again climbing back here in the second half. They're not giving up. An engine though, very nice play there. However, he does get caught out by Steve-O. Steve-O's once more gets a frag, and now the players from Sangal Esports are being shut down, not having any success entering the A-bomb site.
As we can see, Brugge right now, ESL Brugge, they're pretty comfortable in their position. They don't want to let this one go, though, and absolutely they should be very careful what they do next. Either take control of lobby together, either take control of outside together. Through secret, it will be Rylex coming up on towards most likely secret outside. I would expect them to, so at least Major and Sensei, they've been very quiet throughout the entirety of this map, and in general, the entirety of Sangal has been... Oh, Steve O's misses his chance. That will prompt Major to go back into position and might actually go for the main take, because why not, right? Why wouldn't they?
5 seconds here for Sensei. That Mac 10 to work with, it's not the best weapon. Oh, yeah, Steve-O's definitely aware of what just occurred. They're going to take the high ground. There is the potential to maybe spot out someone. No one seems to be truly aware of the heaven position. There is a chance for a player like something done here, but he has to move in first. He needs to be the first point of contact, and only then can we expect Sensei to move in. Well, Major goes down, and so does Sensei. So it will be a 15-11 scoreline. eClub Brugge once more securing the victory. So for Sangal Esports, at least they have enough to reinvest here, but I say that, and it's not the best looking purchase for some of the players.
It's definitely not the most comfortable position to be in when it comes down to a few. And actually, okay.
Oh yeah,
more than
actually,
enough. Okay, yeah. I was about to say that Sensei might not have a utility, and then I see, oh wait, still got money, so it's pretty fine. It's not a big issue. But for AKs and the op on Sensei, and again towards the outside seems to be a bit more focused now, as smokes are going to be thrown, or will they? Yes, they will. Oh, this is the outside smokes we talked about earlier. Do you remember when I said that I want to see some fakes out of Sangal? And here comes the execution. Smokes flying high and mighty towards main, garage, and blue. And back into lobby they now walk into. There's only one question in everybody's mind. Did Brugge watch the game against UMX? Because if they did, they will recognize this being the fake towards A, or the fake towards the outside, the fake towards A, and then, of course, the push into lobby. And more specifically into ramp. Or is it? No, they're actually going to go for it. Whoa, wait a second. Steve-O's got the first. Notice the second. Now double for Notice and Vilex on the flank. Sangal. That was a little bit hectic, a little bit chaotic. They didn't even seem to have a plan at the end of the day there.
Oh, I mean, eventually they decided to go towards the A bomb site, but you can see eClub Brugge had some prime positions. We saw a big flank coming in from Matty almost instantly without even hesitating. So that was a very important push from his part to eventually seal the deal if that would be necessary. Yes, 12 to 15. Sangal Esports, I mean, they were, and they still are, on the brink of victory here. Not just in the second map, but the entire best of three. So it's very important for them to secure just that one round. But you can see that it's not easy for them. The aggression, the confidence we witnessed on the very first half is no longer with us. Or with Sangal Esports. They're having some difficulties, and Paz as well. He's no longer necessarily going for those engagements where he walks out sweet, gets a frag, gets back. Wait and see. But for now, folks, sure to head on over to CS.money if you're interested in trading not necessarily in some coins like Dogecoin or Dogecoin or Bitcoin for that matter. You can always trade in some skins, so be sure to head on over to CS.money if that's up your alley. But as the terrorists make their way out of this alley, they're gonna get their Tech 9s, their pistols, and oh, they will commit. Not towards the A bomb side, no, towards the B bomb side. That's where they set their sights, and Relax though with the M4 whips it out, gets himself a few. Not too shabby. They could potentially go down B, but Richie is here. Smoke deployed, he'll have to back away.
In this case, that was actually really good by Relax. If he had not gotten two, that would have been very, very concerning, to say the least. And as we can see, Sensei, Paz, and Engine, with Engine being on 18, he's not really going to be a very useful component of this attack or this aggression, but he can help out. Richie, on the other hand, watching, veering off left and right the angle on Heaven. Sensei checks it, gets a bit of a pre-fire. Matty and Steve-O's buff, on the other hand, are well prepared, and Richie peaks at the right time as well. 13 to 15, as we have a distinct advantage starting to be built here by the side of eClub Brugge. eClub Brugge. Okay, I'm always going to butcher it. I'm sorry, Danny. I'm butchering it all the time. I know. 13-15. 2 more rounds, dude, and overtime is confirmed. Who would have thought that after another devastating 12-3 half... No, it was 13-2, not even 12-3. It was 13-2 half that Sangal Esports would barely be able to scrape by 2 rounds on their T side.
Well, this is not looking good here for Sangal Esports. Absolutely. We do see one of the players going down secret. Notice, good smoke grenade for good measure to make sure there's not any aggressiveness. Oh, look at this. Relax. They didn't even check their corner. Good pickup here from Relax. But more importantly, it's Richie, it's Steve-O's. It's a lot of damage being inflicted and kills being acquired, which is something you can't see on the side of Sangal Esports. Sensei potentially recovered the bomb, though. Good pickup here from Major, though. 2v2 puts it back in a much more winnable situation. But look at this. Major and Sensei are on 2 different parts of the map. The 2 need to link up if they want to have a chance. And well, Matty is going to make sure none of those chances will work out for Sangal Esports. Lonesome Sensei remains in the 1 versus 2.
Once again, seems like Sangal Esports hit a brick wall and they're having a hard time walking away from it. Head on first and, well, hope that, the wall breaks before them. 15-14, it is the last round of regulation, gents, and we are going into overtime afterwards. We are about to find out what is left here out of Sangal. What do they have up their sleeves? What ace they might have prepared? It's going to be what? 4 AK? 5 AKs. Yeah, they have enough for 5 AKs. So we should be expecting 5 AKs. No money even for a glass cannon. No money to really go for anything else. A Logic Man should go for the AK. Screw the utility. It hasn't really been too helpful. They've mostly just been going on aim battles and for the most part winning them. But then again, the trade's not always effective, especially not on the T side. I mean, that's kind of evident by the result currently. In any case, yeah. Galil. Okay, Logic Man, I respect that. I respect the choice that he goes for Galil. He knows that he's maybe not been on point whole game long and goes for a few, with smoke molly and flash instead. 14-15. Danny, is it OT or are we going 16-14 and a finisher for Sangal?
This looks like OT right now. 15-14. I'm not really sure what Sangal Esports can pull out of the hat, but I have to just wait and see. I mean, utility, it's lackluster. I mean, there's barely any utility remaining, and so they must try to make the best of their rifles. Relax has been a thorn in the side here of eClub Brugge. He's been playing very well in this position, more often than not, securing the 1 or maybe even 2 frags. In some instances, the 2 frags and even extra damage. And we have a 2-man setup here. It's Stevos and it's Relax, and this is turning out perfect here for eClub Brugge. This is what they wanted to have, and it is a 2 versus 5 we're talking about, in which Major and Logic Man, the only 2 players left standing between overtime. Victory.
Well, and that overtime is pretty much confirmed at this point. As Logic Man, he's going to have to pull a pass. He finds the first. Maybe confirmation is not yet there, but Logic Man spotted dropping down onto B. On side B already, or more specifically on ramp wide. It's Relax, and he's waiting for this opportunity as Molotov hits the fence. Knife in hand, unfortunately not ready. Overtime confirmed. We are going the distance, folks, as eClub Brugge have closed the gap from 13-2 into 2-13. It is... Oh, man. I don't even know how I feel about this, but I know Sangal ain't going to be happy. As we are ready to move into our first half of overtime. The camera is showing the emotions of the players. Nobody really too mad, no, at least not by visual indication. And it's nice to see them not being overly exerted, well, mad. By the way, I love the 10k OT. I love it. Absolutely love it. But this is actually 12k, right? 12.5k, if I'm not mistaken. Because the money would make sense. It's 12.5. Yeah, it is. It is. I've just done the calc. It's $12,000 in overtime. Oh, 12.5, I think. Yeah.
Loads of money. Loads of money here for a B side and the C side to reinvest here. Matty, though,
Matty.
aggression as well. This is the one scary thing, isn't it? 15-15. eClub Brugge have done an amazing job at clawing their way back into this matchup. You think they might have lost any sort of confidence? No, they're going to keep on playing aggressive, even in overtime. And that's going to mess up the heads of Sangal Esports quite a bit. And so far, it's not a good start. They lose Major, Engine, very low in HP. Is now, of course, holding the AWP that perhaps his HP can still come of use. Notice, holding his angle, waiting for the players to come through. And well, that's a flashbang. Gets blinded and still gets the frag here in Engine. And not much has been accomplished. Sangal Esports, look at this. Stevo's now coming in with the push here from rank alongside Relax. And the 2 players have to commit. Now it's Lonesome Pass that remains. And he somehow has to make this one work. So many angles to check, so many players to find. There's the first unnoticed, but with 20 seconds remaining, there's not a lot of time. He has to move in, and he will go down 16-15. eClub Brugge in the lead.
I believe. You believe. Everybody believes. And it's coming the distance. It's going the distance. Oh, 16-15. And this has to be immense on the mental state of Sangal. It has to be absolutely devastating to be in a position of such power, to have a 15-2x result, to have 13 rounds in their hands and not be able to close it out. It has to be harsh. And look at the spray. Nicely done. Engine down to 26. Likewise, Richie to 28. So it's not exactly perfect in sense of HP, but dastardly success is what it is here. As we can see right now. Oof. Okay, Paz finally delivers. Finds his first frag after quite a few unsuccessful moments. Unsuccessful rounds as a 4-on-5 ensues forward. Brugge, in this current state, they've pushed hard on this issue. They've pushed hard on preventing Sangal getting any rounds, and let's see if they can keep it up. 16-15 is already a great success, and if they can keep this in their hands, maybe get one more, that'd be amazing.
Divos with the WP has no vision because of the smokes. Flashbang as well. This is perfect. This has to be an easy kill here. And it is. That's going to be a nice little pickup here. Major eliminates Stevos. There's Maddie with the reply. And notice, he drops the bomb carrier. That's an amazing kill right now. And 35 seconds remaining. They could very easily just hold this position, relax the notice, can entrench themselves in the lobby, and wait for Sensei, Major, and Engine to come through. And that's the thing right now. It will be the one, and maybe even the second one for notice. At 17 for eClub Brugge. Not much of a response from Sangal Esports, even when things looking good for them. Still not enough to win the round.
This is, oh man, 17-15, an advantage that was the biggest one to date for Sangal, and now they are left stranded, left empty, and it is the last round of the first half of overtime, gents. eClub Brugge, are they going to be able to make it into 18? A perfect, pristine first half of overtime. We're about to find out. Either way, Matty on hut, Richie playing towards main, and he's actually pulling back towards blue, trying to play it safe here, respectively. But we can see that Sangal Esports, they're giving them a lot of space. They're giving them a lot of room, and I think that's one of the primary reasons. Paz goes for the engagement as he falls prey to Matty, the Polish monster from Izakobors that played up until 2019. Now we have ourselves... most likely we have ourselves an 18th here for Brugge, don't we?
It's looking like it. I mean, this is Sangal Esports now. Absolutely decimated. I mean, not that long ago, it was that 13-2 scoreline in favor of Sangal Esports, but now those days that's a bygone era. Now we're here with eClub Brugge, the new kids on the block, and they're the ones looking to achieve 18. Oh, great angle here from Richie. Eliminates Major, leaving Logic Man in a somewhat awkward position. He'll be able to get it. Once he does, where does he go from there? Because his teammates, they still linger around this outside area and not really committing just yet. Oh, there we go. They're actually in lobby. So they might try to join Logic Man for a potential push on the A-bomb side, but this is not looking good. It's Notice with 2, and it's Logic Man that will go down as well. 18-15. eClub Brugge just one round away from securing victory here on Nuke.
I am honestly distraught. The fact that Paz has 36 frags and Sangal Esports, let me just rephrase that. The fact that Paz has 36 frags before we really go into OT is what's the scary part for me. It's like the dude had, well, he had, 34 frags, I think, when we started OT. He got 2 frags in OT itself, if my calculation is not wrong. Maybe 3 frags at the maximum. This is a disaster. This is a complete and utter disaster that is happening right here in Sangal Esports. Now 3 rounds in a row to pull us into double overtime. Let's see if that's possible as we continue this journey, this storyline of eClub Brugge. I think there would be reasonable doubt now. But let's see, Major finds one, as Paz will find a second. He will continue this storyline as Steve O's will finally refrag, but it's Richie coming out of hut. 1v2, cannot win his first duel, and that will be the 16th for Sangal. And as I was saying, I think there's good reason to, or at least good, yeah, there's definitely good reason for Sangal now to permaban Nuke. Permaban Nuke. Like, not even, no doubt, just ignore Overpass, play it if you have to, but permaban Nuke, please.
Yeah.
I'm actually not gonna joke. Like, if we get to interview, again, Sangal, in this case Major, I'm gonna ask him, or maybe say, like, maybe you should permaban Nuke from now on. Wink, wink. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know, man. This is... Like, how do you explain the loss of, what, 13 rounds? Like, how do you explain that? How do you bring it around, and how do you say to yourself, yeah, this is normal, this is acceptable, right?
Again, like some of those rounds that they played out, there were some close scenarios where you thought, okay, this is probably where Sangal Esports just picks up a few rounds and that's going to be the end of this map. But as you'll notice, it does feel similar to what we saw already today, where Sangal Esports, initially, great first half, amazing lead. They have always that difficulty of closing things out in that second half. Once they achieve that amazing lead, just something ticks with them and they start playing a lot more slower CS, not necessarily as aggressive as they might have played in the past. Well, that seems to come back to bite them. And it's in these instances where you have to show your best. Show us what you're made of. And right now, Paz, there we go. Some of that aggression. He's not going to find out any players, of course. But at least for me, this tells me that they are still willing to play aggressive, even in dire straits such as these.
Oh man, and I fist bombed for a reason so hard in the pregame when we saw Nuke as the second map. And of course, Sangal Esports right now, it's an 8-take. Can they defend against it on Hut? Goodbye, Engine. There we go. Steve-O's burn Sensei. And I believe we know what we are about to see. Major gets the return at least. It's going to be a 3v4. Paz is still alive, so there's the dream of a 40k maybe coming out soon here in lobby. Major wins the duel, but Richie is ready for the refrag. Paz comes out hot, but is not ready for the fight to come as Logic Man 1v3. GG. 1916, we are going to map 3, ladies and gentlemen. It is gonna be the final stage here of this best of 3, of course. It will be Mirage. I am a little bit lost for words, Danny. I am a little bit distraught. I'm a little bit shook up because
Yeah.
that's my reaction to this map. That's all I'm gonna do. Is just like, what? It's like, what? Oh man.
Yeah, it's something you didn't really expect to witness, if I'm being honest, considering that Sangal Esports, they were up 13-2 at one point after the first half ended, and they didn't really manage to close it out. Yeah, that's probably not the most, I'd say, fulfilling analysis, but that's...
It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. They were not just 13-2 up. Yeah, they lost 6 first rounds, so it was at one point 13-8. And then they got one. Then they lost one, so 14-9. Then they got one more, 15-9. They were, or 15-8. Like, they were legitimately 7 rounds in a row, losing straight up, just mindlessly going into the fray. And honestly, the analysis here would be something must have gone either horribly wrong within the team itself, or they again took it the same way as, you know, Major previously said, that, oh, we've already won, it's an easy game, kind of mentality, and that cost them everything. And well, with that being said, of course, we will be jumping into our last game of Mirage, into our last map of Mirage in about 10 minutes time. Stay tuned, we'll see you right soon.
apart instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. Getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Scheme love. Scheme love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run, run, run. I
And welcome back, everybody, of course, to Blast Rising with you, myself and Danny. And we just saw another nuke and another disaster. Maybe not in the first half, but definitely in the second, didn't we, Danny?
I mean,
Oh.
it's a disaster for Sangal Esports, that's for sure, but not necessarily a disaster there for eClub Brugge, who eventually managed to come out on top with a victory. And it's very interesting that, again, it's the same scenario which we've been seeing throughout the entirety today, where the first half is looking very good for Sangal Esports. They seem to be on the brink of just securing the victory on a certain map just on that second half test round and maybe the next few rounds. And yet in that second half, something happens. something happens that they no longer are capable of picking up rounds. And I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe that's the one thing that Major mentioned in the interview, that the guys become way too comfortable with themselves. They're thinking, okay, this is basically over. Let's get this over with and let's think about the next matchup. And clearly, this time around, this has cost them dearly. They could have very easily just 2-0 the series right done and there, but right now we have a third map upon us.
Indeed, and that will be, of course, Mirage. And to forego Nuke, to forego everything, it comes down to the last one. It comes down to Mirage, of course, the map that both of these two teams have played quite extensively in the past. For, of course, Brugge, Mirage is not perhaps the most effective one. When you're looking for Sangal, it's even worse. They have like a 17% win ratio on it. So overall, this is going to be a very weird series, and more specifically finisher of the series itself, given what we've seen here on Nuke. And I got to ask you straightforward, you know, from everything we've seen from, of course, Sangal, from the success of Paz having, what, 38 frags at the end of this game? I believe it was 38. Absolutely insane quality coming out from him. The rest of the team, a little bit more quiet, a little bit more off the grid, we can say. Mirage being a super puggy map, super classical map that we see almost every single series have it, or at least every other series have it. And almost every team is playing it as well. Do we expect Sangal to have the same success as you said, as we kind of been abbreviating a bit with the fact that, you know, every first half goes well for Sangal? Can we expect the same here on Mirage?
I think this loss right now has got to have affected them mentally. This is a pretty big loss right now. And even though you might look onto a map like Mirage as this great opportunity for individuals to step up, that was one of the things that was more or less lacking on the side of Sangal, because you had one individual step up in the form of Paz, but the other guys, they weren't necessarily putting up the same numbers, not to mention even close to the level of Paz. And that's one of the big problems where his individual performance that he managed to acquire there on that CT side definitely put the other members in a prime position to acquire frags for themselves. But once Paz started to, you know, slow things down a little bit, it wasn't no longer as aggressive or in a position to get as many frags, clearly that has affected the members as well. So about your point about, you know, Mirage being this sort of a puggy map where individuals can thrive, that could potentially be a big problem for the squad here of Sangal, because from what I can tell, if there's just going to be just the one individual stepping up, clearly that's not going to be enough for the whole squad to secure a victory.
Yeah, I have to agree with you here. Absolutely. It's not enough, because nobody really stepped up to the plate, did they? Like, nobody from Sangal, besides Paz, has really stepped up to him and said, okay, the rest of us might be a little bit slower, but we're still going to try and push it the right direction. Well, everybody just kind of was quiet, and no impact, no real... I mean, let me rephrase that. Not that they had no impact, but very little impact that was valuable at the end of the game.
Yeah, and one of the players that you would look to potentially have this sort of flavor. I mean, Sensei with the AWP, he played some really good Counter-Strike beforehand, before this best of 3 in the earlier one against the squad of UMX. But here, I mean, he definitely didn't put up the same numbers. If you're looking for another player, you're probably thinking of someone in the form of Engine, who again had a pretty good run of form, or maybe even someone like Logic Man. And, you know, so far, none of these players have played on the same level to somewhere like Paz, because Paz played well on Dust 2, and he continued his level of form on Nuke. And if there's not going to be someone else stepping up to his level, there could be some big issues here for Sangal to try and achieve victory here in the best of 3.
Oh man, absolutely, there could. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Rising, of course, and we are continuing our series between the two teams that have been battling and at each other's neck for the last 2 days. Yesterday, Brugge won 16-0 on Nuke. Today, in overtime, 19-15. And right now, it is going to be Mirage, our last map of the series. Sensei finds the entry, and a great start here for Sangal Esports by the looks of it once again.
Oh, it's a good start. They're entering the bomb site. They're getting the frags. That's what you're looking for. And right now, Steve-O's, there's a bit of a gap for him to work with. Doesn't really see that much, though. He's going to move in to try and get the frags. Alongside him is Notice, but they shouldn't be able to spot out anyone just yet. Paz, though, on the other hand, gets the frag here in Steve-O's, and Lonesome Notice looking for the opportunities, but simply can't find them. That's the victory here for Sangal Esports. The very first one, it's a pistol round win.
Well, it's a good enough of a start that at least give them a bit of a extra boost to their mind, to their mentality. And there's one thing I would like to pick up, or at least, kind of pick up on what you mentioned was their mentality. Like, how are they going to be feeling? How are they going to be doing here on this third and final map after having such a successful run on the side of Nuke and then just losing it all and being absolutely devastated? I hope it doesn't, have a profound effect on them, but it would be foolish to think it has no effect on them.
Ooh. Must have left some sort of a dent, honestly. Maybe that's where Sangal Esports, to some extent, they might even consider playing it a lot more safe, but it could also be sort of a kicker in the butt. That, okay, guys, you cannot slow things down. You gotta play it fast and well. Relax. That's a great pickup here in Paz early on here. Esports have lost quite a bit of HP here, and to be more precise, onto Logic Man. They do have mid control, and mid control is incredibly important here in Mirage. Where do you go from here? Look at Maddie with the scout. Ooh, let's attack here in Major. That's a lot of damage being inflicted. And though the guys here from Sangal seem to want to go towards the A bomb site, but there's another scout in the form of Richie, and suddenly this round could get dangerously bad here for Sangal. Sensei, though, wins the engagement against Maddie. 45 seconds. They might try to go towards B, but it's Stevo so aware with the kill, and now they're going B. But look at Notice. Oh, missing so many shots, and now a lot more players will enter the site.
That was instrumental for Notice to hit that shot, to be trying to get that kill. Engine with the nade finishes him off. The AK going to be left over to Richie. And I suspect Rylex and Richie will try this. I mean, why not? The force by 2v3, they know two players might be tagged, or at least one of them is bare minimum. So this is definitely going to be a good attempt, or at least an attempt at the very least. As we can see, Richie right now walking out from kitchen through short. It will be Rylex. Unfortunately for Richie, though, without support of Rylex, without having him engage earlier to try and maybe focus the attention on himself, there's not much of a chance. And Sangal will win themselves the second round as well. The force buy for Brugge unsuccessful.
Look though, 2-0. That's the start you're looking for if you're Sangal Esports. A little bit more expensive for sure, but all you have to go up against are the measly USBs. So that should be very easy here for the squad here of Sangal Esports. Of course, guys, if you're interested in some of that crypto business, be sure to head on over to Coinbase.com, one of our sponsors here for the event. Probably that's going to be a bit more interesting than taking a look at this following eco, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe those P250s can cause a punch, and, well, what we've seen from the past, the P250 should not be underestimated. And, well, Engine being tested, and rightfully so. The player's going to try to hunt him down, and Stevo is going to get a frag.
That's actually super important, because that's an AK now lost, and sure enough, they will try to... Okay, yeah, there we go. Paz, we'll find him at the end there, not allowing the AK to be stolen away for the cost of absolutely nothing. A Sangal... Well, they're well aware of those deagles in play. Rylex in house. Major gets the drop on Matty in T-base, which is a little bit unfortunate. The flank would have been quite successful if the attention was focused on towards middle and B. And now they know Rylex is the last standing member in, of course, B house. So Paz, it's not easy hitting that shot, but once you know he's there, you can just take a few pot shots, and if you're lucky, you're going to get it. Well, 3-0. Great start for the side of Sangal. And ECB will have to go in here with everything they have. The op up on Steve-O's, and the rest with rifles. Quite a little bit of utility. A single defuse, though. That's the one thing that I actually dislike in this instance for the side of Brugge. I would have loved to see at least one more. That's it. Just 2 diffusers to have one on each side would be enough for me.
Oh, at least that AWP should be more than enough for a guy like Stevo's to look for some early engagements. We are seeing a very early push here from the side of eClub Brugge, but it's Paz to come out on top. Great frags being picked up, and so it could potentially move up the A-bomb side with the initial damage they've had, but instead, look at the timer, whole minute and 20 seconds. Don't necessarily need to commit towards the A-bomb side. They can still look for opportunities elsewhere, and by the positioning, they might even want to take a look towards the B-bomb side. Still plenty of time. But because so much time has passed, if they want to go towards the B bomb side, they must be very thorough in their approach because there is one player that's going for the aggressive push, and that's going to be Notice.
And he's definitely going to be trying to get himself a bit of an advantage, getting noticed, but no, Engine will win that duel. Spots him just a little bit too soon and easily getting that control. 4v2, pushing fast on towards B might be a mistake here for Engine, though. Oh, Steve O's misses his shot. Luckily, Engine gets himself, and more specifically, sets himself up for a secondary attempt as Matty under Palace. Is he checked? Oh boy, they check him too late. Matty finds Sensei. This could be a decisive factor right now as Matty is going to keep on engaging. Luckily, Paz will get him out of that one sticky spot, but Steve O's is already here. Good nade as well, where he's about to kill Major, and a one-on-one, 17 seconds as Paz picks up the bomb. And he now has to plant within a 10-second window or get the kill on Steve O's. And a one-on-one indeed ensues with the open hand. No scope. Steve O's saves the day. Well thought of, well played, and oh boy. What a round this turns out to be. A mistake by Sangal, by the way, not checking under Palace.
That's a pretty big mistake, but it's also a massive clutch here for Steelos to win the 1 versus 2, especially in his position, being up there in CT spawn with just the AWP. Of course, you could try to whip out the USB, but at the same time, you have no idea how much HP his opponent has. So he goes in for the AWP, 1v1, wins it with a no-scope. It's a massive win here for eClub Brugge. But Sangal Esports, let's take a look here. We are seeing a reinvestment from their side. They still have pretty good money. In fact, Sensei has just enough to whip out the AWP of his own. And it's a bit of a faster style of round. Look at Sensei with the AWP up close, looking for a player in connector, hoping to spawn out someone, and even better, he gets the frag.
Steve O's does refrag at least, so it's tit for tat in this case. And of course, with the FAMASas being in play for Brugge, it definitely complicates matters a little bit more than it does for Sangal. Of course, in this case, oh, Steve O's checks the corner, checks the gap, and gets Logic Man. That is a little bit unfortunate. It actually turns things on its head, because, of course, Sangal will be going towards B by the looks of it, sneaking through Murder Hole, Sensei making no noise. There's only one underlying problem. Matty is still in window. And a second, the bomb is on Major on stairs.
Major's in a right now. Oh, but Sensei, no, Sensei, there we go, gets the frag here in Steve O's. Overall, this gives the opportunity for Major to move in right now. Maybe it's not that bad as I might have thought of. This is a double hit on both of the bomb sides. I mean, you have Engine here towards the B bomb side, and he's going to be required to make his way towards that A part of the map because that's where the bomb's planted. That's where Sensei needs to hold his ground. 2 players to face right now, and he might get the first, and he does. Now he has to fully focus on Richie, who's got the HE, but he has no HP. 4-1 here for Sangal Esports, a very good commitment, and I have to admit, even though I thought Major might be in a difficult spot, but Sensei sure saved his hide.
And that was such an important moment there, of course, Sensei finally seeing some life out of him. And one thing I would like to notice, in the first map out of Sangal, only Paz was above 20 frags, or 20 or more. Well, I mean, he had 38, so almost reaching double those numbers. But still, the point is, everybody else between somewhere 17, 16, 18, 19 frags. That's it. Logic Man this time round, though, as it is an eco round for Brugge. We'll get an entry quickly towards short. Sensei watching lower. And, of course, getting Steve O's that was trying to sneak his way. Getting himself a nice little position to work from. Major. How does he play this? Does he push short? Because surely, without actually a plan in place to push, he should be staying still, and he does. Good night, Logic Man, but luckily enough, the rest of Sangal is on point, and this should be a B push through short at the end of the day.
Still? Anyone or anything entering the B bomb site? Luckily for him, there are going to be a few players that want to try to commit towards this area of the map, but he's hiding in plain sight right behind the bench. Will they check him? It's a common position to hold if you're a CT, The terrorist should be more than aware, but notice is playing a very dangerous game, and right now his patience will not give him a kill. In fact, that's going to allow Sangal Esports to fully secure the B-bomb site. And Lonesome Richie with the deal, just maneuvering around, and he does go down as well. 5-1. It's a victory here for Sangal, and now eClub Brugge. Finally, whip out the big guns, shall we? AWP, M4s, and of course, the utility to boot.
Yeah, there's the op, of course, on Steve O's. The utility is super important in this case, and I want to see some aggression for eClub Brugge. Like trying to take pit control, trying to take apps control, one or the other. First, of course, recognize what Sangal is doing as we do see smoke into window. Classically, Matty's going to be pushing top middle. This is a pretty classic maneuver we see from the CTs, and it's a nice little way of getting yourself a little bit more information and control. Sensei doesn't seem to not just care, doesn't even seem to recognize the fact that there's a possibility somebody might be pushing. Steve O's with a hat trick already. What is this madness? Is Sangal Esports literally fall apart? Not even a shot being fired yet. What in the world is happening here? As eClub Brugge is looking to pick their second round without further ado.
Oh, that was a very nice play here in middle, and Steve-O's gonna finish it off. Very well played here. And so it is. eClub Brugge with a very nice victory here. A gun round, most importantly. Sangal Esports, though, let's take a look at their economy. Uh-oh, there's gonna be just enough to get themselves the sort of purchase going. Not too shabby. But if you guys want to get yourselves some skins, sure, you want to get some skins, don't you? You can obviously buy them,
everybody wants
but why
skins,
not
no?
trade them? Yeah, I mean, you can always trade them skins. I'm sure you have some of those cases lying around in your inventory, so be sure to head on over to CS.money if you want to trade up your lousy skins for some great skins. One in the hands of... But even though in his hands is a lousy op, but it's a good weapon to decimate your opponents. Good kill here from Steve-O's. Notice with the AK-47, not too shabby. Early on, Sangal Esports being shut down on the offense, so much so, in fact, they're looking for other options.
Unfortunately here, Sangal Esports have struck a deal a little bit too fast and have thought that, you know, they were in control a little bit too soon. Losing the early entry is a big problem, and with this, of course, it only gets worse and worse with each passing second as Steve O's finds himself one more. Rylex from the same position as he got his previous teammate of Paz. Now gets Paz as well. Timeout going to be used by Sangal immediately. This time round, they do not wait until it gets too late, until it gets too far. Finally, you know, they recognize that maybe the timeout wouldn't be too shabby to use here. Exactly, to try and, you know, find the issue, the underlying problems that they might be facing or that they are facing in general. No matter what, though, as we see here, it is still, you know, 5-3. It is only the start of Mirage. Gotta say that Brugge, with this success, definitely give me a bit more hope than I would otherwise imagine. And 14 frags for Steve O's kind of explains the, you know, the hope as well part, as he's been pretty much on point throughout the entirety of this series. Speaking of on point, he had 30 frags on Nuke, by the way, and I believe on Dust he was on the more bottom part of the map, of the scoreboard, between somewhere there, 20-something frags. But either way.
Steve-O's here in middle. Of course, being with the AWP, this should be easy pickings. Eliminate those guys who are unarmed and just with puny little Glocks. Matty's also going to chime in with that AK-47 of his, but this is turning out to be a clean round, as to be expected here from eClub Brugge. This is, however, turning out to be somewhat more interesting, because initially it did look like Sangal Esports might just begin to run away with this first half, but considering this is Mirage, this is probably one of the more even-sided maps, 50-50. It's quite hard to say that either team or either side, that is, the T side or the CT side, has a significant advantage. This seems to be one of the maps where, alongside Inferno, honestly, where it seems like always it's either an 8-7 or a 9-6 scoreline.
I would argue here that the T side does have a little bit of an advantage due to just, you know, CSGO being attacker-sided in general. So, you know, T's always have the advantage no matter what, and Mirage does kind of help the T's in a way to allow them for quick control of the map. though, on the other side. Let's see this mid push again. This time round, Sensei is ready, watching for the anti-flash. As Steve-O's blinds Rylex with his own flash, and of course, before that, Sangal responded of his own. Steve-O's does get past. Unfortunately, that will not change the fact that right now, Sensei is already on stairway, and good night, Steve-O's. As Notice, well, is the last man standing, and I hope he's not shouting at the top of his lungs, "Notice me," as spraying can paint into his into his mouth, as we do have Sensei closing out the round. 4 frags for the man himself, on 14 currently, and it seems like he's going to be competing with Steve-O's today to try and get himself, the most frags on the map. As another tactical timeout comes out for Sangal Esports, a second one already, and a very quick second timeout, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually something we didn't really see in the past before. If there would be a timeout from Sangal Esports, it would primarily be in those latter stages of even the second half, not necessarily even the first one. So it's very interesting to note that it's already 2 timeouts being used so early on here. I guess, it comes down to Sangal Esports really want to make sure that they close this map. Even though they might have failed the nuke, they still have an opportunity to do so here on the 3rd map of Mirage. Right now, one of the things you'll notice is that if you take a look at the right-hand side, it is Sensei who has come alive. The one player that I talked about earlier there on Nuke that has been somewhat quiet, here is having a great run of form here on Mirage, and not necessarily with just the AWP. Now he's rocking that AK-47, for example.
Yeah, Sensei doing pretty well for himself, as you can see, as you can tell. He is doing a splendid job, and right now the story will be told in a matter of moments, as we are seeing mid control again. Matty on short, he's taking a pretty long engagement, and he's going to be, well, not a long engagement, long pushback, as he's going into, of course, ladder room, trying to play this one as safe as he can, whilst the rest of the CT's leaving window, leaving connector, playing it. Well, Steve-O's didn't leave connector, but he's basically just on the lookout for underpass in case somebody tries to walk into the corner, walk into the position of his team, so he can prevent any sort of success, any sort of turning point to be happening. In any case, we have ourselves mid control established by Sangal. 2 players in towards A. It looks like an A split, though Sensei burning a little bit. That's a telltale sign somebody's there. Those sound cues are giving them away. Matty finds Logic Man. Steve-O's finds Sensei. The bomb through middle. That's a little bit too far off right now, if I've ever seen one. And this is Rylex holding the line. Should be the 5th one for eClub Brugge, by the looks of it.
They're getting shut down here. Paz needs to make a move here quickly. Engine, though, nice little pickup, in fact.
Yeah.
And Paz, in this case, well, this is looking like the end here for Sangal, but Engine, nice little pickup here in Matty. He is running out on time, though. The bomb's dropped at a very peculiar position. Yes, 10 seconds. There's no way in the world he can find both frags. He could potentially find one more, but all he'll find is the grave. 6-5 it is. Sangal Esports doing that hot in terms of money, and they might have to rethink their options heading into this upcoming round.
Honestly, buy a few pistols, get a few utilities, try to do some damage, maybe try to get control of middle, or maybe not necessarily middle, but, just try to get the bomb down, try to get a little bit of control going, and from that point forward, play it as you will, play it as you wish. Just avoid, again, doing the same we've seen in the past, where one by one, they go into corners, they go into fights, and don't really do anything but literally just give away free rounds with that. Even on a round like this, you gotta work together. And here we go. Towards A, they will be going. Smokes have already landed. Rylex finds one through the spray, as it will be Sensei jumping straight on top of him as Matty refrags. Engine comes hot through stairs again. Bomb gonna be planted. Major in Engine. Unfortunately, now just Engine with what? 8 HP? Yeah, 8. Steve-O's quick and easy. Fair enough. 6-6. We are back to square one. There's once more success for the side of eClub Brugge. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? And hopefully there'll be more to come soon enough. And this is the closest half we've seen so far, hasn't it? Or
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, that's the thing right now. That's right now we have a 6-6 scoreline in which this is, by far the closest we've seen between these two teams. And it's also been somewhat more back and forth. It's not like one team has an amazing advantage, and then the other one slowly but surely claws their way back into this matchup. It's quite different here, and well, it is an aggressive play from eClub Brugge. That's something we have seen time and time again. Clearly part of their winning formula, because Relax has found himself another kill here, and the players from Sangal Esports have already lost 3 of their own. Not the 4th, however. Paz stands tall and strong. It is a problem here for Sangal Esports. Has the only 2 players that remain. So even though they might acquire some mid presence, where do they go from here? Because once you do have middle, that gives you a lot of avenues of attack. But considering you're only 2 players remaining, wherever you go, you're going to have to face at least 2 players.
Yeah, that is true. Engine and Paz, they're still very much split across. And I believe there's a possibility that Richie has spotted Engine with the jump shots, or excuse me, the jump spots. Though he seems to be just jumping for spotting pit, not for connector. Steve O's, he's well aware of a potential con push, and he needs to be very careful of it. Good flash by Major, though. Support comes in by his teammate as Engine gets the drop. Richie is not checked, though, unfortunately, and not expected to be there. And unfortunately, well, doesn't even matter. At the end, he gets both. 7-6. eClub Brugge, for the first time in this game, they actually start winning in a half.
Yeah, it's going to be a 7-6 scoreline. Not too bad here for eClub Brugge. But if you look at a phone, that's even more than just not bad. I even go far to say it's pretty decent. You might be interested at the Red Magic Series 6, a 165 hertz refresh rate screen, which is something could be if you're a fan, if you're a proper gamer. If you're not a gamer, then I'm sorry. Then what are you doing on this stream? Please.
Yeah, what are you even... Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're not gaming for your life, then what the hell are you doing here? Well, unfortunately, not all of us are proper gamers, but, we always try, or we at least do try. And I hope everybody else is trying as well. In either case, though, 7-6, technical pause being called in this case. I would expect this to be... No pause, never mind. Just a quick break, and we are back at it again. As pistols and Kevlar in play, Danny. Towards B by the looks of it. And a full investment. Oh, excuse me, a full commitment to it.
It is noticed, though, spraying wildly with the AK-47, though. There's a lot more players entering the B-bomb site. Luckily for him, he's got backup, so it's not that big of a deal. But this is looking pretty good here for eClub Brugge until Logic Man gets one. But yeah, he also has Steve-O's to face. And this is, well, 8 rounds. That's really not too shabby here for eClub Brugge. 8 rounds have already been picked up here on the CT side of Mirage. So, like I mentioned earlier, this is the type of map where primarily it is those 8-7, those 9-6 scorelines. You quite rarely get to see someone have a truly dominant run of form. I would say that some of the other maps, like Inferno and probably Nuke, is more suited for it. But Mirage, again, it just seems to be that map where you always have a good chance at picking up a round, even when you're running up almost naked with your pistols. Richie, though, AK-47 in hand, and Logic Man very early on has mid presence here. In fact, luckily for them, there's no one really trying to stop him apart from Maddie. Logic Man, can he spot him out? No, it's actually Maddie to get him.
That was insane. That was a very nice moment for Matty. And now, in this case, he's going to get a second as well. As Paz got, of course, dropped by, I believe, beforehand, Rylex. Now Matty, of course, controlling window. Engine and Sensei find themselves alone yet again. Sangal, they're losing control, and very quickly in this case. 9-6 seems to be the order of business for the first half. And Danny, have we ever thought this possible? Well, I guess the answer is maybe, but still it is happening no matter what we think. As last man standing, Sensei, 1v4, make it a ace clutch to pull off this round. 55 seconds, definitely time on his hands. Though he cannot even find the secondary frag, and that is going to be the wrap. That is going to be the end of it. GG for the first one. A disappointing ending for, in this case, of course, the team of Sangal.
Yeah, it's somewhat disappointing because, early on, they had a pretty good start there. They managed to win the first pistol round. They managed to secure some consecutive rounds in. But at the same time, eClub Brugge looking very solid here on the CT side of Mirage. We'll have to wait and see how well they play on the T side, because if we do recall, I mean, the T side was the one that really was quite lackluster on the map like Nuke. However, if we're to talk about their other T sides, one of those two, uh, maybe potential. The potential is there here for a squad like eClub Brugge to get themselves those rounds in. And we can see that this initial round is going to be somewhat utility heavy. We have the 2 smoke grenades being deployed, as well as the few flashbangs as well. And on a map like Mirage, and in particular the very first pistol round, it does make sense to go for that utility setup, because it does give you a lot more freedom. You could potentially go for your standard play towards the A-bomb site, where you throw down the usual smoke grenades, but you could also try to go for somewhat of a fake maneuver, because the great thing about the pistol round is that you can move relatively quickly with your pistol, and it doesn't put you in a disadvantage, for example, if you were to try to pull off a fake in a gun round per se. So let's see what kind of idea eClub Brugge want to try to pull off here, but looks like we do have a bit of a pause before we can continue on here, as this is more of a potentially technical nature.
Technical? I think it's technical, probably. We've been riddled with a few technical issues this game, unfortunately. So there's always going to be an issue like this and that sometimes. Well, at some point in time in this online era of CS, of course, and I think we're all used to it pretty much, as well as it's a normal thing. Truly, it is. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing out of the ordinary with it. It's an everyday occurrence. But the pistol will continue apparently in a few seconds, as we can see it right here. And indeed it will. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our game. We are continuing our series between Sangal and eClub Brugge, as 9-6 first half is a convincing performance for the Belgian team. And I cannot deny the fact that I'm kind of excited to be seeing this. As Logic Man gets tagged, Rylex blinded, still gets one. Rylex the second, no way! As Engine drops as well. Danny, this is devastating for Sangal.
Oh, this is not looking good here for Sangal. They're getting absolutely destroyed here on the B-bomb site. Now Paz and Major, they're gonna try to go for this one, but look at the setup. It's just way too strong for them to face, and Major's gonna go down. It's the 10th one for eClub Brugge, and a very important pistol round victory at that.
An unreal bloody performance is what it is, and 10-6 with the second pistol secured for Brugge. Things really start going, oh man, in a bit of a different direction, I guess we can say, as Sangal Esports, forced by, of course, 3 Deagles, 5-7 for Engine, CZ for Major. Quite a little bit of utility available to them, though doubt still settling in, if you ask me. Oh, nice little team tag there. Rich is like, yeah, you come in my space, you come in front of me, you die. Well, as it is, as it will be, clean round for Brugge. This is 11-6, most likely 12-6. And see, this is something, if you recall, this is something I was talking about earlier when we were on Nuke, right? I was like, you know, what happens if they win the first half convincingly, then win the pistol, and it's a very convincing performance. And yes, I was talking for Sangal in this case, right? In case of Sangal winning. And I was like, you know, what happens to Brugge? Are they going to just let go? Well, it seems to be the exact opposite here for Sangal, as they lose this first half 9-6. They lose the pistol. It's about to be 12-6 most likely soon enough. I think the mental fortitude and the mental aspect, I would love to get some insight, not gonna lie, but I think it already is confirmed with the way it's all been going here that Sangal took the loss of Nuke quite seriously and quite, well, to heart. Well, speaking of heart, speaking of serious, if you want to get some crypto, aka you want to get some good cryptocurrency control market, you know, check out what you have available at your side. Go on Coinbase, go check it out, see what they offer, and it just might be for you. You never know until you try it. Well, Matty never knew what he tried until he gave a few headshots a try, and well, he loved it from the first glance. As Paz, yeah. Love at first glance, isn't it? Headshots. Every time you give a headshot, you just feel a little bit better inside.
Yeah, that's the nature of popping the meds. Well, Speaking, good scoreline here. Brugge, 12-6. It's been quite a while though since we've seen Sangal Esports actually take the timeout, right? We saw a few of those
Yep.
timeouts actually come out here in the first half, but apart from that, it's been quite quiet from their side. No timeouts just yet, but maybe they have a better game plan. Well, it's a trade frag. A 4v4 thus far. Engine with the M4A4 goes down to Matty. He's oh so quick, and Logic Man pressured from both sides, and he can't handle it. He's gonna go down, and Sangal Esports again in a very difficult predicament. Just the two players remain alive. It's Sensei and Paz, and well, they're just gonna have to back away and save. That's just the nature of the game right now. You can't really try to go in a 4v2 retake and potentially lose your weapons. You're better off playing the long game. And in that long game, you're going to save the up, and you're going to save the M4A4.
Right now, Sensei, of course, transferring the op into the next round is of vital importance. Paz gets himself noticed at least, but unfortunately, this gun round was a very vital one. And, you know, I dare not say too much about this, but I have my reservations, and beyond that, I have my doubts for Sangal moving forward from this. It was the one round that I hoped that they would be able to get, so they at least kind of stabilized the current scenario. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And Danny, you and I both, we've been present on the scene. We've been doing this long enough to know that whenever you see a result like 13-6, 13-7, unless things start switching up quickly, it usually goes the way it looks. It usually goes the way it smells. And you know what they say? If it looks like it, if it smells like it, it probably is it. In any case, 13-6 and another round, another chance. Not a force buy at least for Sangal, but they have the op and the M4, and I hope they will use them well.
Well, they definitely have the weaponry, but do they have what it takes to come out on top? Paz, though, that's what you're talking about. They have those weapons. Well, that M4A4 clearly does a lot of damage here. A 3 versus 3. Not a confirmed victory just yet here for eClub Brugge. As we can see, Major going for a bit of a hunt. A situation such as this, where you only have the pistols to work with, you might as well do something a bit more audacious. But he still has to keep a close eye towards that A bomb site because he is the only defender. So even though he might want to try go for an aggressive play, he also needs to keep an eye on things, whether there is an advancement or not. And speaking of advanced maneuvers, Engine, he sees the angle. This should be a perfect kill for him, and it is.
Well, that's an important frag indeed. It's now a 2-on-3. And the position that, of course, Brugge find themselves in is perhaps a little bit more worrisome than it had to be, or it has to be. As we see in this instance, Richie and Notice, they still get the bomb down. Major coming out of Palace. Notice, will he be paying attention to this? Oh, Major, I believe he spotted them in CT, but he's not paying attention. Might be 4-3 resolution, not sure. But either way, that is going to be an excellent little position to work from. Major misses his bullets, but not for long. 1v2 now ensues as a one-on-one ensues. Notice will lose the duel against Engine. An unlucky streak for Sangal comes by. Finally, they find themselves on a bit of a more successful climb. The 7th round for Sangal on top of an eco. And I think they'll be happy with the current, or at least content with the current outcome. Hopefully they'll be able to keep it up, though. It's not just a one-trick pony, is it?
Now you can see that Sangal Esports sometimes have those moments where even though they're just with some, a few rifles, pistols primarily, but they will still find themselves a way to get back into this one. This is just one of those scenarios. 13-7 it is. Very great investment here for the side of Sangal Esports. Be here in the hands of Sensei. Let's see if we can find any of those early engagements. Fires off the shot. No kill just yet. But that is a nade on the head of Sensei. That's a refrag as well. Damage inflicted, but nothing major just yet. A 4v4 in which Matty is going to utilize the window position. That is perfect, but you can see that Sensei, though, keeping a close eye on things towards connector as well as window.
What I love here from Brugge is that even after, being a little bit distraught by the last few rounds, they don't seem to shy away from an opportunity and challenge, and that is lovely to see. In fact, in the entirety of the series, even after being down so much on Dust, on Nuke, they've always kind of found their way back, and they've always kind of found their way in the most unlikely and likely scenarios. Wait a second. Engine, okay, he gets one. Steve-O does fall here in this case. Engine will lose his teammate, though. Now they know he's at car, and he does not double-check Apps. Rylix for a free frag. A second and a third. And it all goes the way for Brugge again. Sangal, this is what I'm talking about. This is the issue that has been an underlying problem continuously for them. They get around in this case, and now they drop it again. Or maybe not yet drop it, but definitely looking like that could be the case. A 1v2 bomb planted halfway through almost. Major, he has to go for this. I don't think he has a choice beyond it. Well, he might save, but I think he really could have tried to salvage the round, because at this point, I think you said well before already that they need to go for something a little bit more abrasive, something a little bit more impactful. They need to start playing individually a lot more and a little bit more like on the board. Speaking of which, Logic at 3 frags, Major at 8 frags. This is looking shaky, if I've ever seen shaky.
It's a bit scary, isn't it? Because now you have those free players who are playing pretty well, but the other two, not so much. But if you guys want to play so well, and we have a theory here with Overseer that potentially skins do make you a better gamer, or at least a better Counter-Strike player. So if you have some of those old skins and you want to get rid of them, potentially get some new skins, be sure to head on over to CSGO to change up your looks. Get that drip, as the youngsters say. Oh my.
Wow. Well, I think that answers our question. I think skins do make things better for the gamers, for the people that play this game. And Engine does refrag, but unfortunately doesn't really help him too much, does it? Steve-O's finds Logic Man, and it is down to Engine. And he better have like a V8 or a V12 and purring loudly and strong, because it is going to be a 1-on-2 clutch he's going to have to pull off. And look at Steve-O's. He's already watching short. He's ready for it. And he will not lose this duel, not in a long shot. 27 frags for Steve-O. No matter how you want to call him. I hope he's not the original Steve-O, because then he has a few broken bones and bruises already. But 15-7, Sangal Esports on the verge of being thrown out of this tournament. At least for the time being. From Group A, they would be eliminated. And as you said, there will be the play-in qualifiers, but do you really want to go through all that? You know, do you really want to, again, go through all the tiers? In any case, tears might be running down the face of Sangal pretty soon if they don't win 8 rounds in a row.
Right. Sangal Esports is a do-or-die situation for them. It's a bit shame that it has come to this, but they must prove their worth if they want to continue playing here at the Blast Rising. And so far, so good. Sensei, great pickup here on Notice. Seeing a player in the form of Relax who's going to go just for a bit of a spray. So much damage. And, oh, the nade. I thought that's going to be the finishing move. But that Engine is still very much alive and kicking.
We see Sangal taking all the precautions they can, even a boost onto site, which is a rare occasion these days. Though it might be a nice surprise if indeed at the end Brugge decide to finish on B. Do I see this right? Are they actually going through short with the bomb? No, never mind. They're going to be going with 2 players underpass and in towards most likely a split. That one makes the most sense in this case. Top connector smoke has just been deployed as well, so that kind of does insinuate they might be going into a short split. But look at this, Major. Oh, play the gank of your life, Major. This could be perfect. Though, don't miss it. Well, he does not. Richie falls, but now they know somebody's behind them. On stairs already aggressively. Sensei misses the timing fully, but luckily passes on point. And right now, Sensei will be helping him out best he can. In CT, misses another shot. But support comes through. And luckily enough, Matty, 1v4 against an army. He can't do it.
15-8 right now. Sangal Esports, they managed to secure a victory here. Really good flank coming in there from Major as well. I saw it on the minimap that Major is coming in with a big flank, and one of the players, I'd like to say, I think it might have been Steve-O or maybe even Matty, was very much aware of an incoming flank, that was a possibility, and still at the very last few seconds, he decided to leave his post, and that's when Major strikes, and he manages to get the 1 kill, but most importantly, it's his positioning. That's the moment where the players of eClub Brugge are very much aware, okay, we might have to just go for this one. Nowhere is safe, and well, looks like the B bomb site is not a safe place to be. Noticed moving in.
Logic Man.
Great frag here on
There
Logic
goes
Man.
Engine.
Stevos as well. This is looking like the end here for Sangal Esports because that bomb plant coming in, but Sensei not out of the fight just yet.
Still trying to keep this one alive for Sangal. It's going to be 7 rounds in a row they have to achieve, and this would just be one of them in a row of many. The stairway is steep, the stairway is long, but it is still there for the moment. 3v2, making a 2v, well, excuse me, a 3v or 4v2. Holy smokes, this is getting out of hand. There goes Major, there goes Sensei. Ladies and gentlemen, GG. The victory is handed over to Brugge, as unfortunately for Sangal, they are defeated, they are brought to their knees. They will be losing Mirage, the last map of this series, and what an unreal comeback from Brugge themselves.
I mean, it's absolutely on the side of Brugge. Congratulations for them. They managed to pull off the comeback there on that second map when things were looking basically over. And then on the third map, when you finally get to see that Sangal Esports seem to be still in a pretty good position where they can win rounds and they're looking pretty solid. But then it's still eClub Brugge who still managed to go out there, win some of those important rounds, and at the very end, it didn't even look that difficult for them. So a lot of props there for eClub Brugge, but it's definitely quite a sad day for their for a guy like Major who didn't manage to secure the victory here for the squad, in which he was hoping to do so. And I mean, he was on the brink of doing so. Basically, it was just that one round. Yeah. One round is all that was needed.
One round, man. One round. It was one round on Nuke. They would have closed out the series. They would never have gone on Mirage. They would never had to face, of course, Brugge on this third map of theirs, and never probably would have had to go through all the motions, through all the trouble they had to in the first place. And Sangal, even in the first half, I mean, 9-6 is not convincing, but it's not the end of the line, is it? I mean, they won the first pistol at the very least, and they've done, or they at least tried to do as best they could. Unfortunately, coming up short at the end of the day, and that is going to be the victory for Brugge. And of course, coming up here will be an interview in a moment with one of the players, and I'm actually interested in hearing the... I actually want to know, like, how did they feel when they noticed that, of course, they were left over with Nuke, that Nuke was allowed to be in the map pool. I want to know what the reaction was once that happened. And I believe we do have Notice on the line. Hello, and congratulations, first off. Congratulations for the victory. That is a big win for you guys. But I'll let Danny go first here, because I think he has a few more questions than myself even.
Yeah, so I'm actually quite interested to note that heading into this best of 3 right now, you already managed to beat a team like Sangal, but did you guys have any sort of special preparations, potentially expecting to face off Sangal once more?
First of all, thank you for congratulations. It wasn't an easy game and we had to fight for it. And answering to the question, no, we were not prepared for them like this. We were playing against them yesterday, and we knew that probably we'll play almost the same map. Like it was, we knew that we will play Nuke or Mirage for sure. To be honest, we expected that the Dust can show up too, and we were just prepared for this. We had nothing special against them. We didn't analyze their game, stuff like this. We were just trying to do the stuff we did yesterday against them. But it was coming a little bit hard today, since we had a little bit troubles, but everything is fine now and we won the game.
Okay, so it was basically as well just you guys just had the confidence heading into this matchup. You didn't think that a team like Sangal would be in any way a difficult opponent?
Like, at the start when we had the group announced, we knew that it's not an easy group. We knew that playing against Sangal or LDLC is not gonna be an easy game. Yesterday we just won 2-0 and we won the 16-0 on one map because we had really good game. We had the vibes and stuff like this. Today we didn't have the good vibes. Today we didn't have the good time like yesterday, and that's why the game was for sure a lot closer. And we expected them to be a really good team and that they will put a fight against us. Yes, so we were just playing what we could, and we are losing 13-2 or 14-2 on Nuke, so we still managed to come back to this game somehow. And of course we didn't give up and we did our best, but yeah, to be honest, if we would play like yesterday, it would finish the same.
And see here, Danny, of course, already asked the most important question in my mind. Were you prepared for Nuke? How was it with you guys on Nuke and all that? And my question here would just be developing that question for Nuke itself. So for Dust, you already said, right? You knew that they were a stronger team. You kind of expected they'll be bringing out the big guns, and most likely you'll be facing the hardest map of all on Dust. But on Nuke, as you said, it was 13-2 on the half. What was at the moment, on the 13-2 half, once you went into the second half, once you switched the sides, what was the how were you guys feeling? How were you guys physically, mentally?
So I will start with this. I didn't say that they were stronger on Dust because I feel like we just played bad. It doesn't feel like they were stronger because we still put up the fight. But the game was, they just won this. But I didn't say they were stronger. I think we did a lot of mistakes, and that's why we lost. And you can just see it in first kill advantage. We had like 20 entry frags, they had 8. So we lost 12 rounds with advantage, which is pretty sick. And it was like this. But on the Nuke, when it was 13-2, we just came up with the setup like we yesterday won against them 50-0 on City side. So like, why can't we repeat this? We knew that we can do it. We knew that the T side isn't that good. And we knew that it's easy for us even to do this 15-0. When we lost first round, second round, we still were up in this. And we were just saying to each other, like, we won 15-0 against them, guys. Really, they are not good. We were just playing a normal CS like yesterday, and we were just having fun to win this game. And we are believing till the end.
Okay, that is actually a legit thank you very much. Good question, because it explains a lot to how you guys looked in the game as well. I think I even said it, and Dan, you probably will have to confirm me on that, but I even said, it doesn't look like you guys had any fear. It didn't look like you guys had any reservation. You tried your strats, you tried your aggression, you tried your different ideas that you might have had throughout the game, and if it worked, it did. If it didn't, it didn't. You never really showed any signs of fear, and I think that is the biggest respect of all, at least from my side, to be had, because once you lose the first map 11-4 on the half, still lose it at the end 16-12 even after a nice comeback, you do have to be a little bit, at least a little bit shaky, knowing, oh my god, we lost 13-2. But respect, man. Thank you very much for answering that, and of course thank you for coming on, and again congratulations for winning the series, for beating Sangal, and of course for again proving that you guys deserve this second chance, and of course deserve the second spot in Group A. And I believe with that, we will be done with the interview, guys. And Danny, I didn't even let you speak here. If you have any more questions for Notice, of course, feel free.
No, it's all good. I mean, today has been quite the exciting game of Counter-Strike. I mean, it just goes to show that even though you're a team that potentially has this great opportunity to secure the victory there, like Sangal was there on Nuke, I mean, Counter-Strike is a cruel mistress. Sometimes you might be confident, you might be able to pull out with a victory, but sometimes you just gotta focus in the moment, and that you have what it takes to potentially just close it out right here and there, not think about the nearby future. And so it is, of course, congratulations here to the side here of Notice's team. But yeah, that's gonna be it here for today here, folks. We do hope you enjoyed the broadcast here. Of course, today might be over, but tomorrow there's also going to be another group that you might be interested in looking at. If you want to follow teams like AGO, Astralis Talent, Tricked, or Galaxy Racer, definitely tune into tomorrow's broadcast. But that's going to be it here from us here, folks. The name's Sir Danny. I've been joined here by Overseer, and have a good one, folks.
Yeah, and I was here too. Thank you for the interview, guys, really.
Oh yeah, sorry, oh my god, we completely left you out of the room. Oh my, Notice, thank you very much for coming on. Yeah, again.
Thank you for congratulations.
we just cut you off. It's like, be gone, you won.
You won already. What are you doing here?
Yeah,
congrats,
guys.
man.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great day, and
you too, guys. Thank you.
With that, we're going to be finishing off today's broadcast, of course, of the Blast Rising 2021. Until tomorrow, as Danny said, be good, be well, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Dream big, boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. I stand behind a tidal wave of men in mind to tread the line like me. I saw your life and you saw mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by. The black Don't kill me now. Lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns. 'Cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. I can't imagine what a weight you bear for me. I'll be just fine. I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna backwards and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars.